Good morning, duelists, and welcome to our third and final day of coverage here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship Series 2025 live in Paris. Now, yesterday we had our amazing finals for our digital titles, but that means today is all about the TCG and OCG. We are getting into our top cut, the top 8, where you will get to see every single quarterfinal before we head into those semifinals, and then the grand final to crown our TCG OCG World Champion for 2025. My name is Ed Templar, and it's a pleasure to be your host over this last day of coverage. And we've got a very, very exciting day. We've got lots of updates and little things coming for you, some announcements, etc., that you'll see later on when this very stage is open to the public. And we're going to have a big opening ceremony. There's lots for you guys to tune in for, and it's going to be a fantastic day. Thank you so much for joining us at home. I'm going to hand you guys over to your amazing casters who are going to take you through today's action.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome from us as well to the final day of the 2025 World Championship here in Paris. It has been 2 amazing days of dueling already with digital titles, and now we are down to the quarterfinals to crown the world champion. Amazing action ahead of us.
Yeah, yesterday was incredible. We saw some of the best players from all around the world competing. 27 duelists, and now we're down to the final top 8, and we're going to eventually crown a world champion. I can't believe it. I'm so pumped.
Yeah, and we have a special treat for everyone today because, unlike in previous years, we're going to stream the entire top cut, every single top 8 match, every single semi-final, and of course the final that everyone has been waiting for.
Yeah, that's just absolutely an amazing show, and I think it's deserving. Again, whoever is going to be crowned later on world champion, I think just wants to showcase everyone how they made it there, how these last 3 matches are remaining, to be crowned champion and to get that trophy home. So we have some amazing duelists ahead of us, but first and foremost, I think we can just have a little recap of what has been happening, yesterday, and what is going to be the format and rules for the day, Billy.
That's right. Yesterday we saw 7 Swiss rounds. Each round was 50 minutes per round, but that time limit is now gone here for day number 2. We cut to the top 8 players, as I mentioned before. The first round of single elimination top 8 has no time limit. The semifinals have no time limit, and the finals have no time limit as well. The players will still have to play, at an adequate play. Slow play is still something you have to watch out for, even though there's no time limit. But these duels will not be ending in time. We're just going to get to see some of the best ever to do it here big this weekend.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely. It obviously has been fun watching them, and we have commentated on how the pace of play has been incredible yesterday, but today we'll take it to the next level. And now, as you have already hinted at, 27 players from all over the world, but now we're down to the last 8. So let's bring up on the screen who those are in the final bracket for the day. This is our program, and look at that, standing at the top after those 7 rounds of Swiss, it's Yuna. What a match, I mean.
Yeah, so Yuna versus Julian going to be our first match for today. Yuna winning the WCQ playoff at the European World Championship qualifier, and Julian getting that double qualification, a fantastic story, both qualifying through the points playoff at the NAWCQ and making the top 4 at the NAWCQ. What a fantastic thing to do. But in terms of yesterday's action, we had Yuna absolutely dominating the competition, and Julian just sneaking in 8th place, so he's got to be very happy about that, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter where you came in the Swiss. Everyone is now on equal footing. Anyone is equally likely to take it home.
Yeah, and I do believe that Yuna and Julian dueled actually in the Swiss portion of the tournament as well. Yuna was able to take that match, but I think it was due maybe a slight mistake there from Julian. Ooh. So it's something maybe he's going to learn from and then take it here and try and get, revenge there in that first top 8 match that we're going to see. We started off with Yuna yesterday. We're going to start off day 2 with her again.
Yeah, I mean, what a run. As mentioned, they got here. I guess now the field is leveled, but the very different day 1 experiences for them. Yuna, the only player undefeated at the European playoffs, and now again the only player undefeated after the 5 rounds. She was the only one 5-0, the first player to be locked in for Top Cut. In the end, she ended up with a 6-1 record, but that still was good enough to guarantee that first spot. For Julian, quite a different experience, as mentioned, sneaking in with the 4 3 score at the end in 8th place. Maybe that double qualification, just got him there slightly deservingly so. But now he's gonna be facing off against, I think, the most threatening player out there. She's absolutely crushing it. And we have had the pleasure of interviewing us both yesterday at the end of the duel. So I think let's just hear it from them.
Of our top 8 competitors for the World Championships. How are you doing, Yuna?
I'm doing pretty well.
So yeah, we're recording this on Saturday evening. Yuna's just been dominating the field today. Where did you finish in the Swiss?
I finished first after Swiss.
That's a fantastic achievement. So do you want to talk us about it? What were the rounds? Who did you play?
I played against everyone that made top 8 besides Wilfredo. I had to go through the others. Who is the one missing? I don't know now.
That's fair enough. So what was your score at the end?
I had 6 wins and 1 loss.
And what deck did you play?
I played Malice.
And why did you choose to play Malice?
I played it since it's released and I like it a lot and I think it's a good deck.
So did you have any thoughts going into the event? Did you just play it because it's your favorite deck, or did you think it's particularly good for this meta game, or it was just your favorite deck, or a bit of both?
It's the one I like the most and I'm most familiar with. I practiced the others as well, but I thought I'm more proficient with the Malice deck than with the other ones.
And what decks were you expecting to face?
Vanquish Sol and Yami I expected to face the most, and I also faced them the most.
And you had a good plan for those? I mean, obviously you were winning a lot today, so what was your plan to beat those decks?
A mix, I try to get into a grind game or just kill them directly or break their board and build my own end board. So when I build my own end board, they usually can't play because they have less cards. And if I kill them, I kill them. And if I get into a grind game, Malice is one of the best decks in grind games because it has recursive engine. They're coming back from banish pile all the time.
That's fantastic. So speaking about, you chose your deck. Do you think other players were prepared to face your deck? I mean, obviously the card everyone thinks of when they think of Malice is Artifact Lancia. Is everyone side decking that, or do you think it had fallen out a little bit of people's side decks?
I think everyone, at least the Europeans, expected me to play Malice. I expected less Lancias. I got hit with a lot of Lancias, but I don't even play Lancia myself because I think it's not worth it for the 3 or 5 people that play Malice or Crystron.
Oh, that's cool. So, I mean, I guess that's probably the downside of you being so iconic with the deck. You qualified with the deck, so maybe people thought you were gonna play the deck. So, speaking about the other players here, I mean, did you have a good time? Did you meet some people? Who were you hoping to play against, maybe?
I had a lot great time with the people, even in the break room. Yeah, most of my matches will be rematches, so I'm looking forward to that.
And did you prepare for this event by yourself, or did you prepare with some other European competitors or something like that?
I prepared with my friends, mostly with Thomas Kaas, it's a Dutch player, and we built this deck and the strategy and tested it.
It's a super cool strategy for sure. So tomorrow, have you done a scout? Do you kind of know what you're playing? You know who you're playing in the top 8?
I know that I play first round a rematch against Julian, my round 2 opponent, and hopefully then I play against Shane again, else it will be Wilfredo. And then in the finals we will see if Europe can take it this time.
I love how confident you are. So do you think you're going to take the event home for Europe for the first time in quite a long time?
I try to.
Well, Yuna, thank you very much, and we're wishing you the best of luck tomorrow. So everyone at home, I hope you enjoyed this interview, and stay tuned for more fantastic World Championship Series content.
Hello everyone, Billy Break here, and day 1 of the TCG World Championship 2025 here in Paris, France has come to a finish. C'est fini for the day, right? And now we have our top 8 players, and I'm here with Julian. You made it top 8, snuck in there at 8th place. Talk to me about your day. How was it?
It was good. It started off really well. Won round 1 against Lorenzo, who I knew was gonna be a tough game because I know he's a really good player. To my advantage, he was playing the POTS version of Vanquish Roll, and I play more K9 Engine, so I have I think what is a favorable matchup to that. So it started off good. Then I lost to Yuna, but then Yuna clutched it for me and finished first. So that was really good, just a really good tiebreaker. But yeah, overall pretty good day. Every time I lost, it got a little more stressful, but we made it through. So.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, you kind of touched on it. You were playing K9 Vanquish Soul, but a little bit different from a lot of the other lists that we saw here this weekend. A little heavier on the K9 engine. Why did you decide to go that route?
So For the most part, I expected a lot more Vanquishal than there actually was at the tournament. I expected like 13 out of 28, no, 27. So I thought that in mirrors it was better to have more Vanquishal, more K9 engine, because that's how you actually like push through the board. You can use your the trap like checks your Vanquishal engine so hard. So yeah, you just need more engine to win. Like I just wanted to not try to high roll my opponent on like drawing, the very impactful like hand interactions, but rather just have more engine to work with, cards that I can search and just play through my opponent's boards.
Yeah, and it definitely paid off. You're here in the top 8. You're only 3 wins away now from becoming a world champion. Tell me what that would mean to you here.
That would mean everything to me. Like we're in France, we're in my home country. So, being able to lift up the trophy in my home country, that would be like ecstatic. I would be ecstatic. So that's just what I'm trying to do. Just 3 more, job's not done. Job's
not done until the tournament is over. I mean, you've had such a fantastic year so far. You not only qualified for the point playoff at the NAWCQ, you also made top 4 at the NAWCQ, so double qualified here for the tournament. And now in top 8, what are your chances of winning? What do you think you're looking at here?
I think I got a pretty good chance. I think I prepared a lot for this event. Or I don't think. I know that I prepared a lot. And so I think I have a good chance. My first round is against Yuna, and she's playing Malice, which is like my pet deck. So I think I have a good chance just like knowing the matchup so well, the interactions. It should be good, yeah.
Yep, step 1 is going to have to win in top 8. Playing against the first seed, it's going to be a tough one. Is there anything you would want to give advice to other people that are watching you here in the biggest stage of all for the entire season that you would give to maybe want to be at the World Championship next year?
All it takes is just a lot of grind. Like you just have to like put in the time and the effort. That's like what I say every time, just because that's what I did. And obviously like it's paying off crazy. So yeah, just put in the time, play like infinite Yu-Gi-Oh! And you can get there too.
Yep, the best way to get better is just to play and learn from your practice. Is there anyone you want to give a shout out to here before you play your top 8 match?
I just want to shout out my girlfriend who's here with me. Big shout out to her, Sarah Lynn. You know who you are. And my boy Jesse back home. He's like been there for me the whole way, testing with me every single day. Like he stayed up, like it was like midnight when the tournament started. He's been up since then.
Just watching,
texting me, like keeping the support. It means so much to me. Like I can't even explain how much.
It's all about the friendships. The power of friendship is back to the first episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! That's what it's all about.
I gotta draw the sign on my hand.
There you go, the symbol of friendship. Well, you're almost there. We're gonna have to wait and see if you're gonna become the world champion, and we're gonna find out soon. But congratulations. Can't wait to see how you're gonna do in the top 8. We're going to have a lot more coming here for the World Championship, so stay tuned and find out the exciting conclusion of the 2025 Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship.
What a great way to hear it from them. I mean, it has been an amazing day 1, as mentioned, but now what happened does not matter anymore. Any of them could become your world champion by just winning these 3 matches.
Yeah, it's incredible that we've made it all the way here. I mean, 7 rounds yesterday, and now it's going to be 7 rounds today, even though it's only top 8, top 4 in the finals. But you mentioned earlier, we get to see all these matches, so we're going to know every single reason why each player is going to make it to that top 4, and we're going to see the results. And we have so many different decks, so many different players. It's just, I don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, 7 rounds for us, obviously watching and casting, but for the players, only 3 short rounds. 3 short rounds in between them, potentially becoming that world champion. So yesterday, they had 7 rounds. Maybe if you lost a round, you could bounce back. You had a time to maybe warm up, get into it. But today, 1 loss, that's it, you're out.
Yeah, 7 has been really the lucky number for the event, with 7 different decks as well among our competitors yesterday. But now, surprisingly, maybe we are still with 6 different decks in our top 8, which is amazing to see. And obviously, the highlight of the weekend, Yuna absolutely crushing the competition. She mentioned it. She's one of those 5 Malice players, but the only one left, and she is arguably the best, I guess, in the world. She can have that title for sure. And now she will be facing off against one of the Justice Hunters decks in the K9 Vanquished Soul. What do you guys think of this matchup? How will it line up?
I mean, it's going to be tough. I think if you asked everyone before the weekend started, the K9 Vanquished Soul strategy was the one that had the biggest target on its back, and it was the most represented in the tournament with 9 players bringing it here this weekend. But Yuna didn't start off easy. She started off playing the reigning world champion. So and was able to take that down quite handily with excellent deck building and amazing plays from her. So I expect a lot, but Julian is not going to go down quietly.
Yeah, on the other hand, we have Julian, and he said he's been playing the Malice deck for a very long time himself before switching for this event. So that's what he qualified with at the NAWCQ. So maybe he's going to be like extremely well prepared. He probably knows all those lines that Yuna's coming up with.
Yeah, but I mean, we saw that, although that might be the case, Yuna had one of the most unique deck lists, even when it came to the Malice deck. She showcased amazing lines in round 1 with those Sky Striker cards, playing around Nibiru, you know, playing around with those tokens on the field, and absolutely, you know, in the end was able to crush the reigning world champion. Could she be, you know, and replace him all the way this year? We'll see and find out, but it's going to be an amazing clash where at the end, as mentioned, both coming technically from the playoffs of the respective regions, and we're going to have the first and not the last of the clashes between the Americas region and the European region here in the first quarter finals. So we'll have to see whether we'll have a third back-to-back, you know, champion coming from the Americas region, or finally, you know, that rot from the European regions that has been, you know, waiting quite a while. I have to say we have been blessed quite a bit this weekend already with the digital titles, you know, in both the Dueling Speed Duel category and the Master Duel. But I mean, I don't think we are satisfied enough, you know. We might as well get another one, and we'll see whether, you know, the best duelist, I'm sure, will prevail in the end. And as mentioned, they'll try their best, and it's going to be an amazing matchup for sure. And a rematch, which is great. Rematch from round 2. Can Julian pull it off? Can he do a comeback and a revenge arc?
Yeah, we're going to have to find out. But I know you touched on, you know, Americas, EU. There's also one player from the Asia region as well. But I do want to point out, hopefully, knock on wood, not to jinx it, the 4 player from Americas all playing in separate matches.
Yeah.
So if all of them happen to win, there is a chance. I mean, I'm just saying that the Americas could be the entire top 4 of the World Championship.
Yeah, on the other hand, though, they're all playing in separate matches. There could be none of them.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so we got the balanced out the jinxing of the tournament here for a little bit. But I don't know which like country or region is going to walk away with it this weekend. It could be. I mean, I would be shocked, but still happily surprised if, you know, the one player representing the Asia region could walk away with the World Championship.
Absolutely. I mean, he has also been crushing it. Shane, we have sometime had the pleasure, you know, of having it on the backup future. And again, I think for all of them, really different emotions on how they walked in. You know, Yuna, in a way, could relax in the last 2 rounds. She didn't really have to do anything, while some of these duelists, you know, they have to go back to from an X2 record and then win out from there on, as well as maybe going down on their X3 and then just, you know, trying and staying in there. And in the end, I mean, the final standings were quite interesting at stake, as it was 3 players with an X3 record making it into the top 8. And I mean, that's also another trend that might keep on going, because the last 2 world champions have been on the X3. So I think Julian will be, you know, ecstatic to hear about that stats, I guess.
Yeah, I think you have to be a little lucky to make it into the top 8 with 3 losses in Swiss. So you already have that luck rolling into it. Yeah. So maybe you just got to keep it going. But on the other hand, I know y'all mentioned Yuna in feature matches. She's a pretty good record, right?
Yeah, as far as I know, it's unbroken record, which is a very cool thing to have, never losing a feature match. So she must be feeling extremely confident going into this. She had an extremely good showing yesterday, as we said, in that round 1 feature match against the world champion. You know, completely taking apart the game despite going second, which can be a very important factor, especially in decks like Malice and Vanquish Souls.
And I think that really speaks to the deck building there, because we saw you going second in game number 1. Dark Ruler no more. That was absolutely an unexpected and incredible play, and led to, you know, that result against the reigning world champion.
Yeah, in the end, Dark Ruler no more might have been a surprise in round 1, but we have, you know, we saw a lot of that card throughout the days. You know, I remember also Tom match. It was a deciding factor, you know, then breaking the field with those Luna Lights. So it seems like it was a card that maybe flew under the radar before, but it's in top 8 and not just in one deck, I can tell you that much.
Definitely. It lines up really well against the Yummy strategy, who puts a lot of monsters on the field. It doesn't quite completely, you know, shut down the whole deck, because they can have stuff like Yummy Surprise, plus other sorts of interaction from maybe the hand and other cards you could have face down. So while it's a completely strong card against the field that the Yummy deck puts out there, there's still other ways to play through it.
Yeah, and on the other hand, though, Dark Ruler no more very strong against Yummy, and it's probably why players were including it, but is it so strong against the Vanquish Soul deck? They're obviously going to have that quick play spell to rank up their XYZ monster. They're going to be able to summon monsters from the hand. We know they're going to have a trap face down. So maybe we're going to see a different plan from Yuna to take down the Vanquish Soul.
Yeah, but I mean, it will be definitely an interesting one, because if it's true that, you know, Yuna's deck building has been quite unique, the same can be said from Julian. He touched on it in the interview. He is by far the player who has included the most K9 cards in the deck, and that's been really the only one doing it across the 9 other duelists, you know, the 8 other duelists playing the deck. So we'll see how that lines up against Malice, I guess.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, and I really can't wait to see. But, I mean, let's talk about our picks before the weekend. We all talked about what deck we thought was going to win. You're kind of at a slight disadvantage to us. I picked Yummy. You were on the K9 Vanquish Soul. You selected Crystron. 2 Yummies in top 8, 2 Vanquish Souls in top 8, but 1 Crystron. It could be. We saw Isaias earlier. He started 3-0 in the tournament, but then ended up losing the next 3 rounds in a row, so 3-0 to 3-3, but won that clutch last round to make it into the top 8. So Crystron Hope's still alive there, Tom.
Exactly. And, you know, I think Julian almost an honorary Crystron player. Do you know why? Because of that heavy K9 engine. I'm making the case for it. This is why,
you know?
A case for K9, because those cards are what you feature in the Crystron deck. You run so many K9. So the Vanquish Soul deck is a bit more of a Vanquish Soul with a touch of K9, whereas the Crystron K9 deck is a bit more K9 with a few Crystron. So I think he's taken a page out of that book. I think he kind of subconsciously knew actually the best deck was Crystron K9. That's what encouraged him to put more of those K9s in.
Fair enough, fair enough. We'll give you that, at least for now. But anyways, I feel like, you know, the highlights has been brought up. Our duelists have done their best. Now they are among the top 8 best duelists in the world officially, but we need to find out who will be the first to advance to that semi-final, playing in front of an amazing live crowd. So I'd say without further ado, as mentioned, it's gonna be Yuna against Julian, Malice against K9 Vanquish Show. Who is gonna take the first quarterfinal? Let's find out.
All right, here we go with the die roll. It's a 1, I believe. Oh, huge.
Oh.
All right, it looks like Julian wins the die roll and will be going first.
It doesn't get much more real than this. You can feel the tension. A whole season is on the line, and now it's down to this match, down to these 5 cards that we are gonna draw. What is it going to be?
Having a strong think here. Julian going first, shuffling up his hand.
Does he have the all-important Vanquish Soul cards he needs? And yes, it's going to be Vanquish Soul Rosin starting things off. This is where you want to be as a Vanquish Soul duelist.
Yeah, just playing with the emotions a bit there, you know, because when your opponent's like thinking for ages, you think, oh, maybe they don't have the best card in their deck in their opening hand. But indeed he does. I'm looking at that hand. That is an incredible looking hand. I saw
some good cards.
A hint of it there. I just saw all of the best cards almost.
And I mean,
Vanquish Soul deck.
Yeah, we have mentioned that the Vanquish Soul deck is probably the deck out here that doesn't always, you know, do the same thing. It's the deck that can have the most, you know, diverse openings, but when you see that Rosin, that just changes so much. And you can see here, we're gonna reveal fire, and then that allows us to special summon the Jiaolong.
Yeah, Vanquish Soul to some extent is probably one of the more like, you know, variance-heavy decks depending on the opening hand compared to a deck like Yummy where every card does the same thing. But on the other hand, the ceiling of the deck is just so incredibly high. He's going to get search after search here, getting the double fire thanks to the Rock of the Vanquisher.
Yeah, this is an excellent start for Julian. It's really effects. He's going to go ahead and add the trap card there off of Jiaolong.
That's an interesting one for sure. And now we also have the Holly Sue available. And
well, that makes sense why you have the trap and not Holly Sue, because he already had everything he needed, right?
Yeah. I mean, we have mentioned that sometimes the K9 struggle to then access. They don't really have a way of accessing the Vanquish Soul, but the other way around is totally possible, and this is what we might see later on during this turn from Julian. Has really everything he needs going first, and we know that Ash Blossom is also going to be in the end to stop some potential play from Luna.
Yeah, one of my favorite cards, I think, against the K9 deck is Book of Eclipse, but you cannot, well, Book of Eclipse will be checked easily by an Ash Blossom. It's just so versatile of a card.
But what if there's a second Book of Eclipse? But you do see an overlay being happening here. We're going to see something for K9 Ripper.
Yeah, and this is exactly the card that allow you to bridge through these two engines if you open the Vanquish Show cards and look at that, 6 full cards in hand after having already this field.
Gonna add Jokul.
It's exactly what you don't want to see when you're on Yuna's side. So I think there's a time, you know, when your opponent searches a trap, you know you're in a bit of trouble because they've already got everything else they need. But he'll be very, very patient from Yuna, using the Dominus Impulse now on the Jokul. Makes a lot of sense. Going to keep 2 level 5s off the field. And not only that, it's a trap and not a monster. So you've activated a card from the hand, but it doesn't trigger all of the canines.
Yep, and now Yuna will know that the Izuna is also in the hand, so you're going to be able to navigate through that by trying to avoid activating a monster effect in the hand or the graveyard. And with the Malice strategy, especially with those Sky Striker cards, she will be able to do just that.
Yep, and I think that's pretty much it. As you can see, we're not able to really go for the full line thanks to, you know, Yuna really saving her only interruption. And well, let's see. Obviously, Snow Devil is the main problem here. The Dark Ruler no more, we have talked about, maybe not the greatest against this setup from Julian.
Yeah, and that impulse is really key too, because it also kept Julian from getting that quick play spell, which would give him a lot more interruption and access during Yuna's turn.
So let's see what the first card is going to be. Okay, it seems like a Chassis Cat from Yuna.
I was talking to Yuna after the tournament yesterday, and she was talking about how Chessie Cat is probably the best Malice monster because it's also digging through your deck and getting you to those key cards as well. But Julian is well aware that he is a Malice duelist himself, so he knows that he needs to take care of this Chessie Cat before Yuna is able to draw any cards, and he's going to use Dr. Madlove's effect to return the monster with the lowest defense back to the hand, and that is going to be that Chessie Cat.
But this is a tried and true strategy against Malice. Just clear the monsters off the field as fast as you can.
But there goes that triple tactics trust. We saw Yuna playing a lot of spells, but we knew that Ash Blossom was there. Do we have some more way to push through?
All right, next up is Malice and Underground. That's going to allow Yuna to banish a Malice monster from the deck or graveyard, but nothing in the graveyard so far.
Yeah, this is an important push, but at the same time, the action is not over. We still have the Olisue, we have the Rock, the Vanquisher. We could just special summon back even the Razen possibly, and let's just see.
Swap it out for the Caesar. The trap is still having to be on Yuna's mind.
Yeah.
Gonna add the March Hare back to the hand after it was banished with Malice and Underground.
Yeah, that was an interesting choice there because there's a Ripper already on the field. But I know it's going to be very tough to break through everything Julian set up anyway, but it just seems odd to go straight into the Ripper
and it's
already.
just a pass.
Devastating here for Yuna in game number 1. Julian opening up with pretty much everything he wanted, and Yuna just not having a lot of steam there.
Yeah, not quite, and now we already knew. I mean, here comes another Impulse, which this time around is going to be able to destroy the Jokul, because there is a trap card in graveyard. But the damage is huge.
Yeah, this is going to take a miracle for Yuna to get out of this game with a win.
Yeah, just the 3 cards in hand, 2 of which already known for Julian being 2 Malice monsters, so they're not going to be all that much help here at defending Yuna's life points. She's already used an Impulse, so there's not even a potential Nibiru to worry about. I think Julian can just summon a couple of monsters and get attacking.
And you can kind of see the body language there on Yuna, just not looking like very happy with how this game 1 is going, but you have to understand that it's just game 1. She's going to be able to focus and lock in and bounce back potentially in games 2 and 3.
Julian just moved to the battle phase, pushing some damage, but might be just able to close this one out in a few moments. It seems like he's going first and was just a bit too strong. Let's see. Now we are going to use the effect to get a special summon.
Yeah, we're going to get a monster from the deck, and that Geelong just revealed can summon itself from the hand. Heavy Borger as well to do some burn damage. So much damage available.
Yeah. And it was definitely, you know, quite the dream opening. I believe once you moved on to this day 2, and indeed that is it. Julian takes game 1 in the first quarterfinal, and that has been an impressive array of plays. Wow, I mean, we've mentioned that he came here with that revenge arc in mind after losing to Yuna yesterday in round 2, and now he's only one game away from advancing to the semifinal.
Yeah, I got to talk to Julian at the end of the day when we saw in that interview, and it wasn't that he, oh man, I have to play someone who beat me in Swiss, that's going to be a little scary because maybe I'm going to lose again. He's like, no, that was a fluke in Swiss. I'm locked in. I know how Malice works, and he may be from the Americas, originally from France, though. This is where he was born and raised, and maybe some of that energy from coming back home is, channeling here in top 8, and now he's only one game win away from moving on to top 4.
Yeah, that was an absolute dream situation for him that game. You're waking up, you're going to the top 8, you're starting that round 1 and drawing that picture-perfect hand. 1 Ashe, 1 Razen, 1 Holisu.
Izuna even.
Everything you could possibly need.
It was a beautiful hand. You couldn't have painted a better picture for sure.
Absolutely, but I mean, yesterday we have learned plenty of times that winning game 1 does not guarantee winning the match. We have seen a lot of comebacks, even in the bubble matches for qualifying today, and I think Yuna will just try her best to show us once more why she's here, once more why she was the only one undefeated after 5 rounds. And I mean, the Malice deck going first is still extremely threatening, especially because the trend has been not that many Artifact Lancia around. Will that be the case for Julian?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point there. I mean, we don't know if Julian is siding that Artifact Lancia or not, but, it's tough as a mouse player because you want to really win that game 1 because in games 2 and 3, there's going to be those side deck cards that are going to make things even more difficult for you potentially if that is what Julian decides to bring in.
Yeah, but if there's anyone who's going to be putting respect on the Malice deck, it's got to be Julian. He was playing the deck all season long. He was playing it for the NAWC. It got him that qualification spot. If anything, it's strange that he didn't even take it.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, we have heard some of these players yesterday. I also had the pleasure of interviewing Felipe, who had also a similar journey because he was 3-0 and then, lost out the remaining 3 and had to win, in the bubble match and luckily sneaked in at 7th. And he also had a similar experience. He told me, he won his WCQ in Bogota with the Malice deck, but then pretty much the week before the event, he decided to switch it to Yami for the World Championship. In the end, it worked out, but it's definitely a deck that it was the 3rd most represented deck with 5 out of 27 players, and for a reason. And I think she's absolutely, doing justice to the deck. And I'm sure now, especially that she's going to go first, we can see some combos from her.
Yeah, we didn't see some of the key cards in her deck that really showcase why she won in round number 1. It's going to be those Sky Striker cards.
Yeah.
Having Engage and Hornet Drones, cards you don't particularly expect in a Malice strategy, but she really showed off why they work so well, especially in this World Championship format. That's a little different from what we're used to.
Yeah, for sure. And I had a chat with her as well last night. We had that interview, and she said, look, I'm not even siding Lancia because she feels she's so proficient with the Malice deck that she thinks in the mirror match, Malice she can just take it home anyway, which is an incredibly cool thing to see. Malice can be quite tough to deal with going second for a lot of other decks, but interestingly, like the Malice mirror match is one of those matchups where actually, because all of the interactions are like banishing, Malice doesn't really mind their cards getting banished, so for other decks you think, I can never break the Malice field, but actually Malice is one of the few decks where you have that really interactive back and forth situation.
Yeah, definitely.
And I mean, we have seen also some differences in the way that these Malice duelists tend to end their field if uninterrupted. Obviously, as mentioned, I feel like Nibiru has replaced the Droneland Lockbird as popularity. Nibiru Prime was in a lot of our duelist main decks. I'd say mainly maybe for Yami, but it's definitely something you need to prepare for. Her answer was this, Sky Striker Hornet Drones not being able to be tributed, and we'll see whether that is going to be on her mind. But I mean, once more, whenever you're facing off against, K9 Vanquish Shoal, the first question is, do they have that Ollie Sue with the right attributes in hand?
Yeah, I think it's really fascinating because, before Justice Hunters came out, Malice was probably the top deck, the most dominating strategy. And then after Justice Hunters, now it becomes like a meta call deck. Is it under the radar? Are the people not expecting it? And Yuna definitely taking a unique perspective on it. You were talking about the different turn 1 fields that you can make with Malice. She's been doing something completely different that I hope we get to see here in game number 2.
Yeah, although he said that it is against the Vanquish Soul K9 deck, so maybe not so.
Those have been Holly Sue, no Holly Sue. Things might be a little bit easier.
Yeah, so here it comes. And Vanquish Soul was the reason why I heard a lot of people dropping the Malice deck, even going as far back as the European World Championship qualifier. They said, I can't deal with all these interruptions, and that was kind of what we saw in that game 1. So hopefully for Yuna, we can buck that trend. We can get some monsters on the field and have them not stolen, destroyed, or otherwise tampered with by the Vanquish Soul deck.
Yeah, at the same time, for me, I mean, the beauty of our game is that you get to play with cards that have been released for 20 years and that are still relevant today. We talked a bit yesterday on how, Raigeki took the spotlight on some of these matches. And I can tell you that there is a card just as old in Yuna's side deck, which might be used later on in this game too. So personally, I'm just hoping we'll get to see some of those, old cards being relevant in 2025, which is always nice to see.
Yeah, definitely. I do hope we get to see that
Yes.
cool card. I know sometimes we're looking at the deck list and we're like, oh, I really hope this card shows up in this matchup. And there's definitely a lot of interesting things. But that's what I really like about this format is a lot of players are getting rewarded for like the tech cards.
Yeah.
It's not just like you're seeing the same deck over and over. Even though the deck type names may be the same, each player kind of brought a new, unique perspective onto their deck, and Yuna's definitely has that case here. Even Julian with his K9 Vanquish Soul strategy, he went heavier into the K9 cards, and it's really been paying off for him so far.
Absolutely, but as mentioned, Julian is just one game away from advancing to the semi-final, but I'm sure Yuna will try her best to stay in this and to bring this quarterfinal down to game 3. Our duelists are ready, they have sided, and now it's time to duel.
All right, here we go. Let's see how Yuna is going to begin this game number 2 and try and bounce back. And this time we are seeing the Sky Striker cards.
There is the Hornet drones that she has been using all weekend to play around that Nibiru.
And there's lovely WCS tokens exclusive here to the World Championships.
Oh yeah, they look awesome. And now Sky Striker Ace Kagari is going to come down and add back that Hornet drones.
Yeah, let's see if she keeps on going for this line where she can afford to keep that token hanging around on the field, or if she's forced to use it to just try and combo off.
Yeah, such a nice innovation here from Yuna. You have those Sky Striker cards, they instantly get you 2 bodies on the field. So here comes the Chessy Cat, and regardless of what happens to this Chessy Cat, if it gets negated by Ash or Imperm or something like that, you're still going to already have 3 monsters on the
But
field.
what if he takes it, Tom? What if he takes it?
Oh wow, do we really have the correct attributes from Julian?
Oh, are we going to see a surge maybe from the
Really?
GS? Or maybe he's got too many fires. I think I did see it.
If he
This
has 2
hand
fires.
is almost a repeat of
You have
game
2.
1. Look at this.
Man, and the Ash Blossom, he's going to be able to get the Dark Monster he needs as well if he goes to add Mad Love. And then he's going to be able to take the Chessy Cat.
Wow, look at this. I mean, what an amazing opener. We do have again that Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring in the end, but that Ollie is just so important.
Yeah, who really gets to go first?
Oh, he's going to go for Heavy Borger, another Dark Monster for sure.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you just summon a Razen on the field here and just destroy the Chessy Cat.
I mean, you can even just access the missing attribute then with the Razen if that is the choice. So let's just see.
Well, he could probably have Caesar Valius online too, potentially.
And there goes the Razen, of course, in the same column as that Chessy Cat. What an opening once more from Julian. And yes, that is the Caesar indeed.
Wow. Incredible start here in game number 2 for Julian. Does Yuna have another way to get another Malice Monster onto the field?
I mean, worst case scenario, I guess that Lizard Dose might be an option later on. So let's see what she just thinks it's the right line here.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a powerful start for Julian, but the downside is he's revealed basically his whole hand. At this point, we know like Heavy Borger, we know Razen, we know Ash, we know Caesar Valius. So that's 4 cards, and the last card was Holly Sue, was it? So is that the whole hand now known for Yuna?
Much, and indeed here comes that Lizard Dose, but we are gonna use the Caesar.
Oh, is there maybe another Earth Monster? Maybe I've miscounted the number of cards in hand.
Going to return the Jiao Long to special summon Caesar Valius. Does he have all 3 attributes?
Wow.
1. It's another Holly
It's
Sue.
another Holly Sue, the unknown card. What? And then he's
that's
caused an
it.
handshake.
Wow, Julian with
wow.
picture perfect hands is able to take a quick 2-0 victory over Yuna, who came in first. But that's, that's always the scary part of these tournaments. It seems like the player who comes in first always ends up losing to the player in the 8th or 32nd or 64th, whatever it may be. But you could not have asked for a better hand both of those games for Julian.
Yeah, it is sometimes known as like that curse of Swiss. When you come first, you're destined to lose the first round, and a very unfortunate way to go out for Yuna there, playing against two of the most powerful Vanquish Soul hands you could hope to draw, and Julian rightfully celebrating his progression into the top 4.
Absolutely, you can see just the emotion and how much it matters to him. As mentioned, of course, representing North America, but originally from France. He says it matters just so much that he can play here in his home country, and I mean, he has just been blessed, let's be honest. I mean, he's managed to sneak in again in 8th place with a 4-3 record and got his revenge on, you know, round 2 against Yuna. Absolutely drawing 2 amazing and almost the same cards also, which is unbelievable.
I mean, yeah, we talk about Vanquish Soul and how it's so different if you draw Holly Sue versus when you don't, and we really saw how good it is with the right attributes, the Ash Blossom as well that he didn't even have to use. Just,
yeah.
Wow, absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta obviously feel bad for Yuna. She didn't really, you know, had much of a chance in this one. Game 1, you know, you lose that role. Maybe it didn't even matter considering the end, you know. That
would have been the same thing we saw in Game 2, potentially.
Absolutely, but I mean, this is what the K9 Vanquish Soul deck does. We have mentioned it. It might not be the most stable when you compare it to Yummy, but the thing is, you know, Yummy pretty much does the same thing over and over again with, you know, 1-card combos, and there is not much more, you know, that you can get lucky with. Sure, you can open with Obedient Schooling, but that's pretty much still goes to the same end field. And for the K9 Vanquish Soul deck, that's not the case. If you really draw the right amount of both engines and the right attributes, you can do probably more than anybody else.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely the deck with the highest potential, and we see it there against the Malice deck, because Malice is such a strong deck going first because it's so resilient to effect negations. You say, okay, I'm going to make another Link Monster, I'm going to make another Link Monster, but that's so powerful about these interruptions is you just destroy your opponent's monsters on the first turn. There's so few decks where you can destroy it. We saw it here, just 2 effect destructions, and that shut down the Malice deck completely.
I mean, yeah, you need pretty much all the stars to align for something like that to happen. The double Holly Stew, I guess he could return the other Holly Stew with the Caesar Rallies to have the Earth he needed to reveal worst case. But I mean, I was talking before the tournament, like what deck is probably the best going into it, and I even throughout the years of Yu-Gi-Oh, anytime there's a deck where it's like, oh, if this deck happens to draw like this one card, it is the best deck. That is usually the most powerful deck of the format. High risk, high reward. And, you know, the reward is great here for Julian in top 8 with the quick 2-0.
Yeah, and you gotta take into consideration again that when you think about such decks, one thing is playing it, you know, otherwise, yes, at a continental event where you have like 17, 18 rounds ahead of you. Here, I mean, in the end, as mentioned, you only need to win like 4 or 5 rounds during the Swiss, and then you only have 3 matches here. And I guess the high risk, high reward just, you know, tends to kind of increase the reward and lower the risk, if we can say, and then, you know, that gets even better. So we'll see whether that will be the case, but we do have our first duelist and deck guaranteed to advance to the semi-final with Julian Keon taking this K9 Vanquish Soul deck. We'll see him later on, and of course we need to find out who he's going to be playing against, because we have still 3 amazing for the finals.
Yep, I mean, your deck to win it is the first one to make it to the top 4, so you get a little bit closer. Our next match we'll be able to see if maybe Yummy will be able to face off, and then if we talk about like Yummy versus Vanquish Soul, you mentioned it, they do have a little more ways to play. If they start with something like Obedient School, the matchup turns completely in favor of Yummy because you summon so many monsters. Even though Vanquish Soul has so many of those interactions and ways to destroy cards, Yummy can put more monsters out than there are disruptions from the Vanquish Soul deck. Outside of the trap card, if Vanquish Soul is able to go first against Yummy, the Dust Devil is actually just incredible against the Yummy deck.
Yeah, I think this is why people pick up Yummy, because they think it's so powerful against the Vanquish Soul deck. It has this fantastic thing which almost no other decks have, where they don't use any hand effects, they don't use any graveyard effects with the Yummy cards, so you're completely immune to your opponent summoning an Azuna on your first turn.
Yeah, I mean, not gonna lie, yesterday my hopes were, you know, not getting too high when I saw, you know, the K9 Vanquish Soul deck perform the first few rounds. Really, after the first 2 or 3 rounds, it seemed like you could only win in a mirror match. But then, you know, I mean, things started to change. I guess maybe some tension also.
Holly Sue started showing up.
Maybe. Yeah, could be. I think there is a high correlation there. Who knows? And then,
Just a small one.
yeah, just a tiny bit. But I mean, it is working out, and I think we're gonna see it right away. Because if I'm not mistaken, you know, on the bracket, I'm pretty sure the match lining up will be the one between Shane and Willie.
Willie. It's going to be exciting to see who's going to win that.
Absolutely.
I mean, I just like watching the Yummy deck in action because it's one of those decks that's fun to watch and fun to play against. It's not just putting like up a bunch of negates, like I'm going to stop that card, I'm going to stop that card. They're all like interactive interruptions, putting monsters face down, summoning back that cookie, taking a card out, placing a field spell, synchro summoning, and it's a lot of management of your graveyard as well. But at that same time, Vanquish still kind of has an edge on that if they're packing a card like Dimension Shifter.
Yeah, for sure. Yummy is definitely one of those decks. I totally agree with you. Where after the game, there would just be like so much to try and figure out if you were trying to figure out what you could have done differently. Because every time you do something, your opponent has the option to respond, summon 2 monsters. They then can synchro. It's a very interactive deck compared to almost any deck we've seen in Yu-Gi-Oh before.
Yeah, I mean, on the other end, of course, we have seen all-day competition and, you know, how it can get tough. I have to say something interesting to me looking at these duelists that advance is that there were 2 main different ways for a lot of decks, you know, on how they could be built, whether, you know, relying on end interactions or just playing a lot of field-breaking spells. And it seems like the latter has been really the key. I think, you know, Yuna was on this version of Malice. We have seen Willie also on this unique version of the Yami deck. So maybe that was the key to just going through the competition at the World Championship.
Yep, could be the case, but there's another deck in top 8 that I'm really excited. So we mentioned there's 6 different decks, so we're going to see a lot of variety. We're talking a lot about Yummy and Vanquish Soul because they are making up half of that top 8, but the Luna Light strategy, you know, I was talking to all the other players in top 8, they all had one thing in common. I don't want to play against the guy playing Luna Light because none of them were adequately prepared for that deck, and maybe that's what's going to need because we have Tom, you know, who brought the Luna Light strategy and finished really well. Came in 2nd place, I believe, after Swiss, so he's going to be someone we have to keep an eye on.
Absolutely, but for now, I think the spotlight is deservingly so on Julian. So we want to hear, you know, some of the emotions flowing. How is he feeling? And so we are going to hear it from him and Basti.
But it took like my whole hand because I didn't have a dark, so I had to go search it.
All right, everyone. Welcome here to the analysis desk, and I am joined, of course, by Julian Kehan. Julian, that was impressive there. How did you feel after that top 8 match?
I mean, I felt great. Like, obviously, Malice is a deck that I'm like scared of. I know the matchup isn't that bad for me, but I played a lot of Malice myself, so I know how strong the deck can be. So it's obviously like a little scary, but I'm glad to make it out of top 8, and now just 2 more duels, 2 more matches, and take it home.
Well, you had your rematch against Yuna. Did it go completely different than yesterday? Because obviously yesterday you lost. Was it, could you have won the match yesterday as well? What do you feel like?
I think yesterday I could have won, but it wasn't necessarily because I misplayed. I didn't open any Vanquish Soul cards game 3 going first.
I see.
And she's playing a lot of breakers. And the K9 cards are actually really weak to breakers, where the Vanquish Soul cards are actually really strong.
Fair.
And like, I overspent 1 card in my extra deck going first. Not even like overspent like cards in my hand, just like made it like a C-Nash when I didn't need to. If I had that C-Nash in my extra deck for turn 3, I make a huge Zeus and I win. But like, that's something that you need a bunch of like retrospect to be like, oh yeah, of course.
And I mean, then in the end, you got kind of lucky, sneaked in his 8th place, but into the top cut, and now immediately being there early in the first quarterfinal and securing that win. And we're going to talk a little bit about the match, even though it was quite short. First highlight coming our way here, and that actually was sort of interesting because you have decided to search not for the usual field spell, the Vanquish Soul start, but you have immediately searched for Vanquish Soul Snow Devil. Is there an explanation to that?
Yeah, so pretty much, knowing my hand right now, I know that I can. First, I know that Yuna's not playing Nib just from watching the streams.
True, fair.
So like just that advantage that I can have. So I know that she's not playing this. So I know I can summon more than 5 times.
Yeah.
And due to that, I can like search the Snow Devil. Then I can Sue summon my Mad Love and get the field spell that way.
Okay.
And the reasoning being, like, you can see my board right here.
Yeah.
I am not gonna have 2 Vanquish Soul monsters.
Okay.
During the end phase, so I need to have the Snow Devil in my hand already.
Fair. Okay, so you actually, it felt like you were maybe also sort of playing around Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, because obviously that is something that could hit maybe in the end phase the field spell as well, but it was just because you actually did not even have the chance to have 2 Vanquish Soul cards on your field in the end phase, right?
Yeah, so pretty much, like, I obviously could have, but then I would give up, like, my whole K9 line. Like, if like she had Impulse there, which actually was really strong.
That's actually the next highlight. Yeah, let's get into the next highlight with that, because the Impulse was really good. Do you think it's good to hold the Impulse for exactly the K9 part of your deck? Because that's what Yuna did there.
I think that, so because of the whole revealing thing, I think she quickly understood how strong the Vanquish Soul part of my engine was.
Yeah.
And that there was no point in impulsing anything else.
Fair.
Because it wasn't really, it was gonna like take off like half of my end board pieces because I would still get everything else. Whereas actually there, she knows that she's not gonna turn on Izuna. So impulsing the Jokul should be my only way to Vanquish Soul. Sorry, to K9, I should say.
Yeah, no, you're right. Absolutely. Yeah, so let's see the next highlight. Maybe have it in action here for the viewers at home, because that was what eventually happened. And yep, I think there we have it. Oh, wait, at this point you are into your K9 Ripper and you are trying to, in the end, yep, there is the Ripper and you are looking into your extra deck.
I think it's...
Is it the one? Yeah, I think, okay, yeah, you in the end had the Dominus Impulse, and then in the end as well, the second game was the one where we all were watching how crazy your hand was. You actually explained to me just before you came on here how you drew your hand. So you said it was like the regular Vanquish Soul hand, but you had to wait for the very last card to actually make sure that you had to wait to a dark attribute, I think.
Yeah, so I drew my hand one by one. Holy Sue, I'm like,
oh yeah,
okay.
All right.
Raisin, I'm like, that's a fire. Ash Blossom, I'm like, okay, good card. And I'm like, another Holy Sue, I'm like, please, dark.
Yes.
Or Jalong, and then last card Jalong, and I'm like, okay.
That works.
Yeah, and then I just, she started Hornet Drones, and there was no reason for me to do anything until I saw a Malice card on the field.
True.
Right, and then I had to kind of do the sequence that was like, Holy Sue, then Jalong summon itself, Jalong get me the border, and then from there, now I have Dark that can go Holy Sue summon and do everything.
Yeah. Was there, I mean, she could have had extension, right? Like if there would have been a gold sarcophagus or something like that, would that have been enough, or could you still just have dealt with that too?
No, extension would have been really good there, but I did remove. So the thing is, actually, that's why the Sky Striker engine is really good from her end, because if she had extension, she only lost one body, which is her normal summon.
Yeah.
And from there, she can actually go super far. So that would have been really strong if she had like Field Spell or Goat Sark. She definitely would have won that game, or at least maybe not directly won, right? Because I set up like, even if she removes all my bodies, my hand is now like more cards than I started with, which is really strong.
Yeah.
But it would have been a good match from there for sure.
That's actually an interesting one, because I mean, you're talking of course about that Malice deck with a great knowledge, because you are a Malice master yourself. You have qualified with Malice. Did you consider playing that deck yourself for this tournament? Because clearly you decided in the end against it with now playing the Vanquish Soul K9 deck. Was that ever a consideration? Did you play test it for this event?
Of course. I mean, I'm a big fan of that deck. I was pretty much between this deck, like Vanquish Soul and Malice.
Yeah.
I didn't really enjoy playing Yummy or like really like the way it plays. I thought it had a lot of weaknesses. And then but when I was choosing between the two decks, I thought, Vanquish Soul seems to be the stronger deck of the two.
Okay.
It's very close, but I didn't want to play a deck whose engine was super hit, right? You kind of like here, like Yuna's strategy is actually really strong, but having to like draw cards in pairs to combo makes it like a little more awkward.
I see for sure. And did you expect people to still have Artifact Lancea in their side decks? Was that a consideration on maybe why we also would want to avoid the Malice deck? Because now in this format right now, Malice is a factor, as we could clearly tell with Yuna making top cut and also other players, mainly from Europe, also playing the deck. But it wasn't like as dominant as it sometimes was in the TCG realm. So Artifact Lancea also hitting Crystron, of course. Was that a thing you were expecting to be a staple in the side decks, or was it something you weren't sure of?
I was expecting it to be like a 50-50.
50-50.
Like, people would choose to respect Malice.
Yeah.
It depends on the matchup as well. Like if you have a not favorable matchup into Mouse, the way I chose to build my side, I chose to respect all the decks at once. So I like ended up cutting Lancia.
Okay.
In order to kind of like have cards that work into Malice, but also I can say that now because there's no more Malice players in the tournament.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah. Actually true. Actually true.
Yeah, have like be able to respect both Malice and the other decks with cards that have double coverage, and
Yeah.
that way just have a better side deck overall.
Okay, I mean, you said it, no more Malice players, but you also know the rest of the competition pretty much. So have you already, now after, of course, you have already taken that first step, you know your road to victory, you know who's possibly next in the tournament and what is possibly there waiting for you. What are you most afraid of at this point?
I'm not really afraid of anything,
Okay.
but I will be happy to play whoever and just, you know, two more matches.
Two more matches it is indeed to possibly become the world champion. Is that something you really can already realize? Is that something you really already can comprehend within your brain? You're at the world championship, top cut.
One duel at a time, one duel at a time.
One duel at a time. That's a good approach, I have to say, Julian. And of course, you will have now quite a bit of a break as we are going to show all of the quarterfinals and you're only going to be then back in the semifinals. So you have a moment to relax, to chill down, and then you will be fully locked in and focused again for that top 4 match where you will be back in action with the live crowd on the big stage. So thank you so much, Julian, for the interview. Best of luck, of course, for the rest of the tournament. And we are going to go on a really quick break. But before that, we're going to throw it over to Ad on the stage.
Congratulations to Julian there, our first semi-finalist here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship Series 2025. We still have plenty more of our top 8 cuts to go. So let's meet our next 2 competitors, Shane and Willie.
Welcome back. We are with Shane.
Yeah, Shane.
Well, I heard you are not only a really good duelist, but also a professional breakdancer as well. Is that correct?
I see Lampy told you.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say professional, but I've been doing it longer than Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah.
Do you think are there any transferable skills between the two?
I actually do think so. I think like when it comes to understanding the mental game and a certain level of discipline in practice, I think that's applicable for sure. Yeah, I think that's about it.
All right, and getting back into today, you lost round 6. How were you feeling going into round 7, knowing that you were on the bubble?
For me, like I think I had the highest tiebreakers, and I was playing against Dino, which like super nice guy, super chill. So we went into the last round just like having fun. Like I think today every single round was a good time, just laughing, enjoying the game. So I wasn't really worried. I was just there to have a good time.
Yeah, and were you familiar with his White Forest strategy? I believe a lot of people were caught by surprise by what he was playing.
So when it comes to the White Forest strategy, I've tried it before and I failed miserably. However, I still was familiar with the cards and each effect. A few points I had to clarify, but to be honest, I just managed to high roll him game 3. That was what it was.
Wow, and so I guess the luck was in your favor. What did you have any plans for tonight? What's your strategy going the night before into a major event, or like it could be either breakdancing or into the top cut of the World Championships?
I think if I practice tonight, like breaking, I think I'd be too tired. So my strategy or my approach is literally just get as much sleep as possible. Just stay relaxed, try and be in the moment, take each round by round, and just relax and have fun. I think that's the main thing.
All right, and what have people back at home been saying?
Some people are in support of my Ban Max C statement. Some people are not. But besides that, I think everyone's super supportive, super hyped and excited for me. So that's really nice to know. And like the amount of messages I've been receiving and stuff. So yeah, it's just a good time all around.
Right, have they been scouting your competition for tomorrow, being like, these are the exact cards he's playing, this is your exact line of play against him, or are they more taking a relaxed approach?
I don't think anyone's really scouting for cards for me, but I think everyone's played on the feature already, or most of us. So with that in mind, when it comes to certain techs, I think almost everything is out there. I think there's only one tech that's not been revealed, only Yuna has seen it, and I'm the only one who's seen her tech, so we'll see how that plays out.
Right. And what would be the first thing you do if you win the championship tomorrow and take home the trophy?
First thing I do is bring my friends out for dinner, and then fly Andy out to Jakarta for YOT. And then, the Australian player.
Right, yeah.
And then I would save up to buy a house.
Oh, wow, that's a, yeah. And would you say that having made it so far, the hunger to come back next time is there, or are you going to take a more relaxed approach next year, knowing that you've made it to like what everyone wants to achieve?
For me, I've already started like trying to get ranking points like for in Singapore. That's how we kind of qualify essentially like the first preliminary stage.
Yeah.
So even before I came here, I was already starting that grind. And yeah, I already told myself, I think, before Worlds, I was like, I'm coming back. And then after today, after how much fun I had and all the amazing people I've met, I'm like, I have to come back. Like it's definitely a goal for next year for me.
Oh, any words of advice or any last words you'd like to say before we see you tomorrow?
Words of advice?
Yeah, anything you want to say.
Anything I want to say? Just have fun. I think you do the best when you're relaxed, and you're the most relaxed when you're just enjoying yourself. I mean, I played every single round today, just having a good time, laughing, having normal conversations while siding, things like that. And it worked out. And like, if you have a certain level of skill and the luck to kind of boost that, it'll work out.
Right, wish you the best of luck again tomorrow.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the coverage of the 2025 TCG World Championship from Paris. I'm here honored to be interviewing one of our top 8 contenders that is gonna to be compete on Sunday, which is Wilfredo Flores. Amazing, and of course, as Billy has taught me, we can call you Willy, I guess, right? Yes. So we have been chanting, the Willy. So hopefully we'll hear, the crowd do the same tomorrow. But first and foremost, how do you feel? Long day, I guess.
Yes, it's been a long day, but that's a lot of fun. I get to play with the best duelists from everywhere, so it's a real honor.
Absolutely, and with that, the pleasure of seeing how you got to qualify for the top cut, as we had you on stream for the last round, and what a match it was. Wow. I mean, I must have been, it was nerve-wracking for us watching. Can't imagine what it was for you playing it, right?
Yeah, it's a tough match. It's just winning the dice roll, unfortunately, for that one, but I got super lucky, so.
Yeah. I mean, it's sometimes you need just a little bit of luck to get there, I guess. And overall, obviously you were one of the fan favorites. I'd say walking into the event, your win at the NAWCQ was just amazing. One of the really, I think, just best feat that we have seen in a long time in the game. So it was great to see it even all the way back in Europe. So I'm glad to meet you and to witness some of your plays. But overall, how has it been the experience playing against players from all over the world?
It's been great. It's just wonderful, to be honest. It's, as I said, the highest caliber players we got here, and it's a real honor to play against them all.
Yeah. How, in terms of the day and matchups, if you had to say what was your toughest match today?
Oh, it was definitely the last match.
Okay.
I had no side deck for him. It was just generic cards and winning the dice roll, as I said. So
yeah, in the end,
got very lucky.
It paid off. Obviously, the World Championship is quite the unique tournament as compared to others. Outside of the playoffs, I guess, usually, we are used to seeing 2,000 players, 1,000 plus players at the YCSs and so on. Here, you're down to 27 players. And of course, that changes a lot. So I just want to know, how was your preparation for the event? What came into play, even trying to guess, what duelists we're going to be on? And eventually your choice, I guess.
Right. So I knew it was mostly going to be K9 VS and Yummy. And then there's going to be some Malice because people love that deck.
Especially in France.
Yeah. So I prepared my decks for those two, and then made my main deck as generic as possible to just be a 50-50 even field against everything. So
yeah, worked out pretty well. Even though I gotta say the big surprise was both the deck breakdown, overall showcasing 7 different decks and no Dracoteo whatsoever at all. But even more surprising, I don't know if you've heard already of the deck breakdown for the top 8.
which shows 6 different decks. So it's still so, you know, it's still up there. A lot of different options, and only at the end, I mean, it was almost 7 because unfortunately Dino got in 9th place with this White Forest deck. So it would have been 7. So it is, yeah, it's gonna be a fun day, I guess. And obviously, as mentioned already, we will be live streaming all of the top 8 matches. You have been, you know, on stream already, but tomorrow we are gonna have a live crowd. We're gonna, I don't know if you have seen already how it looks, you know, the setup for. Okay, then I mean, you're in for something. It's gonna be insane. We have, you know, a lot of players, and not only spectators just coming and cheering. Maybe they, you know, you have to make them then cheering willy them as well. But yeah, outside of that, I mean, I think you should be pretty happy with your deck choice. Outside of that, how have you been enjoying just the World Championship as an experience? You had some days off, I guess, before today, right?
Yeah, I had Wednesday off, so it was nice. I got to travel all around, got to see all the monuments and stuff, so it was beautiful.
Nice. Would that maybe give you motivation, depending on how this tournament events, to come back to Europe for some of our YCSs? Who knows? We want to see you here. Yeah.
I could try, but
okay.
It'd be slim.
Okay, we'll see. Maybe if you eventually, you know, we don't want to jinx it, but depending how tomorrow goes, I mean, maybe you'll have more freedom to choose to do so. But, I mean, again, we would just want to say, of course, you are one of the most interesting players, I think, out there. Obviously, the deck choice, in this case, Yami, as we have seen, was not as out there as what you did, you know, for an AWCQ. But I gotta say, your build was definitely super interesting. We didn't maybe showcase all of it on stream on the last round, but it was definitely something else. Did you have like a specific matchup in mind in general? Like, is there one of the remainings that you don't want to play against again?
It'd definitely be Luna Light.
Okay.
I would definitely want to dodge him if I could.
Yeah. But he's there. Yeah, Tom made it. So we do have a Luna Light confirmed in top 8. So we know we'll see who you're playing against tomorrow. But again, regardless, really will wish you best of luck for tomorrow. And hopefully, I mean, not hopefully, we will see you for sure on stream, at least for one match. So I'm sure you will give it your best, and we're always there, you know, on the lookout for players like you, which I think are of great inspiration for all of our duelists back home, you know, both in playing a deck that they might be more familiar with, but also adapting and showing all of us why you're here. So congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And see you tomorrow for sure. And thank you guys for being with us. Don't go anywhere though, because we'll be back soon with more content live here in Paris. And here we are ready for that second quarter final. I mean, what an amazing matchup we have ahead of us between Shane, the last remaining player representing the Asian region, and is gonna be facing off against the NAWCQ champion.
Yeah, he's definitely going to try and take some of that luck from Julian. He is playing that same kind of strategy, hopefully drawing just as well as he did, but Willie is a player I have learned since the NAWCQ, even when things look the grimmest, the darkest, never count Willie out.
Yeah, here we go. We're going to see him playing that Yummy deck. This is probably this matchup that defines the metagame at the moment. We have on the one hand the Vanquished Soul, and on the other hand the Yummy. So let's not waste any time. Let's see the players duke it out.
Here they are indeed, and yes, it is the clash between the Justice Hunters decks.
Yeah, but I think they already did the die roll. I saw Willie kind of touching his chest there, maybe saying, I'll go first. We'll have to see if that is going to be the case here. This is the classic matchup of this format.
I think actually it's a complete whiff from Willie. I don't see any card that he can open with, and yes, indeed he's only gonna set a couple cards. What an unfortunate opening, and it's a pass back to Shane.
Pretty much any Yummy monster would have been great to open up with, but no Yummies. They're all hiding in the deck. The Crane is gonna have to draw one off the top for Willie to get back into this game, but man, the luck on the Vanquished Soul strategy has been so strong this morning.
I mean,
this is not what you want to see if you're Willie.
Yeah.
Yeah,
maybe it's my peak influencing them, you know, just jinxing.
Marcello's pick is doing well here, but Holly Sue is going to be negated by Infinite and Permanence, and Stake Your Soul coming up next for Shane, revealing Rosin, so he's going to be able to special summon a Fire Vanquished Soul monster from the deck.
What a hand again.
This is very tough. for Willie here, because again, you play the Yummy deck because you just almost never brick. Any monster will do the job, whereas Vanquish Soul, you need these specific starter cards, and Shane just happily drawing both of them, showing off that Kurikara.
Yeah, in the interview he hinted at a tech card. That is here, Kurikara. Wow, what a choice.
Going to be striking a fear in the hearts of our Loonlight player, that Kurikara,
I
surely.
imagine it's pretty good in the Vanquish Soul Mirror match.
Yeah, and I can confirm he's the only of the 27 players playing the card this weekend, so must have done something right with that. But as you can see, the Vanquish Soul deck just able to access now the K9 Ripper. Is it going to resolve? Do we have something else? We do.
This is good.
Oh, but isn't it in the same column as the Impermanence that was set? I think it is, right? So that might be actually a crucial mistake, and I think that is it, no? It is, oof.
Oh.
And that's quite unfortunate from Willie, yeah. And I think that comes with a quick pickup of his cards. And yes, as you can see, a bit disappointed by that start. And yeah.
To be fair, though, even if you did resolve that Dominus Purge, this game is still over beyond that. I mean, it is a little unfortunate that it was played. You can understand the frustration because you draw your opening hand, nothing playable.
Yeah.
You're going to be tilted a little bit out of that. He's going to take a deep breath, shake that off, understand that was just a very unfortunate game. Because even if that purge resolves, the Ripper is negated and destroyed. There's still a normal summon here, which is going to be Rosin coming up. He was not going to win that game no matter what he drew.
Absolutely not. The rest of the end was just Yummy Surprise and a Crookie. Definitely an unfortunate opener. And I do agree with you. Obviously, you don't want to make that kind of play, but it didn't matter. That's exactly what you should think about. I mean, you win the roll, unfortunately you brick, and as Tom mentioned, you play Yummy for the exact opposite reason. It's the most consistent deck out there, supposed to do the same thing over and over with just one card. Hopefully, there is still 2 more games to be played.
Yeah, I think Willie just being nice, throwing a bone to everyone at home watching and showing no matter how good you get and no matter how experienced you are, you can still accidentally put a card in an imperm column. It happens to the very best of us, as we can see.
And when you do it, you're going to want him to be in a game like that that is absolutely unwinnable. Like, he was not going to be able to do anything, even if any sort of top deck. I mean, maybe an Obedience School, but even then, that might not have been enough.
But yeah, anyways,
tough to see.
Tough to see, but now he's got another chance at going first. And hopefully, he will throw a little bit of a better end. I gotta say, if there is one where, you might throw that kind of end, I think you're also relieved to see the Olisu with the attributes from your opponent. Maybe, even if he had the one starter, the Olisu might have stopped him. So now there is hope for him going first. We have seen some of these inclusions in the side deck from a Yummy deck. Sometimes it's those Solemn Judgments. Sometimes it's those crucial Rivalry and Gozen match coming into play, and those cards are amazing against the Vanquish Soul.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of cards in the side deck you put in going first with the Yummy deck because, as you said, there's plenty of options and ways to play, and you just need to draw those cards alongside at least like a Cup C Yummy, just any sort of Yummy monster. Any hand would be better than that hand he drew there in game number 1.
Yeah, on the flip side, maybe to the Rivalry and Gozen would be the there can be only one. So between all of them, you can just only control one monster.
Yeah, on the other hand, though, if we have seen that Kurikara in game 1, Shane has been already on stream throughout yesterday, and I don't know if you guys remember, but he was the one player with the, if we can call it Ojama tech card in there, maybe. So we'll see whether we are going to see a bit of that continuous spell later on. But, I think regardless, it's going to be an interesting one now that, again, he's going to go second. The question once more, is he going to be a 4th Olisu in a row in the opening end from the K9 Vanquish Soul?
Yeah, we've had more Holisus be revealed in summon than we've had duels in the tournament here in top 8 so far. It feels like it's just been stuck in these Vanquish Soul players' hands, but that's what they're going to need if they're going to want to walk away with the victory here at the World Championship.
Yeah, and hopefully for Willie, he can draw that key card, that Obedience School, or maybe a Sky Striker, Engage. All of these fantastic cards you can draw with the Yummy deck to get yourself going.
Yeah, on the other hand as well, it's definitely an unfortunate opener because we have seen how resilient the Yummy deck is. Some of these duelists have decided to cut, as mentioned, some of those end interactions just because of the popularity of Yummy, relying on these field-breaking spells. That's not quite the option for the K9 Vanquish Soul. Of course, they have to rely on monsters. Will we see that. But first and foremost, are we gonna see Willy finally, play a Yummy card in this duel? Our second game is ready, so let's jump back into action.
All right, quick handshake here at the start of game number 2. It has to be better this time for Willy, right? It can't be as bad again.
Oof, I got worried for a moment. No, we do.
Okay, we got something?
Yeah, we got the 5th card
Okay,
was
I
a
see it.
monster. I
Okay.
mean, I was worried there for a moment, but we do get it by that Fuvalos. But we do have at least that Lollipop in hand. And let's see if we have an interaction on that Snatchy.
All right, the Snatchy will resolve. He did. At least he opened up with a monster. The last one you want to open up within the Yummy strategy, but any monster will do.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't sure because I don't know one of the other 4th cards, but for sure, yeah, I don't think there is much.
We can't be doing
Holly
this
Sue!
again.
Oh no
Vanquish
way!
Soul Holly Sue. Every game of the top 8 so far, there's been a Holly Sue with the correct attributes, a dark and a fire, going to be able to summon the rosin from the deck here underneath the Yummy Snatchy.
There is no way. Again, that Holly Sue. I mean,
does he have something to stop the special summon from the deck?
He
I do
has,
think Willy has like a triple tactics thrust in his hand too, so it won't just be the end
but I
all
think
to be all.
we're taking control here, no?
Okay,
Yeah.
going to take control
Oh,
instead.
fantastic here.
This is actually going to work out really well because now he'll be able to grab Obedience School.
Yeah, at the same time though, it will still keep on playing through the Fuvalos, so it's an interesting decision here just on how much do we want to do, but of course that's a great follow-up and it's going to resolve. You can see Shane having a laugh at it. Loved this interview when he said the most important thing is, you don't have an enemy in front of you. It's surely your opponent, but you can still have a chat. You can still have, this night atmosphere, and you can see both of them smiling and, having a little bit of a chat, and you love to see that.
Yeah, it is fantastic, but going back to the game, it is so tough when you combine a Fuvalos with some more interruptions, because it means you have to give your opponent draws. Those cards just replacing themselves here. The Holly Sue might have been a card out of the hand, but just going to be replaced by more and more cards for Shane.
That's certainly the case. Having the Mulcharmy Falls is not something Willy wanted to see, but he's going to have to continue to play. Looks like the Cupsy Yummy here is going to add Yummy Surprise from the deck to the hand.
Yeah, but at the very least, he will get back the Snatchy, so you don't have to do so much. Snatchy, one of those cards, even if it's stolen from you and comes back in the end phase, it's still a pretty helpful card to have on the field going into your opponent's turn.
He's definitely probably happy he got stolen instead of like lined up to a Rosin or something like that.
It's gonna be a closer one for sure, as mentioned. Obviously, great opener from Shane, but never count Willy out. You taught us that, Bill. And
yep, even when things look darkest, you might find a way. This is
trying to take a look at the end from Shane, and talking of old cards, I've seen one that could be devastating here.
Oh man, I already know what's about to happen.
Oh wow, but
okay,
still we're not done, yeah.
Before Willy can end his turn, that is.
Yeah, this is such a tough interaction, because once you play this card, you can't use any of the trap cards that you've just set. So you can get to destroy a couple of them before they could come into play, potentially.
But no, we are gonna use for now this Snatchy to give an additional draw to Shane and go into a Synchro Summon. Because, yeah, otherwise things might have gone a bit messy.
But do we think this is just a bait, maybe? Maybe you just summon it, make your opponent do a Synchro Summon?
Sure.
And then you're gonna get to draw an extra card, and you've not really committed much, you've just put your monster on the field.
Yep, this Cupsy Yummy Way is going to allow Willy to add 2 Yummy cards from the deck to the hand, and then he'll have to send 1 to the graveyard. Since he has no other cards in his hand, and it's going to be the Lollipop Way, or Lollipop on its way to the graveyard.
But this means we are still in the main phase, so we could continue if we want to do any of that. Otherwise, it's just going to be a pass back to Shane once more.
Fuvalos just doing so much work here for Shane.
But no, I think we proceed to the end phase, and yeah, that is it. So maybe you're right, just a bit of a bait to get an additional draw from the Fuvalos. And if we enter the main phase, I'm extremely worried for Willy because I see a spell card in hand, but that's not quite gonna be the case yet. We special summon the Pancratops from end.
Yeah, of course you can. Just remembering there to tidy up the Lollipo Yummy that was summoned by Obedient Schooled. Still, yes, Pancratop's one of those monsters where you don't have to have no monsters, you just have to have a less than your opponent.
Yep.
And there it is, Arpy's Feather Duster on a full field of spell and traps from Willy.
That is tough to see. He's going to chain the Cupsy way to put it back into the extra deck spell summon 2 Yummies from the graveyard. Does he have any other cards he wants to chain? It's going to be the Yummy Surprise. Return Snatchy and Cupsy to try and return the Pancratops and the Caesar Valius, but
it just doesn't
you could chain the
seem like an
Pancratops to
issue.
destroy the field spell.
You don't need to, right? You could
Yeah.
just let it go back to your
Duster?
hand.
I guess
maybe.
it doesn't. Oh, he's just going to go after the Snatchy, but he'll be able to chain it here anyways. That's all he was planning.
I have a feeling you could just let it go back to your hand because your opponent's going to have 2 monsters after all is said and done because of the...
Yeah, I mean, you can't special summon Pancra, no? Yeah.
Is it one of those
I'm
ones
pretty
per
sure
turn?
it was only once per turn. Yeah, you can't special summon it again. But, I mean, you could do it, I guess, still. But, okay, we are gonna be just making use of this droplet, I guess.
Yeah.
Sure. And... yeah, this is going to resolve. We chain the Snatchy, paying 100 life points yet again to go into another Synchro Monster. Is it going to be just the Lollipo way? I guess so. Long and complicated chain, but at the end, yeah, the Caesar is gonna go, as you can see, back to end. We are gonna special summon back 2 monsters from the graveyard, and then the RP Feather Duster is gonna clean up the rest of this field. Wow.
Yeah, Harpy's Feather Duster, a huge card
Oof.
here. Oh, and they're Dominus cards.
Double Dominus, I mean, Willy might be regretting setting all of them up, but yeah, maybe an unfortunate decision there. And now in a new chain, we are able to, I guess, draw a card, set up the Akruki. Obviously, you want to do it in the right order, just in case you end up drawing the Akruki. And then we can also special summon back 2 monsters. So again, don't count Willy out just yet. He's gonna have a full field of monsters at the end of this.
Yeah, it just seems like Yummy monsters just keep coming no matter what you try and do about it. The Caesar Valius, one key card against the Yummy deck, has already been negated this turn. So, as in it's already tried to use one of its effects, so you won't be able to use the destruction effect. Start clearing up more Yummy monsters.
Yeah, that is it. So we resolve the Lollipo way, special summoning back 2 monsters, and then we are gonna get the Akruki plus the draw from the Cupsy Yummy. Or are we gonna use a search effect? Maybe. We have the option, I guess.
Willy still has a lot in terms of interaction with the
Yeah.
Akruki. He'll be able to pop a card if he synchro summons. He'll be able to put 2 cards face down with Cookie Way.
What do you think of this decision of going for the search instead of trying to draw into another Dominus card, maybe?
I mean, with 2 Dominus Purge cards, yeah, it's a tough call, but I mean, you want to have that follow because the way he loses is if Shane, clears everything that he has set up here this
Fair
turn.
enough.
So he's going to want to make sure he has a way to extend from the graveyard on the following turn.
Yeah, it's a close choice. I mean, we saw yesterday that he's playing, the Song of the Dominators, so again, some interesting targets out there. But I mean, I'm sure Willy knows better than we do. And now, though, the play is finally possibly back to Shane.
Yeah, that is a big stack of cards in the hand for Shane. It just so
it's
much
Banquet
advantage.
Soul Start. The first one, it's gonna have a nice protection effect from Cookie, possibly, but not quite from Cookie Way, setting, to face down. And
Stake Your Soul is going to allow Shane to reveal a fire, so he'll be able to special summon a Fire Vanquish Soul monster from the deck here.
it's definitely a close one. We still have a lot of interactions, of course. The Rookie can destroy a card. Then you have, at least even the possibility of going for Herald later on. But for now, you can see really just taking his time to think about how he could respond to this Razen maybe coming down.
Yeah, there's so much you can chain here with Yummy. You've got the Synchros, you've got the Snatchy. There's a lot going on.
And yeah, here comes Razen in the same column, I believe, as the Snatchy that is not negated, but I'm not quite sure about that. And okay, apparently not. It was the other one.
Yeah, that,
So
I was thinking you want to put it in the column with the one that's not
right?
negated, but maybe he forgot
mean,
which one was which. It's a little
fair enough.
complicated to remember sometimes.
it's a column match, I guess, this one, right? So yeah, now Razen will resolve, and then it seems like in a new chain we are gonna add 2 cards to our end with that Cupsy Yummy way. I think he's checking how many monsters he has been using. We saw yesterday he got close winning the duel with that final Yummy monster in deck. So this deck can definitely run out of resources even though you have the recycling field spell effects.
The Xiaolong is added off the Vanquish Soul Razen.
Yep. Here you can see Cupsy Yummy way. Oh, and we are actually gonna use right away the Akruki. Makes sense, getting rid of that protection from the Vanquish Soul Star, who didn't get a search yet.
And this is the Cupsy Yummy way resolving, adding 2 Yummy cards, and now Willie will have to send a card from his hand to the graveyard.
I don't know. Yeah, I still think maybe, given that most likely we were gonna access this Cupsy Yummy way, there was some merit for just trying to get the additional draw for maybe another interaction. But hopefully that doesn't, you know, come back to bite Willie.
Yeah,
Certainly
there's
not.
merit either way for sure, because that Yummy Surprise is such a useful card, because when you go into your opponent's next turn, if you have an empty field, then if you've only got Yummy monsters in your hand, just clearing one does the trick.
But here it seems like we will proceed with Shane, giving again another option of sending a Synchro back, and that is going to be the case. Lollipop way, making its way back to the extra deck, summoning that Cookie, which now is a threat, given that there is not more the protection from the Vanquish Soul start.
Yep. Now on a new chain, the Cookie Yummy is going to be able to trigger the effect to destroy a card, and he's going to take down that Vanquish Soul Holly Sue.
I guess we're gonna be chaining the effect, possibly to either special, and I think this is what Shane is thinking about. What effect do we want to use? And yeah, it's going to be Fire and Dark indeed, with the Heavy Burger revealed. Yeah, these games are quite complicated, very different from the previous one. So many decisions, and even just one small, you know, slip up could cost you.
Yep, it's always a very complex game state, even when you have like blowout cards like Harpy's Feather Duster to kind of even things out.
Yeah, it's still looking very uphill for Willie here, because there's just so many cards on the side of Shane. Going to get all these Vanquish Soul effects. And he hasn't even started playing with the Canines yet. We can see a Jokel in hand, waiting in the wings, and that's a level 5 monster in hand.
Ooh, and we pretty much go for the last, if not almost the last line of defense in this Cookie Yummy way. We are still resolving the Olisu, and as seen, you know, this Caesar Velius was able to dodge the Cookie. Now, I mean, guess we can try and put Capo Monster face down, but we know the Heavy Burger is there, so at least one of them will be safe. And we summon a second Heavy Burger from the deck. Many duelists only on 1 copy of the card this weekend, but Shane goes for the Jew.
Going to target the Razen and the Heavy Burger with the Cookie Yummy way to try and put those monsters face down. And it looks like Shane's going to chain the Heavy Burger effect or reveal a Dark to draw a card.
Oh, but is that it? I guess so.
Oh, they're shuffling. I was like, maybe he's searching for something?
Yeah, it would be interesting if we don't train anything else to that. Those, you know, both monsters going face down definitely could be a threat, and let's see.
I mean, step 1, Willie needs to survive this turn.
Yeah.
So he'll have to make sure to navigate through the K9 cards if Shane is holding any in his hand.
And yeah, it does resolve. So both masters going face down, and then we are gonna get a draw. And we still can use, I guess, the Jiolong and let's see. We still haven't accessed any K9 cards. Close call here from Shane. And yeah, there goes the reveal. The special summon.
There's some good cards in the graveyard.
Yeah, I mean,
just when you're going second.
Pretty good end.
Fawallows, Harvey's Feather Duster, Pankratops.
Yeah, and here comes Jiolong. We might easily have a couple Fire Monsters just to extend our plays further, but no, it seems like we move on to a Link Summon into that Rock of the Vanquisher. Maybe we do need it.
Rock will be able to add back a Vanquish Soul Monster from the graveyard or special summon one from the hand. And this is going to prompt Willie to chain the Cookie Yummy Ways effect to return to the extra deck spell summoning back 2 monsters. It looks like he's going to try and Lollipo to go after a card in the graveyard and banish that Caesar Valius.
And that is the Caesar Valius gone for the duel. There's pretty much no way for Vanquish Soul to pick up.
So he did use Rock of the Vanquisher summon from hand, which is why he had the
Okay,
opportunity
that
to
makes
banish.
sense now.
Because if he
I was
didn't,
like, yeah.
if he went from the graveyard, this wouldn't have been able to work out that way.
Yeah, because it would resolve first.
But he
yeah.
wants the 2 level 5s on the field so he can bridge into the K9s.
Yeah, I guess it's still nice to completely cut them off. I mean, if Heavy Burger sometimes is a one-off, Caesar Valius for sure is a one-off. And so that won't really be an option anymore. But as mentioned, we still have a lot going on. And even a Zeus play might be impossible to stop at this point. We are out of interruptions. So let's see.
Just having a good long think.
Crucial moment. You can see just
thinking about Nesh Knight
Yeah.
or Ripper.
Really rough decision. And in the end, no, does not go for Ripper. It's the Nash Knight.
So we're probably going to be looking at a big Zeus.
Makes sense to me. I mean, you do know that Yummy Surprise is in the end. At the same time, this looks promising because you get rid of so many resources this way. So let's see. I'm trying to take a look at the end. We haven't really used a lot of our Vanquish Soul effects for this turn, but yeah, seems like we are just gonna use this Nash Knight.
I'm wondering how much you can just clean up by attacking at some point, because you're going to take this monster, you've presumably got another monster in hand for the Jokal, so maybe you just do so much from attacking, you don't need to bother with a Zeus?
Yeah, could be the case as well. Obviously, not that it matters all that much, but the Akrugi effect, the special summon one from deck, is still potentially active, but does not work if you just destroy them by battle, I guess. And now with the Kapsi Yamiway is gone, so that won't be an option next turn, most likely.
Hogging up those zones by the Cookie
Yeah.
is proving to be quite annoying here, I think, because it's going to stop you extending too much with the K9s.
Yeah, and what can you do? That's the question, because I think at this point we still have, a heavy burger that was revealed, and maybe Olisu and Jakku? Maybe Jakku can help a lot. Yeah, it's gonna be the Joku, yeah.
Absolutely incredible. This is why he decided not to go to the Ripper. He already had the Jokal to get 2 level 5s on the field. The Jokal's going to be able to add a K9 spell. Or monster going to get Lantern.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's still so much in the tank with the K9s. Yeah, the only real limiting factor here, it looks like, is the space on the field. There's 2 face downs, Link Monster already gone. Although having said that, you can of course use the rock at some point to go into the Vanquish Soul rocks.
But yeah, this is starting to be a little tight, and not sure Well, we can access. We also obviously have not really used an effect from Willy to use that Reaper secondary effect to access the Force Release. But for now, we will upgrade our Nash Knight, and this is something that we have seen our duelists this weekend do with this.
The Chaos Honor Arc is going to add another material, being able to take a special summon monster from Willy's side of the field.
And I mean, this is impressive. We can clear the rest and then make potentially, you know, one big Zeus still. And I think, yeah, that is it. So we just move to the battle phase, clear everything, or almost everything. So I don't think, yeah, you have enough.
How many materials can you make under this Zeus? That's a Link summon. Are we just going to go for the classic SP banish minion? Because then it just becomes so hard once you banish this card for the Yummy deck to out anything. And as you were mentioning before, Marcello, he might be running out of Yummy monsters in the main deck. And that field spell was a fantastic way to get some back. But now it's banished. You'd somehow have to get your other field spell into the graveyard, which is easier said than done.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the problem with Zeus is like there's always the potential for something like an infinite impermanence plus follow-up to be able to play through it no matter how many materials would be under the Zeus. That could be why Shane decided just to deal with that field spell, because yeah, as you mentioned, it's tough to do damage without it.
Was he still not normal summoned?
Nope.
That is amazing.
He's going to tribute summon for Lantern.
Yeah, I was just thinking whether it wasn't, you know, also, I mean, I guess the rock is relevant, but you could have also gone for the overlay over the rock, you know, to just summon the Vanquish All Rocks and then use the Vanquish All Rocks to go into SP, and that way keep the, you know, huge Zeus around. That I guess was an option, but this is also quite premium, of course, and
gonna have the Valon also, which is able to turn a monster face down.
Yeah. Here it's where it's extremely relevant to count, and exactly I think that's what he's doing. I see 3, 4, 5 maybe monsters, because you know the maximum is 9 Yummy monsters, and the Akruki secondary effect can only special summon from deck, so that become extremely relevant at some point.
And here returning the favor of setting his opponent's cards. Maybe he just wants a material in the grave.
Yeah, I guess you might wanna return the Olisu back with the rock. But yeah, Willy says, are you done? And yeah, we are indeed. So we go back to Willy for this turn. He's also gonna have a look at his graveyard, check how many resources are left. That's, yeah, around, I believe, 5 or 4 Yummy monsters in the graveyard plus 1 face down.
It becomes such an uphill battle at this point for the Yummy deck. Once you've used all of those, well, once your field spell is banished now, all of your monsters are suddenly so small. Like you just lose the ability to attack almost. And the rock also makes it so you can only attack the highest attack monster while you control a Vanquish Soul. So currently no Vanquish Souls on the field for Shane. I'm not actually sure if he can get any on the field, so maybe the rock's protection effect not all that helpful.
Alright, Yummy Surprise is going to special summon back Cupsy Yummy Way from the graveyard. So if Shane has any activations that will let Willy get a couple monsters on the field, he's going to flip summon Lollipo Way. Sorry, Lollipo Yummy.
And gonna access, I think, the last Snatchy in the extra deck at the moment. And yeah, look at this. We have a couple monsters in the end. And 3 cards in total. And there goes, yeah, the Cookie.
Special summon Cookie.
This is going to be the Lollipo Way. Or are we gonna go for some more interesting options in our extra deck?
He's thinking about Cookie Way.
Yeah.
Nope.
And yeah, it is that Lollipo Yummy Way in the end. Bringing back 2 cards. And then activating the Rookie secondary effect, get rid of that Ballon now that we are pretty much out of monsters that are gonna be put face down, since we can just chain the synchros. And yeah, I think it's better not to use it at all. Good catch from Shane, and well, it's an interesting spot, and I do agree with that. Never count Willy out.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
but it's going to be tough with that field spell being banished. So it was a heads-up play there from Shane, taking care of Mignon.
Ooh,
another synchro summon.
Now it's a level 3 synchro. The first of this match. Is it the Star Beast?
The Starham.
Yeah, Starham is going to be on the field. It has been summoned plenty of times throughout the duel by Willy in the previous rounds we've seen him in. And I think, yeah, Shane is just asking for some clarification there on the effect. Discarding a card to special summon one of those materials.
Yeah, it's often a good tool under Obedience School, because it's another beast you can synchro summon into that sets you up very nicely for a Herald of the Arclight on your opponent's next turn. But in this case, just summoning it.
And also, yeah, this is the bonus effect. Sometimes you use it for that, but since technically the cookie is considered a special summon still by the effect of a synchro monster, you get the bonus effects, and in this case we are trying to destroy the SP Little Knight with our cookie Yummy.
If you change the SP Little Knight, that'll allow the Cupsy Yummy Way to return to the extra deck to special summon 2 more monsters to the field.
Yeah.
But he wants to get that Starham off the field because it does kind of threaten a Herald of the Arclight, but yep, he's going to chain the Cupsy Way, and then Shane will chain the Rock of the Vanquisher here.
Yeah, what a match and what a game this has been. I'm extremely glad that we do not have any time limit, because it would be a shame, you know, to just end up short of such an amazing clash. What an area of plays from both.
Definitely a Yummy Snatchy and a Lollipo Yummy coming back to the field. The Starham is going to be banished alongside the SP Little Knight. The Vanquished Soul Rosin was added back to the hand from the graveyard. Shane looking to have that fire attribute plus some follow-up on his next turn.
I'm wondering if there was any... Can you banish your face down with SP? Not? Yeah.
No, I don't. With the banishing effect?
Yeah, I was wondering if you want to banish like your own...
Well, with the on summon effect for sure. Let me take a look. Nope, 2 face-up monsters.
2 face-ups. Oh, if your Yummy monsters don't have any attack points, how about you just take your opponents?
Triple Tactics Talent. It's going to reveal the hand. He's doing one at a time. It's Heavy Borger, Rosin, and Pot of Prosperity. I told you, never count Willy out. When things look grim, he finds a way sometimes. He locks in.
Yeah, that must have been the draw 4 turn there.
Absolutely, but this still looks quite good, because as mentioned, there is no Vanquished Soul Monster to make use of that redirection effect from the Rock of the Vanquisher at the moment, and there won't be any. So I guess, yeah, we just send the Rosin back, force our opponent to use that Pot of Prosperity to cut them off those Heavy Burger draws. And now we're back into contention. We have not used our Heralds at all, and we'll get back the Starham at the end of the turn, so still free to do quite a bit.
And it's kind of advantageous with the Yummy player, because if you have the Starham, you can synchro on your opponent's turn to still make Herald of Arclight.
Yep.
But it was a really heads-up play there from Shane, potentially getting rid of that field spell to make sure that the damage would not be there for Willy, so he would be buying himself another turn. But I do wonder if that Zeus would have paid off.
Might have made a big difference, I feel like. Because we still could have ended up with SP plus the Zeus, and I don't know if there was much of a way out of there.
It would have had to been like an Infinite Impermanence plus Extenders Past. Well, he would have the Infinite Impermanence plus Yummy Surprise, but he would have to force out the Zeus to begin with.
Indeed. And
but neither here nor there. We're here now.
Now, let's see. So we have used quite a bit of our interruptions already, but I mean, worst case scenario, we can just attack over this rock and then plan out things. We are gonna have a bit of disruption during the next turn with the Akruki once more.
And you do wonder though, I mean, the Akruki is pretty much one of the last pieces of interaction that Willy has, and he's going to start to run out of Yummy cards in the deck. He's gone through 2 surprises, unless the Akroki hits the graveyard, he can't start recycling things.
No, but we can also upgrade, I guess, to your favorite card, Tom, the way to beat the Lunalight deck, no?
Here it is. Say the name, Marshall.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be a bit of a challenge. Ukano no Mitsune no Onari, maybe. That wasn't too bad. But yeah, it's I mean, it's the Link Chew, of course, that allows you to set back those yummy surprises. So we could make use of that powerful effect later on.
So we see a Synchro Summon for Cookie, so it can attack over the set Heavy Borger. Yummy Snatchy's going to attack with its powerful 100 attack points over Rock of the Vanquisher, 0 attack points. And then Cookie's going to get in there for a little bit of damage as well, but not as big of Yummy monsters as we're used to seeing without access to that original field spell. Mignon.
And no, instead we do not go back to the Yummy surprise. It's just a pass from Willy. And now let's take a look. It's a crucial draw.
Not a good one. Could be helpful, but he's going to need more cards to go alongside it.
I mean, it's going to come down to this pot, I believe, but at the same time, it's not going to be the easiest, because every time you need to activate a card, you know, with the Yummy deck is just going to get more and more advantage through to those synchros.
Yeah, the synchros never really stop. They keep returning to the extra deck, keep summoning back monsters from the graveyard, and then you can synchro with those monsters and summon back the synchros again. Right now, he is threatening like a Herald of Arclight. He can summon the Cookie to put a monster face down. He has the destruction effect from the field spell. He has the destruction effect from summoning back a Cookie Yummy from the graveyard.
And we also have only 8 cards in our extra deck from Shane, so
you have to go for 6.
Yeah.
You have to wonder what you need at this point, because there's just so much on the side of Willy.
It's easier to pick just 2, and then the other 6 are the ones you're going to go with.
I guess maybe you keep the Zeus and just any rank 5.
Zeus and Ripper?
But then you don't have Rock. You know, it's definitely a tough call. So I guess could be right. Yeah, it's definitely a tough decision.
He just needs to hit that all-important Cosmic Cyclone and then both field spells.
He's just going to go 3.
No,
He's decided he can't win with just one. It's going to chain the Cookie Yummy way to return it to the extra deck, special summoning back Yummy, Snatchy, and probably a Cookie. Nope, it's going to be a Cupseed to draw a card, maybe?
Yeah.
He's contemplating. Yep, it's going to be a Cupseed Yummy, and he's for sure going to draw a card this time. Okay, Kurikara.
Oh my goodness.
That's going to have to be the Kurikara. The other 2 are useless, but the Kurikara kind of presents an interesting scenario for this game.
Like, you have to show it to your opponent. Like, imagine if he hadn't shown that to his opponent, there'd be everything would have activated.
Yeah, but you can play around this with the Yummy deck, I guess, because you can still activate, get a draw, but then if you use the Snatchy to just synchro, then that works.
Kurikara will just tribute off all the monsters.
Yeah. So not those you don't use. So.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah.
So much easier to play around it once you've already seen it, isn't it, though?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. As you can see here, you can just draw and then activate this Snatchy to just synchro off, and that does it. And let's see.
SP Little Knight is still on Shane's side of the field. But yeah, Shane's hand is just Kurikara, Lupus, and Heavy Borger.
Yeah, and Willy knows about the Borger and the Kurikara, so he knows that the one interaction has to be absolutely amazing. And yeah, as you can see here, we can just use this Akruki to force out the SP.
And then if he targets either... Doesn't matter really what he targets, because he'll be able to use the Snatchy to synchro the monsters off the field.
And it's pretty much over, because then you go into Herald, and then the last card is in check, so
he's gonna chain the synchro, chain Yummy, Snatchy. He's going to be able to synchro away.
And that's it.
The Star
as
Ham.
mentioned. This
and the Cookie. Shane can see the writings on the wall. He really needed to go for the 6 off of that Pot of Prosperity. The first 3 didn't get him anything he really needed. The Snatchy's still in the field, so he might be able to summon the Kurikara from the hand still, but
I mean, you can use it again, possibly here, so it never really stops, because it's not a once per turn effect.
True.
So, as you can see here, interestingly enough, we go for another Snatchy, but the SP gets destroyed by the Akruki, and now in a new chain, we can use the Snatchy to get into another synchro, and pretty much it's checkmate.
Yeah, because you have to get off the field before the Curry Car can just tribute it off, since it would just be summoning itself instead of an activated effect. But what does he want to make? It would probably be the Lollipop Ways in the graveyard.
I mean, you could always just let him summon it, right? Because you can then just summon the Cookie Way
And then destroy it.
afterwards and just set it, right? But yeah, because it would only be tributing one.
Yeah, one Snatchy.
Then it's just out of the hand for good.
Is he going to concede?
Is it? Yeah, it
Yes,
seems like that has
wow.
been it. So Shane picks up his card,
Oh,
and
man.
what a masterclass from Willie.
I told you, I've seen these games before. When all hope looks lost, when you're getting Harpy's Feather Duster for 4, when you get facing down a Mulcharmy Fawallis, and they're getting multiple draws, there's Stake Your Soul, Holly Sue, Caesar Valleys, everything there on the side of the Vanquished Soul player, Shane there. But, you know, he stayed cool, calm, collected, locked in, and forced things to a game number 3 here. Just an incredible match.
Absolutely, and resilience is the the name of the game, and I mean Willie has proven to be able to do that in the past, and Yami is just the perfect deck for that. We've mentioned how Shane, knows the matchup. He made a heads-up play of summoning the SP to get rid of the minion, but Willie just didn't need it.
Yeah, having that extra field spell in the deck, it's definitely an argument people have had. Do I include it? It's not so fantastic to draw. Maybe I just take it out, but a lot of players now, I think the consensus is it's just really helpful in that situation there. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what a masterclass, really. I mean, I'm impressed. Every time we've had him on stream, he has really tried his best. And yeah, anytime he looks rough, it just gets in locked-in mode and gets there. So it's gonna take a miracle to just knock him out.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible. Never count him down, but he has gone first the past 2 games, but this will be Shane's opportunity to start the duel off in game number 3 and also have access to those cards in the side deck that are going to be useful potentially against Yummy. I know it's one of your favorite cards, Marcello, featuring those Ojamas that are going to be trapped under the way. We also saw other cards like the Black Goat Laughs. Is able to open up a triple tactics thrust to get something like that as powerful. Calling Yummy Snatchy can be absolutely devastating, but it would be interesting if maybe Power Filter made an appearance.
Absolutely. I mean, last time we saw Shane in action when he was going first, as mentioned, he did have both the Power Filter and Black Goat Laugh. He was the one on the other side of the RP Feather Duster, to be fair. But, the Black Goat doesn't really care about that, and it was, well, pretty much gave him the game. He has a lot of tools for shutting down the Yummy deck while going first. But I mean, you never know. I mean, the consistency issues are there for the deck. Up until now, we have seen Olisu every single time, so we'll see whether that streak continues.
It can't be 5 games in a row that the Vanquished Soul player opens up with Holly Sue, right? That's statistically impossible.
It's going to be the case. What consistency issues? I didn't see any consistency issues. We're opening Holly Sue Razan every single game.
Yep, Stake Your Soul. We'll have to see what's in the hand, maybe something like Power Filter, one of those powerful side deck cards, but even facing down a formidable board, you just can't count Willie out.
No, never, really. I mean, I'm not gonna doubt him anymore. I've learned my lesson, yesterday, and so after having an interview with him even more, and regardless, I mean, this just showcases the level of these top 8 duelists. They are the best in the world, and for a reason. Had to fight through 7 rounds of Swiss, and now they're only 1 game away from advancing to the second semi-final and facing off against Julian.
Yeah, I mean, this format, not only does it have powerful decks, they're not just, I just do my combo and then see how you can interact with it. They're so interactive. Every decision is key. You have to manage your Yummy Snatchies, and especially when you're playing against someone using cool tech cards like Kurikara and other things like that that might be unexpected. Just one slight misstep could cost you everything.
Yeah, we were so close to seeing that Kurikara. I mean, maybe if those cards had just been the other way around, like the Lupus had been the, you'd seen the Lupus not for turn, but instead the Kurikara for turn, because, I mean, I don't know. I mean, Willie, obviously a fantastic player, but I can't imagine he'd have been thinking, better leave no monsters on the field for that Kurikara, unless he'd just directly seen the card be hit off the Prosperity.
Yeah, definitely a niche introduction, and I mean, you love to see it. We've mentioned sometimes that fire is maybe the attribute that they struggle the most, and we have seen, Dogoran make some appearances, and Kurikara might be even better, lining up against some of these matchups. definitely has worked out for Shane up until now. And there goes, you love to see these smiles, even though the tension is obviously there. You're playing all on the line, and one of them is gonna be walking out. This is the last game that they will be playing for this year, but what a run both of them had. But in the end, I think only one of them can proceed, only one of them can join. Julian, is it gonna be a semi-final between two players qualifying from the North American WCQ event, or are we gonna have that final player representing the Asian region?
Definitely, and the winner of this match does play the winner from the first match, so we're going to have to see who's going to be in top 4.
Absolutely, but our duelists are ready. Only one more game in the second quarterfinal. Let's find out who is going to advance.
All right, one more handshake here in our top 8 match, our second quarterfinal matchup. Will it be Yummy? Will it be Vanquished Soul K9? Oops.
Yeah.
Accidentally flipped over a card that I was going to draw his hand. That happens sometimes.
Well, I mean, it's a good card to see, really, for Willie. He's not seen it the last 2 games. It's showing Shane that the card probably not that fantastic. I can't imagine how much it changes what you do, but let's see what cards do.
Yeah, as you can see here, Shane will be going first for the first time in this match. Obviously want to see the Rasen. We have seen some of the consistency cards. And I think in the meantime, they're gonna set up and get their ends ready. As mentioned, the last 5 cards drawn for one of these duelists. There goes the handshake. And we can start this final game. Do we have again the Rasen? Do we have Olisu going for us? There are some interruptions from Willie, I can tell you that much. It won't be the easiest game for Shane.
Yeah, but Stake Your Soul, revealing Ash Blossom, not a bad start. But yeah, Willie definitely has a decent hand that looks better than the hands he drew the first 2 games. But Songs of the Dominators is going to be activated to add a Dominus card and negate the effect of that Vanquished Soul Rasen on the field.
Yeah, we don't quite have a trap card in the graveyard, so we are just going to pretty much use it as kind of an impermanence.
But the downside of Songs of the Dominators, it does add a card from your deck to the hand. So here comes Ash Blossom, negating Songs of the Dominators. Is there a limit to what Ash Blossom can do? It negates seemingly every other hand trap in existence.
Yeah, I mean... even though, as mentioned, there was no trap card, it still includes, an effect that potentially can search, and so Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring can negate it. And do we have something else going on from Willie, or is this going to be uninterrupted? And we have seen just how much the deck can do, and just that Snow Devil is so crucial in setting up, interruptions in the form of both monsters and traps, which is where any deck struggles to deal with.
That's very true. Shane's going to link summon Rock of the Vanquisher, sending Dr. Mallow to the graveyard, and then that Rock of the Vanquisher is going to add it right back to the hand, followed up by a reinforcement of the army here from Shane. So plenty of ways to access his Vanquished Soul Rasen here in the opening hand.
Yeah, that's definitely an interesting choice. Maybe trying to play around Roll and Lock Bird, I can assume. Not starting off with that reinforcement of the army. But now I think we are just going to ask some clarification on the additional effect and the rest of the end. It's interesting. We have drawn into the unfortunate part of the K9 engine, I'd say, but...
Yeah, Lupus, one of the tougher cards because you cannot just normal summon it, unlike all of the other ones. If your opponent has more than 2 cards in hand, it just doesn't have that effect. So you have to rely on your opponent to use a monster effect in the hand, but is it even possible for him to use a monster effect in the hand? No, it is not. He's just used Songs of the Dominators.
Yeah, I think maybe they are debating whether with the Ash Blossom, possibly that's what's going on at the moment, as we have seen this interaction with that Song of the Dominator getting negated, and I think they might be discussing whether the part that says you cannot activate the effects of mastery in your end, graveyard, and banishment until the end of the next turn. Thus, still, affects Willy pretty much.
Oh, whether that part's negated because
Yeah.
of the Ash Blossom or not?
Yeah.
I don't know if Willy has any cards in his deck that.
Yeah, I don't know if that's actually going to come up, but it's good to know, just so both players are on the same field there.
Yeah, maybe that's what's happening at the moment. I mean, surely we know, and they might know. But I mean, if you are Shane, I guess you want to make sure that you're not hit with something sneaky there at the end. And I mean, regardless, it's gonna be a close one. I can tell you that much. Of course, you go first. You open Razen. Actually, 2 ways of accessing it, and it goes pretty much uninterrupted thanks to that Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. You must be feeling good. But let's see whether Shane can do this conversion into a win. Let's go back to the match. So now we have used the Ollie Su, and thanks to that, we can special summon that Jiao Long. And I believe we do have a right amount of attributes in the end. So let's see what Shane is gonna go for. Do we access the K9s? That is the question. We have not normal summoned yet.
Yeah, it's still got that Razen, still got that Thrust. Not going to be particularly helpful. But is there a way to get to a Dark? Oh yeah, there's a Mad Lab already, so all the attributes are there. You are correct.
I guess, what do you even play around? That's the question from Shane, I guess. You don't really know what Willy has been on in terms of interruptions, and it will be interesting because he pretty much has everything at his disposal at this point.
Yeah, there is the Dominus Purge, but that's something you feel like may have been used on the field spell or something if it was there. So maybe for this turn, he's kind of got that play button face up for him as well, and can just pretty much do whatever he wants to do. But yeah, he's got to figure out what is the best way to end the turn. Do you end maybe with that forced release in the spell and trap card zone? Do you end with the Vanquish Soul trap?
We go for K9 Ripper to add. Probably a Jokel or a Lantern. It's going to be Jokel.
Yeah, I mean, Jokel can get you there afterwards. As seen, we do have the Lupus in hand, and now we can get the Lantern, possibly. And yeah, that makes so much sense. Still so much that he can do.
I just got to figure out how to get K9 into the graveyard so you can activate the Lantern.
But I mean, we have not normal summon, right?
Yeah, I think then you have to special it though if you want the effect.
Nope.
Nope, it'll just have the untargetable effect. Going to go into number C104, Umbral Horror. It's a very powerful card. Going to be able to banish cards, negate monster effects, have life points. It's going to be something Willy's going to have to deal with.
Yeah.
He's also going to access the quick play spell forced release, and that will allow the Ripper to be upgraded into a much more powerful K9 Xyz monster and werewolf.
Yeah, so many interruptions here. There is a card in the hand for Willy in the form of Lightning Storm. So are things going in defense? The Valon is going in defense, but other monsters are in attack mode. One of those habits, do you put monsters in defense? I mean, I always like putting monsters in attack if they have more attack, but
yeah,
Lightning Storm is a card you have to worry about maybe.
But regardless what an opener this is from Shane, absolutely amazing. One of the strongest fields from the K9 Vanquish Soul deck we have seen, if not the strongest, all weekend long. And it seems like in just a few moments the play will be back to Willy, who needs a miracle once again, always with the back against the wall, but never count him out. So
it's never easy.
He's got that Obedience School, he's got that Lightning Storm.
And yeah, in the end, we are going to get back to Razen to end as it was summoned from the Stake Your Soul. And I think the play is over. So let's take a look at this 5-card and a lot to play with. As Thomas mentioned, we might be seeing this Lightning Storm.
And he's probably going to go after the monsters. You have to get that Umbral Horror off the field.
Yeah, that would.
It can be destroyed, right? It doesn't have like built-in protection or anything like that. I don't think so.
No.
Okay.
And well, as you can see here, we are pretty much forced to chain this forced release, if that is the case. But yeah,
is it just going to go into Hound? We saw it yesterday where the Hound just stayed there and got stronger. He's going to try and use Rock of the Vanquisher, and it's going to be met by Song of the Dominators. And there is a trap card in the graveyard now.
Absolutely, there is. And look at this, trying to break this field quite effectively.
Can't always just summon a werewolf and put it in defense mode.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And yeah, we do get access to this Dominus Purge, and then we resolve everything, but we only have this werewolf, this Balan, and wow, okay.
No, Obedient School is going to force out the effect of Werewolf to basically Light Force Sword a card out of Willie's hand.
But this might pretty much be it from Shane in terms of interruption. Like that Balan surely is good.
I've seen this pose here from Willie before. He sits with his hands clasped.
Yeah.
He knows that he's already in a good position. The Yummy Surprise is going to be banished until the end phase. And the Obedient Schooled is going to resolve, special summoning 3 Yummy monsters from the deck. The Valen can still put a monster face down.
Yeah, but like, I mean, it might be good against other starters, but not quite against Obedient Schooling.
Obedient School, just one of the strongest spell cards in the game right now. Cupsy Yummy is going to be sent to the graveyard for the link summon of Yummy Snatchy.
Yeah, look at Shade. I mean, he's laughing it off. Always a good, sportsmanship from him. But this is going to be a rough one. What an opener he had. Still Willie finding those lines to make it through.
Yeah, I mean, what does the Valiant even do right now when you have a Snatchy on the field that can chain, it can synchro with anything you try and target? Oh, it's so tough.
And yeah, we might have discarded a surprise, but the second one might just be in deck. So yeah, there it is.
Another copy. It was his 2 copies of Yummy Surprise was key in his victory in the last round yesterday and making a huge difference here in Game 3 of the second quarterfinal match.
Yeah, he's so close now.
He just needs to not fumble it.
I mean, you could even just use the bounce, I think, and that would do it, but I guess you can play it also safe in a different way, no?
Yeah, I mean, is there even any need? You can just make a cookie way, set both of those monsters, that forces it out immediately. There's just so many different lines for Willie available.
Just goes into Cups the Yummy way first to add a couple of Yummy cards from the deck to the hand. That field spell is going to give all the Yummy monsters 500 attack each for each light beast on the field. Exponential growth for these tiny little monsters.
Indeed, and as we've seen plenty of times before, just so many effects that you can use with the Yummy Surprise. You can use it, offensively, defensively, and the Yummy deck sure is good at going first and setting up, but as you have mentioned, that Mignon just makes it so easy to go for game right away. Even here, you can see everyone is boosted by 2500 attack. That's absurd.
Yeah, could we just... I mean, there's just so many different ways to do it. He's just got to make sure he's not going to play into anything from the hand, any potential Nibirus, anything like that.
Yep. Doing some math, running some numbers.
Oh, yeah.
He's probably going to go into like a Lollipo way here at some point.
Sure enough, and I guess they are just going to go through which effects. No, we just battle phase.
Attacks over the Valon.
Doing the math here. Is it enough to just bring back one more Yummy monster? I think it is. There's so much
it is enough
damage.
If you just go and both, activate the Yummy Surprise to bring something back, yes, that's 4 monsters that can attack each boosted by 2000, and that is it.
He did it!
Willie did it.
Willie, crazy. You just can't count this man out of any tournament that he's in. Even when things look the darkest after that horrible hand game one, activating the card in the infinite permanent zone in a game he was probably going to lose anyway, but he was able to, we saw that deep breath right before the side decking going into game number 2. You have to shake off that horrible game 1, and wow, what an incredible matchup, and Willie just finding a way. Where there's a Willie, there's a way, and there's a Yummy way, there's a Cupsy way, and now he's moved on to top 4, and he's going to take on the other player from North America in Julian, and it's going to be that same matchup we just saw here, but that's going to be way later on because we're watching all the top 8 matches here today on day 2 at the World Championship.
What a match indeed it was. I mean, very, very different emotions from, our first quarterfinal when we have seen, Julian absolutely crushing it, but this time around, 3 close games. Of course, the first one, quite unfortunate. You win the role in the quarterfinal. You must be feeling absolutely amazing, and that is not quite to be the case. Unfortunately, that is not. And as you can see here, we have the upgraded bracket on the top. You see the 2 players representing the North American region making it all the way to the semifinal.
And you know what that means, right? North America will be in the finals of the WCS once again for the 3rd year in a row.
Yeah, you guys have another chance at it. It's been absolutely incredible. But, I mean, again, what a match we just witnessed. Shane, you gotta give credits to him for his art all the way down to game 3, really trying his best. I feel like game 2 really is when everything changed. It was by far the longest we have seen, one of the closest, I think, games of all weekend long, and it could go either way, but just it stayed in there, hanged in there.
I've seen so many Yummy players crumble the second that field spell gets banished by something like SP Little Knight, but Willie stayed there, stayed locked in, found a way without a ton of attack to stay in that game and find a way somehow.
Yeah, 1600, just enough. One Cookie Way and a Dream and one other field spell to back it up. That was super cool to see, and you've got to say that's completely right, Marcello, completely turning the tide of the match. It was such a strong game 1 for the opponent there, and then just coming back after that devastating pool loss into Duster. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, they didn't quite get the chance to play against each other in the semifinal at the NAWCQ. They were on the different sides of the bracket, but they definitely had a chance, and now they will be facing off against each other. So that's just a great season for both of them. Julian and Willie will be facing off against each other, and once more it will be the question of whether the Yummy deck or whether the K9 Vanquish Soul can advance to the final.
Yeah, and something that might be working just a little bit against Willie here in this matchup is Julian is waiting and watching, right? He's also playing this Vanquish Soul strategy. He now knows that Willie size Lightning Storm. He knows that's coming in, so he'll be able to construct his field in a potential way where it won't have as much of an impact if his monsters are all in defense mode.
Yeah, definitely could have been quite different if everything was in defense mode, but at the same time, really, Willie, just phenomenal player. I'm still thinking back to the game 2. A lot of decisions. It's definitely one of those, games that you can go back and watch, and I think there have been so many different lines, thousands of possible options from that, big Zeus that we were talking about, to playing around different cards, to really, it had everything you can ask for, from top decks to, a lot of very interesting decisions. But now, half of our bracket has been decided. We have 2 names in the semi-final, and I can't wait to figure out what the second half of the bracket is going to look like. We have some spicy decks there.
Yeah, definitely. This is only just the beginning. We've seen both the Vanquish Soul decks already done with their matchups now, so there won't be any more Vanquish Soul until we get back to the semi-finals. The other decks that we have remaining, we still have that Luna Light deck taking on a Yummy Sky Striker deck. Sky Striker taking on your pick, Chris Strawn. That's going to be an interesting one for sure.
Yeah, I'm so excited. I had the pick of Chris Strawn, but I can't say I would be in any way sad to see the Sky Striker go through. But enough from us. Let's hear it from the NAWCQ champion and semi-finalist contestant, Willie.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm here with Willie, another semi-finalist here at the World Championship. First of all, I'd like to hear from you. How do you feel?
Oh, I'm kind of relieved for that matchup, so I'm super happy, super stoked, super excited.
What a match there was, honestly. it was like such a sought after and back and forth, and we saw so many actions, and I really felt like the tension was, over the rooftop, especially because I feel like you maintain your calm, the nerves, and at the end of the day, you brought it home. So now semifinals.
Yeah.
And so first of all, I'd like to show you like a very quick clip for game one, because essentially, I mean, you opened up, but your hand wasn't great at all.
No.
And there was really not much. I mean, I think you understood that it might be it, right?
Oh yeah. I looked at my opening hand, I'm like, oh, this is how it's gonna be. I really prayed for game 2 not to be that.
No, I mean, especially because I really feel like going up on stage on day 2, you're in top 8, you really want to play, and that is your standing hand that you're showing. I mean, there was really not much to do.
Yeah.
And so going into game 2, just show the first clip. What were your feelings, your thoughts? How do you approach the matchup? Were you still able to like think, I'm going to do this?
Yeah, I just had to stay calm and remember where my imperm column was. But other than that, my opponent's really nice and he's super caring and stuff. So we had a nice, actual fun game of Yu-Gi-Oh! The most fun I've had.
I mean, I really have to say that for the next clip, it's gonna bring out on the screen. I really feel like there was a lot of interruption between the two of you guys at the table, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I really feel like that the atmosphere was great. You communicated a lot, especially. I mean, it's not to be taken for granted, right? You are at the top 8 of a world championship, and there's tension. You really want to make it. Right. But essentially, in game 2, for the another clip, for the second clip, it's you start things out with Fuvalos, right?
That's a card.
And you are essentially kind of, you need to extend a little bit, right? And you set 4, and he has Tarpus Ferret Duster. So, I mean, I think you were not happy with this at all.
No.
And especially because, like, as you mentioned, he had quite a few cards in hand.
Yeah.
Did you think that you could have, come back into this, to be fair?
To be honest, I don't think I could. He fooed, he holy sued, he feather dustered, he prankatops. I'm like, oh, this game is over. I have 3 monsters on board. And I'm like, I hope it's enough.
And for the next clip, I mean, I think we as well, we didn't see this coming. Because, I mean, the Arpis Feather Tastas was incredibly scary.
Yeah.
And I really felt like he was really establishing a very good field, to be fair. He had the Rock of the Vanquisher, and here, I mean, of course, you had quite a few monsters, but you were also almost running out of resources, right?
Yeah, I had no more monsters in my deck. It was just the monsters that stuck and the 1 monster in my hand. There are 2 monsters in my hand. So,
I mean, yeah, I really feel like also at this point, I mean, you were really trying to stick and, stay in the game, because essentially I think he was in the driving seat.
Right, yeah.
And I also feel like that Shane was quite confident, to be fair, in this game too, because as you mentioned, I think he had it all. I mean, he had a very, very good
he
hand.
had everything you can almost dream of, I feel.
And also for the next clip that I want to show you is his ending field, because I really felt like he played very well in terms of what can I do next. And I mean, at this point, where are your thoughts? Like, how did you do that? Especially because like he banished the minion.
Yeah. Minion is the easy way to kill. It doesn't mean you can't win without it. It's just, you just have to sit there for a long, long game of Yu-Gi-Oh! To finally get the win finally. Because as you can see, he has no more cards now. He only has 2. Caesar's gone, so there's no more random pops. So now it's just what I have to deal with are these 2, and then the rock, and then the 1 card in his hand, or 2 cards in his hand.
And I mean, at this point also, I want to show you for the next and last clip for game 2. I think the highlight, which is the triple tactic thrust, which really brought you back, because like I saw you top deck the car, and I'm like, wait a minute. I mean, I think you can do that.
Yeah. Yeah, I made it so his hand's unplayable now. Now his first action has to be Prosperity, so I can jump. And I get a play, guaranteed. And now I have multiple plays I can do to his 1 playable card. And his top deck. His 1 playable card and top deck, of course.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it was very well played by you. Very well executed. I really feel like you really maintained the calm, and we didn't really see this coming, and as you mentioned, you as well, I think you were surprised of the way it went. So 1-1. Next clip for game 3, honestly, is starting things off, I would say okay, but your hand was very good.
My hand was very good, and
Yeah.
his hand was not very good this time, unfortunately.
Especially because do you feel like he was expecting Lightning Storm? I don't think so.
I don't
right?
think he was, because otherwise, I don't think if he should have known that I was playing Board Breaker from day 1, sorry. And if he knew that, then he should know that Thrust is never gonna activate on his turn. So it's just gonna be a dead card sitting there for the entire game almost.
Totally. And I feel like you essentially realized the more cards you were activating, the more cards, I mean, you were putting into the field, just doing some quick maths.
Right.
And for the last clip, I just want to show you the moment in which you sealed the game. And I mean, what can I say? I mean, congratulations, because as mentioned, I think it was a very, very long match. It must have been also very difficult for you to stay at the table being calm.
Yeah.
But congrats. Semi-final here at the World Championship. We really hope to see you also in the final. So best of luck. I don't want to keep you posted here because we're done. And thank you so much for watching. And don't go anywhere because we will be back soon with more content here at the World Championship 2025.
Congratulations to Willie there, our next semi-finalist. But that means, as you can see behind me, we have 2 more duelists ready for another one of these top 8 feature matches. We have Tom versus Felipe. So let's have a moment and meet our players.
Welcome back, everyone, to the coverage of the TCG 2025 World Championship from Paris. I'm here with yet another one of the top 8 contenders that are going to be making it to Sunday. Felipe Zapata Bisserier, it's been a pleasure having you here with me. First and foremost, how do you feel after this long day of dueling?
I'm really excited and tired all at the same time.
Yeah.
It was really mentally taxing, but luckily I managed to squeeze in the top 8.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as compared to other duelists, it was definitely a roller coaster of emotions for you since, I mean, you started off extremely strong and then you had a rough ending to the event, right? How was your day overall?
Yeah, I started the event with a strong foot. It was like 3-0 the first 3 rounds. And then it was like 3 in a row I lost. And then suddenly I was in the bubble. I didn't know whether I would top or not. But I still had to play the last round, and luckily I won and managed to secure the top cut.
Yeah, luckily he sneaked in with that 7th place, and I mean that's all that matters. Now it's a full reset, so all of you guys are on the same level, doesn't matter anymore, and so it will be an even field. And I'm sure you should be excited for what's coming for tomorrow. As mentioned, first and foremost, it will be the first time we will be live streaming every single top 8 match. So we'll see you again on stream at some point for sure. And also we will have later on, you know, the live crowd, and I don't know if you've had the chance to see it, but we have a different amazing setup, you know, inside kind of like a theater stadium. So it will be something else, I think. A lot of emotions, right?
Nice. I couldn't see it, but I'm really excited to see
tomorrow
what it looks like, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously we've had the pleasure of seeing you a bit on stream between, you know, backup and main, and you are on the Yami deck, of course. First, question is going to be, what was the decision behind bringing it, and what did you expect also in terms of matchups today?
All right. So at first I was trying the Malice deck, which is the deck I qualified for this event.
Fair enough.
I was pretty convinced I would play with it, but last weekend, while playtesting with one of my friends, he pretty much refuted my whole strategy against Yami. So at that point I was like, there's no way I'm playing this deck now. Yeah. And he convinced me to play Yami. It's a very consistent deck overall. It doesn't have, it technically has a good matchup against Vanquish Kanan, although I lost against it on stream.
Okay.
And I mean, most of the times I won't lose because of breaking. I will most likely be able to play most games.
Yeah, and I think that's an important one, especially, you know, when you've had 7 rounds of Swiss, but you can go 5-2 even for free in this case. I think consistency is key for sure. And it has proven to be a correct choice. But at the same time, we had a lot of surprises in terms of, you know, both deck breakdown for the event, but also for the top cut, which I'm not sure if you've heard at all how that is going to look like.
Yeah, I know there are like 2 Yamis, 2 Malis, 2 Vanquish, 1 Christian, and 1 Luna Knight.
But maybe it's almost right, because I can tell you there is a 6th deck actually. I mean, I'm not gonna reveal quite yet what it is because we have not seen it on stream, but there are actually 6 different decks in top 8, so it's gonna be an interesting one.
Yeah, that one. Okay.
Exactly. Then you know it. It was definitely on the mouth of everyone. Seeing how that made it. It says it was the only one in the 27 players, but yeah, it's exciting to see a lot of different decks in Top Cut for sure. And to start things off, obviously, we'll see you against Tom, which is on the Luna Light deck, and obviously one of the surprises walking into the event. How do you feel yourself in those chances against them?
I'm not gonna lie, it's a pretty bad matchup for me, I think, but I will still try my best to win.
Yeah, of course. And that's great to see. At the same time, you can talk us just a little bit about how you managed to qualify, because you're also the only one left representing your region in the Top Cut, so you should be proud of what you did.
Yeah, well, I qualified by winning my WCQ in South America that was played like 2 months ago, I think, in Bogota. I made X1 at rounds, and I got all the way to winning the finals.
Absolutely. So you know how it has been done before. A lot of players qualified for the event, and I think it's always nice to see 27 players, but qualifying in a lot of different ways, from playoffs to also top 4. But I feel like I might be biased in that, but winning the event is always different, and it just gives you that extra confidence, right?
Yeah, it feels way nicer. I also played the playoffs of my region.
Nice.
I lost round 1 though.
Okay.
And then I made some changes to my deck, and luckily it worked. But it also gave me a lot of confidence in my playing.
And I mean, you have proven them before that even losing there, you hanged in there, and then you managed to qualify the next day. So that's definitely impressive, and I'm sure a lot of friends back home will be watching and cheering you. Hopefully, to get that revenge maybe on the Luna Light deck, as you told me you have lost against it during the Swiss rounds. But overall, do you think you have what it takes to make it all the way tomorrow?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all the events I play to win. So that's also my plan here.
Absolutely. Nice. Love to see the confidence always. So we'll wish you also personally best of luck tomorrow. Again, as mentioned, guys, we will be watching Felipe later on, again, because we're watching every single top 8 match. So hopefully we'll watch you more than once. I'll wish you. That's my biggest wish I can give you. So thanks a lot for being with us. Go get your deserved rest for the rest of the day, and then we'll see you again on Sunday. And thank you guys once more for being with us. But don't go anywhere, because we have still plenty more players to discover here at the World Championship 2025 in Paris.
Hey, who am I here with, and what are you going to do tomorrow?
Tom Kleingeber, and I will be the new world champion.
All right, what's the first thing you do if or when you become world champion?
Cry, probably. Yeah, I don't know. I'm dreaming about it. Like, I've been dreaming about it like forever. Mm-hmm. Third is a charm, as I already told you.
Yeah.
I will do my best to try and do it. Yeah.
And now that you've made it this far, do you think you've got the hunger to come back next year, or do you think you're going to take it easy and say, I've already made it?
Well, it's been a pleasure to be here.
Yeah.
And I would love to experience it once again.
Yeah.
So if I do become world champion, I am already gonna be back again.
And if not, you'll.
I will try my best. I'm not doing the regional grind in Europe. I might do it now, because I know how the experience is to be here. And next year will be Japan, somewhere in Japan. So I'm more motivated than going to Paris.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's take 2 steps back from winning. You've got your top 8 tomorrow. What's your game plan? Who are you playing against, and what's your game plan?
I don't know. I forgot his name. But I think he's playing Yami. I have not faced Yami in the entire tournament, so it will be my first one. But the matchup is pretty straightforward. Yeah.
Yeah. What's the plan tonight? Are you going to be practicing against Yami, or are you just get a good night's sleep in?
I did practice so much in the weeks after European Championship. I'm just gonna go to sleep.
That's good. You confident?
Yeah. Like I've been calling that I will be winning the World Championship for weeks. I did finish 6-1 in Swiss, only losing to Ash and Coldby on double Fuba. And then 1-card combo winning of Christian. Yeah. So I think that's very realistic, to be honest, because my deck is built to beat Yami, Vecrosol, and so on.
And what did your friends and family say about you making top card? Are they very supportive?
Yeah. They were all yelling at me, like crying as well. Like if I did expect it to do so good, and they're speechless as well. Like they probably can put it into words because they don't know like how big is it. Like being in the top 8 of the World Championship. I even can't put it into words right now. But yeah, they're super proud of me.
And what's some advice you can give people who, all aspiring duelists, once it comes to the World Championship, that's like the end game for them. What advice would you give them?
I mean, as you can see, like I'm not playing Yami or Vanquish Soul or Draco Tail or like the best deck of the room. Sometimes you just can do well with something else. You don't always have to go what everyone is doing. You should just focus on yourself. Try to find a deck that fits you the most and that fits your playstyle, and just prep with it and do your best.
Obviously, you know that there's a lot of luck in the tournament in Yu-Gi-Oh! Or overall. What's your strategy to be able to minimize the impact of luck in your games?
Yeah, like I said, I chose a good deck that minimizes the chance of luck. Like especially in World Championship, I feel like you cannot outskill your opponent. Like everyone got here by a hard way. Like everyone had to fight for it. That's why I chose it. Like I didn't want to be dependent on luck. I didn't want to be dependent on winning a dice roll. I didn't want to be dependent on drawing certain cards or certain out to Yami or Vanquish Soul. Yeah.
All right. And anything else you want to say to people at home watching or anyone?
I love you guys. Thank you so much for the support. I'm speechless, honestly. Shout out to my family, my mama. Yeah.
All right. I
everyone.
Wish you the best of luck tomorrow, mate.
Thank you, sir.
Love to hear those interviews. It's always nice when we get to pick up the brains of our amazing duelists. And yes, I mean, we already managed to go through the first half of the bracket. Our first semifinals is all set up, but now we gotta find out who will be advancing to the second. And I mean, as we have already mentioned, it's gonna be an amazing matchup between one of the unique decks in Top Cut with that Lunalight from Tom.
Definitely, it's the deck the players wanted to face the least because they're the least prepared for this matchup, but we're going to have to see how it's going to play out here in top 8.
Yeah, it's super cool. You're totally right, Billy. You're talking to everyone, like all of the other players. They say, oh, what do you want to play? What do you not want to play? And they're all like, I really, really don't want to play Lunalight. So it's obviously something that's caught some players by surprise. It's definitely the deck with that fear factor. It's got that monster that's unaffected by all other card effects, so you really need to have a plan how to deal with it, and it seems like maybe some players don't.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to be another interesting clash here also in terms of standings, because Tom was the only other X1 outside of Yuna, making it all the way to second place after the Swiss rounds, while Felipe was one of the X3 sneaking it in and had quite a bit of a roller coaster of emotions, going 3-0 and then losing the next 3 rounds until finally winning that maybe bubble match, and in the end, the tiebreakers were good enough to make it through. But now he's up against what he believes to be the worst matchup by far, and well, we have to see. Tom has been incredible whenever we had it on stream, was able to, I mean, thanks also to the cards that he thrown, of course, break 2 incredible fields from what was, the White Forest deck, and an amazing hurry of plays.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, he only had 1 loss, and that was to the Crystron player. He did defeat the Yummy's deck that he played in Swiss, and he's going to be taking on Yummy again here. Notoriously, not a great matchup for Yummy, not a lot of in-deck answers if they do get access to the Liger Dancer for sure. But we did see Willie take down Lunalight, despite, that such tough matchup, because the life points that got paid from that heavy polymerization. So it's really going to be about how he gets that Liger Dancer onto the field, and we're going to see how it's going to navigate this crazy matchup.
Yeah, it's one of those decks, again, it kind of highlights the different approaches for making the Yummy deck, because we saw Willie have a great success there with his kind of board breaker style of deck, right? No monster interruptions from the hand. So if you're going to let that Lunalight deck go unopposed and try and answer it with a Lightning Storm, well, I've got bad news for you. Not going to do any good.
Nope, definitely not.
But I mean, for anyone who might have missed it, Tom, you revealed the key for beating the Lunalight deck going first, right, yesterday, which was just rely on their heavy polymerization and just summon, our good old Link-Shu, Ukano Mitsune no Onari, and deal those remaining 500 life points. So that's all. I mean, maybe, Felipe watched it, and now he will be going for that. I don't know where he will get, But I mean, hopefully we'll get to see some explosive actions. And of course, it's great to see these unique decks making it. As mentioned, 6 different decks in the top 8, which I think might be a first, at least in the last few years. And now it will be a decider because, of course, we have one player representing the European region in Tom, and on the other end, the only remaining player representing, the South American region in Felipe, the winner again of his own WCQ. So an impressive performance, and we have touched on that, and we have seen it with Willy. Obviously, you can qualify in a lot of different ways, but when you do it by winning your own event, I feel like you got that confidence boost in you.
Yeah, because that's certainly a hard feat. I mean, making the top 4 incredibly difficult,
yep.
But then you're playing against all the other best players, and when you walk away with that win, it definitely probably adds some confidence, some like swagger, if you will, going into the World Championship. And we're going to see if Willy's going to be able to carry that in here into the top 8. He did start 3-0, as we saw in the interview, then lost 3 in a row, but luckily finished out the day with the win. So ending the day with the win, hopefully starting a day with the win, but he is probably facing the one opponent that all the players are, the most scared of playing against in this top cut.
Yeah, and not only that, I mean, Tom has had an incredible Yu-Gi-Oh career up until now. We have touched on it again, at the European Championship, as he has made it twice to the finals, unfortunately losing twice, but then there was this breakthrough performance finally qualifying, for the World Championship, and I'm sure they all share the same dream, but I mean, he mentioned it in an interview, this has always been his dream. He is gonna cry, I'm sure, if he makes it, and I'm sure he will try his best. I mean, I could see him backstage absolutely focused, on this match, and he's gonna try his best to just have one of the players representing the European region, advancing to the top 4. We still have a couple chances because, of course, we're gonna see one of players in each of the remaining quarterfinals with Tom now and Rosalie in the upcoming one. But
definitely,
we'll see. And I think. Regardless, now it's time that the cards pick instead of us. Our duelists are ready. Let's find out who will be the winner of Game 1.
All right, here we go. The all-important die roll before the duel starts. It's a 4 from Felipe. Not bad.
Definitely not bad. And it's a 2 from Tom. Huge.
This is
huge.
This is really huge for this matchup because of the Yummy strategies going second. Games 1 and 3 against Luna Lighted will be absolutely tough. But now Felipe has a chance to set up a turn 1 field that will prevent a Liger Dancer from coming out. But on the same side, Luna Light is a strategy we've seen that main decks cards like heavy polymerization. So tools for going first, tools for going second. Felipe is going to start off with a Cookie Yummy.
Yeah, one thing that you really want when you're the Yummy deck going first, especially against a deck like Moonlight, which wants to fusion summon, is that Herald. Herald's such a powerful card. It not only negates, one thing that you want, negate anything you like, but also has this effect: cards sent from the hand or grave, cards sent from the hand or deck to grave get banished instead, which can be very, very powerful.
Already an unfortunate pickup from Felipe, forced to activate the minion from end, not from deck. So, always a bad feeling back in the day from, those Salamangreat deck with the Sanctuary. And I mean, there has been a few also with, Dragon Link decks back in the past, but I mean, not as bad when you draw the minion, I guess. But yeah, he's gonna have to rely instead. And now, what card is he gonna give up? He's having a big think, and it's gonna be a Forbidden Droplet.
Wow.
Interesting.
That is an interesting one to see for sure. The Cupsy Yummy Way is now going to be sent to the graveyard for a Link summon for Yummy Snatchy.
That's an interesting line for sure.
Yeah, it was perhaps a bit of a rough start, because if you just had a few more Yummy monsters and you didn't need to use the field spell, you could always just discard it and then recycle it.
Yeah, and I guess this is the bonus of not having to use the Snatchy. We can get instantly this Akruki during our own turn and then play around a potential Nibiru from Tom.
Very well insulated here from Nibiru. Also going to have it in play for next turn as just one more wave for interruptions. Yummy is one of those decks where you just have a sort of 1,000 cuts. You negate them, you destroy something here, you shuffle something back into the deck there. It just does a little bit of everything and never seems to run out of monsters itself.
Yep, and now we're going to see a Synchro Summon with the Yummy Snatchy and the Cups Yummy for a Lollipo Yummy Way to special summon back 2 Yummy monsters from the graveyard. So he's going to bring back that Cupsy Yummy Way and Cupsy Yummy. then they're going to be immediately sent right back to the graveyard from which they came for another summon here for Marshall Metal Marcher.
Yep, we haven't seen it at all in the previous match with Willy, preferring, that star hand, but now we are gonna go into it, and here comes the card you have been talking about, Tom, that Beard Herald of the Arc Light.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those cards that kind of shapes the meta around it, because there are so many decks where it's just such a problem and you really have to have a card in hand to deal with it, and I think it is the same for Loonlight. I don't think you can just play your normal strategy while Herald is in play, so it's going to have a plan to deal with that.
And I mean, we have seen that Dark Ruler no more from Tom in the previous rounds. That would definitely be an extremely good card to see here. So, can he find it off the top?
The one thing about this matchup that's a little tough, I mean, there's a lot of things going against Yummy, against Lunalight, but one of the main interactions is that Cookie Yummy way being able to flip multiple monsters face down on the opponent's side of the field. But against fusion strategies, we've been talking about it, you can still fuse away monsters from the field, so it's not as game-ending as it is against some of these other decks that really need to use the monsters for link summoning.
Indeed. And we might just be done here. We have a couple of Yummy surprise in the end. And yeah, it seems like we're just gonna shuffle back some resources. Interesting to shuffle back the Synchro, I feel like. Usually you might want to keep a second Synchro in the graveyard, but I guess he feels insulated enough. So we're just gonna set a couple cards back, and it's gonna be the full end. Yeah,
a little more than a couple. We have 3 face downs, everything remaining on the field.
Wow.
It's gonna come down to how Tom's deck is built for going second here in game number 1. You mentioned he does include a lot of key cards that are strong against the Yummy matchup.
Absolutely. We have seen cards like Book of Eclipse and Dark Ruler no more. Do we have any of them, or is it going to be that heavy polymerization once more?
Yeah, Dark Ruler, an even better card than Book of Eclipse. So we're going to start with the Book of Eclipse, and it is a perfect answer to this Herald of the Arclight here. Pretty much have to chain it, because it's just going to get set if you don't, along with the rest of your Yummy field.
So definitely a solid start here for Tom.
Definitely, definitely. You needed to. And as mentioned here, you go for the Herald.
Looks like Tom is considered chaining. Maybe he has something like Called by the Grave.
Yeah, we have seen him draw it twice already on stream, to be fair. So wouldn't be the first time. And again,
Called by the Grave to negate the Herald of the Arc Light, which is going to mean this Lollipop is going to go face down. But oh no, he's going to chain it to return it to the extra deck, of course. But the monsters he's going to bring out are going to go face down, except for the Yummy Snatchy, since it's a Link monster. So he's going to have to utilize this Yummy Surprise probably to bring back a monster from the graveyard here this turn.
Yeah, interesting choice there from Tom, because I'm wondering if maybe the Caught by the Grave is more valuable on something like a Snatchy in the grave instead of just a chance to. He's effectively used it to set one monster here, right? So it's not done all that much once the Herald is already off the field.
Fair enough. At the same time, I guess it's close. He does know that there is at least one Yummy Surprise there, so you could always chain it then on the Snatchy, and instead we are gonna use it right away here, I guess, and then accessing a Synchro Summon. This way, our Capsi is gonna get us a card. I think, again, it's an interesting decision here whether you really want to use the effect to add or to draw later on, but we're just gonna get to add the Lollipop.
Yeah, I think a Lollipop in the hand is worth 2 in the somewhere else. I don't know. 2 in the deck.
Yeah, I don't know. I think this is always an interesting. I mean, even here you're not really forced to use the Capsi. You could just not use the effect, go into a Synchro, and then summon it back and draw a card later on. But I mean, we'll see. We are prioritizing consistency, and I can get behind that. But I think Ash Blossom could be devastating against Tom, especially now that he's out of Called by the Grave and with only 4 cards in hand.
True. And it looks like Felipe is going to immediately use one of these Yummy Snatchies to Synchro Summon, so we'll have maybe a Cupsy Yummy way to add some more cards to the hand here, and then send that Lollipop that he added. But he wants to have a Synchro on the field, so he'll be able to chain it to tag out to bring back the Yummy Snatchy again. But he's going for Lollipop way right away. Makes a lot of sense.
Indeed. And here there is an interesting question of, I mean, might not be the case here, but technically you could still go into another Herald, and although you can't use the effect to negate, the effect to banish still works, right?
Yep.
So
that is looking like what Felipe is considering. He's going to the Starham, using the Starham's effect to discard that Lollipoe to special summon back a Cookie Yummy, and then the Cookie Yummy is going to be synchro summoned alongside that the Starham.
Yeah, that's one of the hardest working Yummy Snatchies that we've seen for a while. It's just performed 3 synchro summons in a row.
And it's going to do another one too at some point.
Needs a rest.
Was trying to bring up, yeah, Cobra Grave.
I think you're right, Macho. Obviously, the activated effects.
Yeah, but now actually, I
negated,
read
right?
it. No, yeah, because I read it and I thought it said only activated effects, but actually it's activated effects and effects on the field.
Yeah, so it's doing nothing on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was also, going by memory, I'm thinking it's only the activated effects, but no, I'm pretty sure it does nothing here. Yeah.
Interesting. Maybe a slight misstep there, but we're gonna have to see how it's gonna play out. As Tom is going to activate Fire Formation Tinky to add a Beast Warrior from the deck to the hand. There's a lot of them in the Lunalight strategy. Tri-Brigade Fractal is also a card.
Yeah, I mean, there was no reaction from Tom when he made it, but I don't know how much of a poker face he has.
Yeah.
With regards to this.
Lunalight Gold Leo.
Waiting for the sort of victorious. No, it's negated. You try and activate a Fractal or something, and then.
All right, Infinite Impermanence. This is huge on the Gold Leo. Because Gold Leo has 2 effects. On summon, you can add a Lunalight monster and then send a card from your hand to the graveyard. But also, the second effect is if a Lunalight is sent to the graveyard, you can add a Lunalight back to your hand. Cutting both of those effects off is huge.
Such a good card, and now it seems like Felipe is gonna have a moment to think whether he wants to use this Snatchy and a Crookie here right away. Might be a bit early, but let's see.
Yeah, it might be that it's the battle phase or something like that, because, I mean, there's basically nothing you can do with the Leo by itself.
Yeah, but the question is always how much experience do these duelists have against the deck? And, I mean, in the interview, Felipe did mention that the Lunalight cards kind of escaped him in the preparation for this event, given that, the deck is not that popular over here in the TCG. And, I mean, Tom might make advantage of it.
Also worth it, I guess, just getting a monster off the field, and that way it can't be used as a fusion material. Because the destruction of a Crocky, you can't use it as a sort of quick effect. You do have to wait and trigger something else, but that is just the game.
Wow, I mean, that's something we did not expect, but in the end, Tom maybe lied on engine.
Do you think he thought maybe the Herald Arclight was in play and active?
I mean,
I think there's a non-zero chance, but we couldn't see the rest of the cards there in his hand.
Absolutely, we'll never know, I guess, and we might get a chance to ask him if he ends up winning this match, but regardless, wow, what an ending. We thought the opening was not all that great, given the start of this Book of Eclipse by Cold Over the Grave, but Infinite Impermanence.
Yeah, I mean, Lunalight's a strong deck, but it needs multiple cards to really keep going. You need multiple of those in-engine cards to keep pushing more monsters on the field. But you can do a lot just with one Lunalight Gold Leo, but if that card gets shut down, you need to keep extending, keep going beyond, and you need something like a Tri-Brigade Fractal or a Lunalight Masquerade to send the Silverhound to the graveyard to continue special summoning monsters, and it seemed like he just didn't have any of that.
Yeah, you always do like bluffing, Marcello, so maybe this was just one of the bigger bluffs that we've seen in the event, a big investment of resources into the Herald, and then say, well, you can't activate the effects, and
it's negated on the field.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do? I mean, again, as we have seen with Willie in the previous match, what's important is now to have a sigh of relief and just try to think. There is no time, as a reminder, no time for the quarterfinals or the semifinals and the grand finals, so they can, just relax a little bit more, no pressure on them. It does not matter. You can win, as Willie did, the remaining of this round and still advance.
Yeah, just losing game one doesn't mean you're out by any means. You go to the side decks, things change as well. And when you're playing a deck that people aren't prepared for, maybe there's not as many cards in the side deck. Droll and Lockbird has almost fallen completely out of favor here at this tournament. Because, you know, with the combined list, you know, there's no World Premiere themes that came out in the past year. No Mitsurugi, Ryzeal's not in existence. No one's really playing in this tournament. So Droll and Lockbird may not be a card that Felipe might have in his side deck.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Also, probably no Shifter coming in because you're playing against Yummy. So all of those cards that you might be terrified of, not there. And this is just one of the things where you've made that pick for the World Championships and you've successfully picked something that no one is expecting. I mean, there's a lot of merit to just saying, okay, these are the best decks. I'm going to practice those. I'm going to pick one of those. But instead, if you go outside the box, maybe you get lucky and you really take a lot of players by surprise.
Yeah, I mean, it has been, again, the key of this duel is advancing. Again, 6 different decks means that has worked out in their favor. And already we have seen, you know, a Vanquish Soul Canine deck being knocked out in the previous round. So we'll see what is going to join us in the semi-finals. But now it will be Tom going first. We have seen what the deck can do already, even in the last round, you know, with Johannes, where you can set up multiple dancers as well as, you know, just making a field that almost no deck could be able to break.
Yeah, and Field Breakers have really been the most popular cards in player side decks here this weekend, and they're just not going to do the same thing against that Luna Light strategy. And that's why we were talking about that die roll being so important, because if you lose the die roll against Luna Light playing Yummy, you know you're going to be going second at least twice in that match. So this is going to be the time for Tom to shine and take this game number 2. We just saw it with Willie. If you lose game 1, you can't get too flustered, can't get too frustrated. You still have a match to play. No matter what, you have to win 2 games, regardless if you lose the first one or not.
Absolutely. Yeah. Nobody gets a prize, you know, for winning 2-0, and that would be
except in Master Duels.
Exactly. Fair enough. Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, actually, they do get it, but not here today. And yeah, Tom is focused. You could see it. So, are we gonna have just another Yummy deck advancing, or is Luna Light gonna try and even things out? Our duelists are ready. Let's jump back into the match. Nice handshake there, and question is going to be, can Tom find his engine? And I see a lot of disruption from Felipe.
Yeah, showing his hand to the camera there, and what a hand it is. Everything and a full loss on top, so let's see how Tom can play into the full loss.
I do see a fire formation tanky, which is a great way to access the engine, but we start with the Foolish Burial. Amazing extender card.
Yep, being able to send Luna Light, Silver Hound will be great, but if Felipe has that Mulcharmy Falls, it's pretty strong against Luna Light. They special summon from the deck and extra deck.
A lot.
Yeah. And that is what we might be seeing here.
Wondering if the plan under a Fulos is simply just to go full steam ahead and make your Liger Dancer anyway, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how many cards they have if they can't answer the Liger Dancer. And to be fair, the Yummy deck is one of those decks where it doesn't really matter how many cards they have.
We do not go for Fuvalos. Interesting. We do not.
Ash Blossom. Yeah. Fire Formation Tinky met by Dominus Purge.
We just want to try and stop Tom completely, not using the Mulcharmy, but trying to just end the turn, and we might have been successful at it. Wow.
Just sets a card face down. We were talking about Field Breakers not great, but those hand interactions absolutely punishing against the Luna Light strategy.
Yeah, Dominance Purge just showing its power there, a very powerful hand trap. Players just having a little discussion about something, but yeah, of course, Dominance Purge, you have to use it after Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, as everyone knows, but something you don't want to accidentally get wrong, because it would stop you from using Ash Blossom afterwards.
And those Dominance cards are they're actually trap cards you can use from the hand, so it makes a lot of sense.
And a Sky Striker engage. Oh, wow.
Felipe off to a great start here in game number 2.
Yeah, you can see Tom debating about this. Could he really have, you know, maybe an Ash of his own? No, he's gonna allow it. So Orne Jones most likely gonna be added to the end of Felipe. And again, a player sneaking in with that 4-3 record that is looking to take out a top seed.
Yeah, is Tom gonna return the favor with the Dominus Purge, maybe after getting Sorry, Dominus Impulse. I'm always going to get those the wrong way around.
It's a 50-50. But Engage, adding the Hornet drones, you kind of look at the face there on Tom, not happy, but trying to stay focused and locked in. He knows this could be his potential last game of the tournament, but off to just a brutal start here.
He has just got that one starter, Felipe, so if there was a Dominus Impulse or something to deal with this Hornet drones, that would be the turn pass. And it makes you wonder, when your hand has only got one engine piece, would you not start with that full loss in future?
It's definitely a tough call here. And there is still another card in hand, which I'm not quite sure, outside of that, what those could be. But for now, yeah, we are just gonna use this Hornet drones. No response.
Drones is a fantastic card, but not starting with Yummy Monsters does mean you are a little bit more soft to negations, because there's no way to, for example, tag out if your Yummy Synchro gets interrupted.
But no effect.
Oh, he used the...
yeah, he can't use the effect because of the Dominus. It's a fire monster.
True. Now he's going to normal summon Little Charmy Fualos.
Wow.
Where does this get you? The Yummy Synchros are not level 5.
Because I think then wasn't the play to maybe go into Almirage and then Hornet drones?
Does he even run Almirage?
I mean, some do, but...
He's attacking!
Wow! He's just attacking. Is that just gonna be maybe an SP? Is that it? Because I mean,
he doesn't use Almirage.
He doesn't. Oh,
wow.
That explains it. So actually, it looked as if that was a combo, but not even then. We might just be passing after this SP.
Going after the face down, or he could be going after the Silver Hound of the Grave, but I don't think so. He's going to go after the missing card.
But
the Dominus Purge.
Oh wow! I mean, great catch by Tom, and of course you can't use it. They come at a heavy cost, and
I think you touched on it, Tom. Just not the Tom that's playing, but the Tom sitting next to me. Maybe he would have wanted to use that Fualos with not having any Yummy cards in the hand, because he's not really able to get anywhere with all these amounts of disruption.
Yeah, because that Purge just shut off his own starter there. It's been so damaging to his turn. No Pagari, no SP Little Knight. He'd have been better off activating an Impulse himself,
Yeah, and I mean, Tom, you cannot count him out. He's going to have another turn, another way to get to more Lunalight monsters, facing down just one Spell and Trap card, and he has a Lunalight Gold Leo, which is going to immediately be bet by Forbidden Droplet, sending that useless SP Little Knight to the graveyard. Tom checking his face down in his Book of Eclipse. So it's going to be able to allow this Leo to resolve, which is going to let him add a Lunalight and send a Lunalight, but that's going to continue to let him keep summoning monsters onto the field. Tom might be able to even things out here, and he's going to surrender just like that.
Surrender.
Wow. These games, you can never predict how it's going to end by how it starts, because there's just so many different things that can come into play. But yeah, maybe the Fualos was the play there, since there was just no starters.
It definitely strikes me as maybe that's a little bit of a knock of confidence rather than anything else, because, I mean, if he's not familiar with the Lunalight deck, I'm not so familiar with the Lunalight deck. Can you play on with just a Gold Leo and the monster set face down? I mean, presumably you can, but it's worth just watching, let your opponent do a few things before immediately going and throwing in the flag.
Could have been a little frustration there from going into the SP Little Knight, forgetting that he wouldn't be able to use the effect.
Yeah,
sometimes that kind of like affects your thought process, like, oh, I messed up, and now he's going to be able to resolve his card. I'm just going to, throw in the towel here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like the decision could still be right. At the end of the day, he managed to stop him, and we all know that, Yummy have so many one-card starters, so it's reasonable to be like, I'd rather not take the risk that, they can just play on, and if I stop him and then I have like, I don't know, like 15s, cards that I can pick up off the top of my deck to just play in full combo, might as well take it. So I think in that regard, he was probably still right in the way he played these cards. I think the main decision comes back to the Almirage, not in the actual deck. When I saw that Fuvalos, I was like, okay, then he's gonna go into Almirage and still play, but not quite. And I don't know. I mean, it's always rough. At the end of the day, you can get behind, how to play these decks, but especially as we have mentioned, when you switch decks not that long, before the event, as that was the case maybe for Felipe, he said that he switched, to Yummy. Some of these niche interactions or just, things that come naturally, just like activating the Dominus, and then not realizing that actually there is some important, downside in the deck. It's unfortunate, but just like it was for Tom, it's important for Felipe to, just take a moment, recompose, and be like, okay, I still get to go first. There is still a game. It worked out really well in game 1. I just do my thing, and hopefully that takes me there.
Yeah, but the big difference is game 3. The side deck is available to Tom. I actually think he might be favored here, even going second in game number 3, because the one downside to Luna Lights is when you're going second, you might have to play through a board that could be difficult.
Yeah.
But he has plenty of cards in his side deck that are going to help make that a little bit better, especially against the Yummy strategy.
Yeah, I was wondering though, I mean, is his main deck not already extremely You do find sometimes that people just say, I'm pretty much pre-side, I'm going to say this is the most popular matchup, this is what I'm going to beat, so I'm going to have my main deck set up to beat this deck already, and then I don't even need to side anything for it. But you think that's not the case? Maybe there's still a few more cards to come in.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, cards like Dark Ruler No More have been really, really strong against Yummy. Even anything that can just negate all the monster effects on the field. The field breakers are what really shine against the Yummy strategy.
Yeah, I mean, again, we know what the plan is. It's pretty clear from Tom. Outside of probably having, a Fuva loss, if that could be in there, he's not really going to interact much against, the Yummy deck. And then he's going to rely on Triple Tactic Trust, Dark Ruler No More, and, all of these interaction to try and possibly break the field. While from Felipe, the plan seems clear. Just set up those heralds. And probably that's what he's going to try and rely on that, Macrocosmos-like banishing effect that stays on field. So even though, that call by interaction was interesting all the way back in game 1.
Yeah, maybe he realized it too at some point in the game so it won't come up again. But with his deck already main decking copies of Book of Eclipse, heavy polymerization, there's plenty of going second tools for Tom. So that game was important. He really needed to get that other turn back. And sometimes it feels so bad because when your first turn gets stopped and you're playing against Yummy, it's like, man, if they just have one of their monsters, I can't do anything.
No, and I think the confidence boost gets you there if you're Tom, because I mean, game 1 was quite unfortunate, but then you see game 2, you see your opponent maybe not be on their 100% yet. It's still, the first round of the day. And that, I think, gets you there. You're like, you're smelling some possibilities. You're getting back in it. Now it's actually 1-1, and it could go either way. Sure, you're going second, but your deck is built to beat this deck, and he has not lost to it yet at this event. So it's working out, and I think he'll, just think about these things and try his best to stay in this match. But regardless, it's amazing. We have one more game to find out who is gonna be advancing to the second semi-final. Is it gonna be Tom representing, the European region, or is it going to be Felipe representing South America? It's an amazing clash.
Yeah, I really can't wait to see it. I mean, we talked about how the Americas could take all top four spots, but Tom has the entire continent of Europe on his back. He wants to bring the World Championship back home to EU while we're here in the EU, in Paris, France. Will he be able to do it? He's going to have to win this game number 3 going second. It's going to be a tough battle, but I think he might be able to.
Yeah, he's definitely got the advantage in the deck building stage, right? He's taken a deck. It's taken a lot of players by surprise. No one really knows what to do. People are making a few mistakes against it maybe, and maybe don't have that side deck plan to deal with it. But let's see if Tom can carry that advantage and make it into the top 4 as we start the final game of this match.
All right, so nice friendly handshake here going into game 3.
Oh my goodness.
Not what you want to see. Oh, that helps.
That's quite the interesting opening. I mean, we are gonna see a Sky Striker deck later on, and I'm sure that player is gonna wish to open with triple engage maybe. But if you're playing the Yummy deck, that's quite different.
Yeah, it is a powerful starter, but it does require this slightly wonky lineup of 3 search cards for only 1 target, and this is probably not the way you want to draw it.
Now he's not going to be cut off here from Dominus Purge, so the Kagari is going to be able to add back the Hornet Drone, so it's much more effective here in game number 3 than it was in game number 2.
But again, we don't see many engine pieces, which means there is not really much thinking going on. This is going to be the Cup C Yummy way. And then, also the decision is going to be pretty easy. We'll discard one of these engage, and then we'll be able to special summon both of our monsters from end. later on.
Do you think Felipe was holding his breath there about this Cups to Yummy Way resolving? If there was
Yeah.
some sort of effect negation, it would have been devastating for him, but it does resolve. Gonna send that extra copy of Engage to the graveyard, as you mentioned, Marcello. And now it looks like he is thinking about Link summoning by sending Cups to Yummy Way to the graveyard.
He's got 3 spells in his grave, you know?
If only he had another Sky Striker card to add.
If only there was a Widow Anchor or something in the deck, but again, it probably wouldn't do all that much, because he's going to have a full field of monsters almost certainly by the end of the turn.
Sure, we have seen a few players, you know, trying out some targets. I've seen this weekend, you know, a Widow Anchor, an Afterburner also. So you never know, but I do agree with you. That's not quite going to be the case. Instead, most likely we'll go search our Yummy Surprise. And yeah, that is the quick spell.
Taking a somewhat more conservative line, I'd say, by going for the Akroki rather than the Mignon, because, I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe he doesn't know Tom's deck list exactly, and he hasn't had the fortune that we've had of watching him on stream all weekend, but it doesn't look like a deck where you're likely to get hit with something like Nibiru. It looks like a deck where he is going to go second and try and crack the field that you make, so maybe it's worth being a bit more greedy.
We see the Martial Metal Marcher coming down again to bring back the Cups to Yummy Way. A special summon from the hand of Cookie Yummy, and now another Synchro Summon for Herald of the Arc Light.
And yeah, he has done this all weekend long. I agree with you, Tom. Definitely not the usual way of doing this, but maybe he's trying to insulate himself from the Dark Ruler no more as well. I think that's, you know, that's a smart way to play around some of these distractions, and I think this is still quite the opener to, you know, to break from Tom, but I think we are pretty much done. So can we find some of these going second cards? The deck, you know, can sometimes struggle when it draws too many of these engine Luna-like cards going second. You need the perfect combination of breakers plus cards.
You do get those 6 cards rather than 5.
And it's an interesting dynamic here with the Herald of the Arc Light on the field and an Artifact Lancia in the hand. But once one goes off, the Artifact Lancia might be useful here in slowing down Tom and his Lunalights.
And there it is, interesting moment here. First and foremost, do we see the Dark Ruler coming from Tom?
Or maybe a Book of Eclipse, anything. Dark Ruler,
and
no
it
more.
Is Dark Ruler, no more from Tom yet again.
That's step 1.
Is going to answer that Herald. Makes it just, every time you use a Dark Ruler, though, you think, oh, the Yummy Surprise, it just turns everything back on. So maybe this is backed up by a Dominus Impulse. It would shut down the Yummy engine completely.
And yeah, this is where Felipe is going to take a moment and possibly chain that Yummy Surprise.
Bring back the Cups of Yummy Way, potentially.
Yeah.
Does look like that is going to be the case.
That is the case indeed. And now it's also an important thing, because as you've mentioned, now the Artifact Lancia is technically online. You can use it since the Herald is negated, but
well, this time you can actually make another Herald.
Yeah.
And it will be in play.
Be effective.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Worth noting, though, I think Felipe only got the 2 Yummies engraved because he only had the chance to search 2, so maybe that will limit his ability to interrupt Tom somewhat.
Could be. Let's see what he's gonna follow it up with. Obviously, you have the heavy polymerization, an amazing card, but would be punished by the Lancia, no?
As well, heavy polymerization. When you're going to put yourself down to 500 life points, and your opponent's not taking any damage, so you're going to have a bit of a tough time at the end of the turn.
And a Book of Eclipse. But he has the Ash Blossom.
Ash Blossom to negate it.
All right, so we've seen a lot of non-engine from Tom here at the beginning of his turn. Will he have the Lunalight cards he also needs to follow this up?
Still got a good 4 in hand.
Yeah, it's gonna be a close one. You can feel it. Both are quite tense. They both know it's gonna come down to this couple of plays, and it's not gonna be quite the heavy polymerization, but it's gonna be the Lunalight fusion.
Pretty close. still going to be a card that helps you cheat out your Lunalight fusions a little easier than just like polymerization the monsters from your hand to be able to use a monster from the extra deck.
And yeah, we are gonna chain this Kapsi Yummy way. Just bring back, makes sense, the Snatchy and the Cookie, possibly aiming to destroy whatever fusion monster is summoned. And since Felipe controls a monster that was special summoned from the extra deck, we can use one material from Tom's own.
Oh, is this just...
it's going to be 3. He's just going to summon a Leo Dancer, but he's using Silverhound and Black Sheep. Those effects are going to activate in the graveyard.
How have we seen this card summoned so many times? This Leo Dancer.
It definitely comes up. We 100% know what it does now. It can attack twice. When it attacks, it can destroy your opponent's monsters. It's an absolutely incredible card.
Yeah, and you can't really do much with this Cookie on it since he cannot be targeted or destroyed. Well, we've seen it already, how we can easily break a field, destroying every single special summon monster. Obviously, no damage due to that Dark Ruler, but this is quite the issue.
It was, again, a very big investment, and Tom not going to be able to end the game this turn, and we know Felipe is probably going to end up with a few cards in hand, because those yummy monsters just seem to keep recycling themselves, no matter what you do about it.
The Black Sheep's going to add the Silverhound back to the hand, which is not too bad, and then the Silverhound's going to special summon Gold Leo from the deck. Lunalight Gold Leo is going to activate on summon to add a Lunalight monster. Then we'll have to send a card to the graveyard. Felipe can still Synchro Summon using that yummy Snatchy effect that's in the main monster zone. You can also just tribute off the Herald Arclight if he wants, just to clear up some room, potentially.
Yeah, it's not going to do an awful lot on the field.
Yeah, it's going to be destroyed by that Leo Dancer at some point.
Wondering.
Not being able to target or destroy it is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it's really tough to answer at all.
Wondering when Yami plays, they're just going to put a Ceravis in just for when you tribute the the Arclight. Use the effect that it was intended, you know. After the first like 20 years of Arclights existent or something, everyone was just searching a ritual spell with it.
Get that additional effect for sure. This is an important key moment. It's game 3. Both players on only a few cards left.
Yeah, crucial moment for sure. And let's see what we can do. Tom, you can see, is also extremely focused. He does not want to make a mistake at this stage. It's going to come down to this turn, whether he can have a shot of becoming the new world champion.
It is certainly not easy for him. You have to wonder, sometimes players play a little faster when they have all the cards they need immediately, so maybe it's a time for Tom to have to think very, very carefully how best to use the limited resources he has.
So he adds the Lunalight Tiger and then sends the Silverhound he added right back to the graveyard. And now he's going to use the Leo effect to add it right back to his hand yet again.
When do you think we are going to go for this Snatchy?
If he activates the Tiger, I could see going for it to go into Cookie Way to put the Leo face down and then use the field spell to take out the Tiger.
Tiger, it summons something when it's destroyed, right? Something like that?
Oh, never mind.
From
We're
the graveyard,
going
maybe?
for it now. Activated the Snatchy, and we're probably going to use the one, in the extra deck. In the extra monster zone that was negated by Dark Ruler no more, and we are gonna go for Kapsi Yami Way, adding some resources to the end, but we actually pull off the Cookie right away. Interesting.
So he wants to destroy the Leo to get it off the field.
Yeah.
It makes a lot of sense for Kepsi to, get that follow-up, because even though he got Dark Ruler no more, he knows he's going to have another turn, but...
And most importantly, we can get rid of this third engage. Yeah.
There's some
3 copies of engage, just... Oh, the absolute worst thing to see there.
Indeed, and I think Tom might be smiling. I don't know. He looked pretty locked into me, but yeah, you can see no reaction whatsoever.
I don't think he even knows that there's
no.
engage. I mean, he's going to realize it now when he looks to the graveyard potentially, but...
I'm wondering if there's ever a university just discarding the Lollipo instead, so it's in the grave and can be revived and start banishing things from the grave, but...
Could be, but nope. It seems like we are just gonna move on to the battle phase, and then look at this. We are gonna clear the whole field, and now we can use the Akruki possibly, but is that in the damage step actually the effect to clear everything?
Yeah, an awful lot of cards these days cannot be used in the damage step, so...
Wow.
Now Tom's going to activate Lunalight Masquerade. With the Silverhound already being used, it's not going to be as effective, but he'll be able to send maybe something like Yellow Martin to the graveyard. Or he has the Tiger, so he could send Kaleido Chick, actually. Or, yeah, he has so many options. In combination with the Tiger, Masquerade is actually a fantastic card. But it is going to be Kaleido Chick.
Yeah, we must keep in mind there is still the Artifact Lancia that might slow him down, but this is amazing. And, I mean, Tom just has so much available to him.
Kaleido Chick can send any Lunalight monster as a cost to copy the name.
Yeah, such a powerful ability somehow that it is a cost to send a monster from your deck to the grave. We've seen some of these cards before, and they've been some of the most powerful cards.
I think it's Martin.
Yep, and here comes the Yellow Martin. Yellow Martin's going to return the Tiger, so it'll be able to be reused again and special summon itself to the field. So now he has access to a rank 4, which could be many things. It could be Tiger King, could be Baguska if he so chooses, Dagaris.
Tom, he's having a look at the graveyard, maybe signaling that he might be looking at making an SP at some point. An SP going to be met by an Artifact Lance. He's going to get quite a lot of value. Felipe could shut down that and a potential Lunalight Fusion summon in the future.
Yeah, especially if Tom decides to go into the Tiger King, to go for Fire Formation Tinky, to go for Lunalight Wolf. That Lancia is going to be really key.
Yeah, I mean, we can assume that I'm pretty much sure Tom thinks Felipe is out of interruptions, so if he gets a bit greedy, you know, he could get punished surely. Yeah, but I mean, on the other end, he knows the rest of the end. He knows that there are only 2 monsters, and that makes its life quite a bit easier in, you know, figuring out how to deal with the rest of the setup. From
this is a big decision, and he's just going to go into the Dagaris.
Third way,
because he is thinking about that SP Little Knight. I think he's going to. Oh no, he's going to draw.
Yeah, we usually see the effect to special summon back and then skip the main phase, but looking like we might go for a draw. And I mean, might make sense after siding so many good cards against the Yami deck card there. So let's see if he gets punished by this.
Well, what are the cards that are, you know, the good cards against the Yummy deck are probably things like Dark Ruler, which once they've done the job of clearing the field, maybe you don't want them anymore, but you do get to discard one of the cards you draw. So let's see if he finds what he's looking for.
Take a look at this 2 draws. Important moment for Tom. Looking for the deciding answer in his deck, and finally throws to discard 1. We still have the option to special summon 1 back from the graveyard as we have bounced back our Lunalight Tiger. And there he comes down once more.
Probably use the effect of bringing back the Kaleido Chick yet again. It's only once each time it's on the field, so you can keep using that Kaleido Chick effect every time it's a fresh copy.
I mean, it was, you know, this combination of cards will allow Lunalight back in the day to win, you know, a YCS with the Lunalight Orcus strategies, and years later they're still the heart of this deck.
He also has the Silverhound in graveyard with the fusion, so that's going to be able to negate a spell or trap card on the field, potentially on Felipe's turn.
I'm wondering though, if Felipe knows it's there, it's almost impossible to trigger on the Akroki because it's always going to be when you do a synchro summon. So as long as you use the effect of the synchro summoned monster as Chainlink 2, you're always going to be able to play around that at least on your field spell.
Definitely important to note. Gonna take a chance to look through that graveyard again. I mean, it's still crazy that Felipe opened with 3 engage, and this is where we're at. And it's gonna be triple tactics thrust. That's a big one.
Do we have the black goat even going in this game, that could be a big difference.
Yep.
And there is the Black Goat laughs.
You see him, yeah, that's going to seal the deal pretty much.
Yeah,
I don't think there's anything Felipe can draw to deal with this card on the following turn. Tom is going to be moments away from making it to top 4.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen this card played in a lot of different, ratio just because of this matchup alone. Calling that Snatchy is so devastating for the deck. We have a think here, we're about to commit, but instead the change of art at the very last second, and rather than going for an SP, we might go for Baguska, it seems.
Yep. Number 41.
Is that everything for Tom, though?
We switch the Leo, right? Not unaffected.
Just makes you wonder, though, like, is there another Link 1 for Felipe?
No, yeah, the Leo should go. The Leo Dancer should go to
Yeah,
defense
it should
mode,
go to defense, that's what I mean. Not quite unaffected as its upgrade, but... Yeah.
Tom won't be able to draw for his turn, so that's something to note.
Yeah, I mean, where's the engine left for Tom? It's
He's the
just
Tiger on the field.
Tiger, yeah, and you're not drawing for turn. I'm wondering, like, just a Baguska and a Black Goat. Black Goat has to be reserved.
He'll have a yellow. He could use Yellow Martin in the
Yeah.
graveyard to return the Tiger too. So that's like 3 monsters all on its own.
But surely Felipe, he's got 2 Yummies in hand, can just make a Link 1, but then what does he do with the result of it? Possibly as well that Dugares in the Anima zone, if that's something in Felipe's extra deck.
Is that a good draw? I think. Is there a monster effect he's going to use?
He's looking at the Leo saying,
Make
please
sure
can
there's
you use it?
Nothing hidden there that I need to know about.
Yeah. And yeah, as you've mentioned, no cards in hand from Tom. And just that Black Goat, every single card is known for Felipe. And unfortunately, that Artifact Lancia was not really needed at all. And we're not going to use it.
Lollipop Way is going to be summoned, put to sleep by Baguska. I mean, if you don't Black Goat Laughs now, when do you do it?
Yeah. And I mean, we have also seen that there is no Almirage, which is a big issue here. And that is actually the end shake.
Does he,
Wow.
Wow. He knows he doesn't have any other play. That final card in Tom's hand, the triple tactics thrust, you have to think maybe he drew into it with that Dugares to really end the game. Because if he didn't have the Black Goats Laughed, it's going to be hard for any field he puts up to stop this yummy, strategy. But Tom taking Luna Lights, the most I can't even say it's the most unexpected strategy in this tournament since we have other crazy decks here in top 8. But moving on to top 4, that means EU's hopes are not lost just yet.
Absolutely proud of Tom and proud of both. They gave us for sure an incredible match. A lot of back and forth action. And in the end, this just guarantees not only, a player from the European region advancing, but also that we are going to have 4 different decks in the top 4.
Yeah,
no matter what.
No matter what.
It's just amazing to see, but also I'm just amazed to see, like, surely Tom was thinking, just make another Link 1, summon another Yummy, make an SP, do something. But no, nothing. That Black Goat Laughs being just absolutely devastating.
Just incredible, and we've seen it time and time again how strong that card can be against the Yummy strategy. And even going second, it was still useful being able to break the field that he had there. And I mean, it's the Leo Dancer. The Leo Dancer. Knowing we talk about Luna Light and how it has the Liger Dancer and how hard it is to out, but we've seen time and time again here from Tom that being able to utilize just the old school Luna Light Leo Dancer, the effect to destroy all your opponent's monsters is a great way to clear all those Yummy cards because there's so many and they keep coming back onto the field. But we can't forget how that turn started. Dark Lunar, followed up by the Book of Eclipse to force out all the effects before he could turn on all those Luna Lights, drawing into the triple tactics thrust. Just absolutely incredible.
I mean, it has been amazing indeed. So now let's take a quick look at what is going to happen for Tom moving forward. 3 out of the 4 semi-finalists have been decided, and Tom is going to be waiting for the outcome of the last one between Roseli and Isaias to decide yet again another outcome between a player representing the European region and one the Americas. And wow, I mean, it has been really an incredible day already. A lot of amazing duels. In the end, gotta feel bad for Felipe, tried his best. And I think really the decision that costed him this entire match was not including any other Link 1. because usually you see, you know, Almirage, sometime relinquished Anima. He is not playing either of the two, and that has costed him, I think, both game 2 in that, you know, Dominus Purge situation, and now in game 3, because as you have mentioned, with no other link once, you have no way to advance your plays. I'm a bit surprised that he has no targets at all, but I mean, that's sometimes what it comes down to, those really small decisions.
Yeah, and I mean, it's tough. You can't overlook the fact he opened up with 3 copies
Yeah.
of Sky Striker Mobilize Engage, which is about as unlucky as you can get as a Yummy duelist.
Yeah, but on the other hand, maybe 3 copies of Sky Striker Mobilize Engage is a little bit of foreshadowing into the next duel.
That's what I was
excited
saying.
for
If
that.
you go back like 5 years and you say someone opened up 3 Engage, you would think that's the absolute best hand you could possibly draw.
Absolutely, and count me in for that one. I'm a big fan of the strategy, played it myself quite a few years, and I mean, it's the one deck that has escaped us on stream already, and it's a deck that, you know, everyone has been talking about it. This was one of the most unique decks among our 27 duelists, outside of, you know, Dino's White Forest deck, and I'm excited to see it in action. I mean, I want to see what it can do. The build, you know, it's extremely unique, as you can expect. We had an incredible run at the European Championship where, you know, a Sky Striker deck made it all the way to the top 8. And unfortunately, you know, lost out the decider to go to the World Championship. But now we have another chance, possibly Sky Striker making it to the semi-final.
And not only that, if the Sky Striker duelist result makes it to the top 4, we will have the 2 North America players playing off in one semifinal, the 2 players from EU in the other, and then we'll have the classic NA versus EU matchup in the final. But that's going to be if she can beat Isaias, who also, like Felipe, started off 3-0, lost the next 3, won the bubble match to get in, but it's going to end in epic fashion for sure.
I mean, yeah, it has been really, really an amazing clash, and it's going to be your pick, Tom, in the last duel as well with the Christian deck, so I'm excited for some of the most unique decks left into competition, but I think we have talked about this enough. Of course, right now, all of the glory is on Tom, representing this Lunalight deck and giving hopes to Europe to have, you know, a contender in the semi-final. So we want to hear it from him. Let's go to the post-match analysis.
Hello everyone, I'm here with Tom. What an incredible performance. Congratulations for advancing to the semi-finals of the World Championship. First of all, I want to hear about the Lunalight, of course.
First of all, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm excited to be here. Like, I can't believe it. It was very close. Usually, like, Lunalight is very good into Yami, like, but all my hands played into Arclight. Like game 1, I had Fractal, I think, and Masquerade, and both plays into the Arclight. So he played really well around my cards in hand. So I had to scoop. But usually, it's a very good deck. Like, it has a good matchup into everything if you draw properly. And that's why I chose it, yeah.
I mean, we have prepared some clips for you because I totally believe that you want to explain us what your thoughts process behind building the deck and bringing it to the World Championship. So we could tell that you have an approach from Field Breakers cards, for example, Book of Eclipse, alongside Called by the Graveyard. How do you feel against, for example, Yami, who still can have a link on the field and after with quick play to synchro summon on later, despite having Book of Eclipse?
I mean, the Link monster is pretty good because if it stays, because Lunalight Fusion requires an extra deck monster to be on the field to use something from my extra deck or my main deck. So that's pretty much part of the game plan. And usually you can play through the surprise.
I see. Very good call. The second clip is actually about a sequence that happened for the second game that Ash was activated on the Hound and later, of course, paired on Tenki. How did you felt at that moment? Despite being in such a disadvantageous position?
First of all, I was a little bit sad because I tried to play it around Imperm and Purge, not Ash and Purge. Like, I chose to play around Imperm and Purge, that's why I played it that way. I mean, even Ash Purge would have stopped me the other way around, but I chose to play it that way. And yeah, in my head I already lost. Like, when he activated Engage, he didn't look happy, so I felt like, okay, he might not actually have an engine card. Apparently he didn't. And he was Purge locked, so I knew SP doesn't do anything, Kagari doesn't do anything, so if he does not normal summon Capsi, I have Ash in hand as well, and Eclipse set. It's pretty good for me. Yeah, so I was like, if I draw an initial turn, If I draw engine for 10, it's winnable, and I drew Leo.
Yeah, and I mean,
the best engine.
The cost for Perch really played a huge role, right? Since neither SP could activate her effect, and neither Kagari, obviously.
That's why I double checked the Purge effect in Graveyard, because I knew it pretty much locks him out of Dark. But I knew he's gonna summon SP, and I was like, am I missing something? Did I read Purge wrong? Yeah. So
I see.
Yeah.
And the third clip is obviously something that I believe that you want to talk about. That breaking Lunalight, obviously it was for this reason, in order to clear the field of a Yami with a single card, since field cannot activate it during the damage step. Can you talk about this for a moment?
Well, Leo is usually just there if I get black-coated. I did summon him a couple of times this weekend, that's pretty funny. But yeah, he pretty much the same thing that Liger does, but not as a quick effect. So if he battles, he destroys the entire field, and yeah, if I wipe the field and he already went through his surprise, like I can play freely main phase 2. Unfortunately, there was like no way for me to get decked to Poli, so I tried to draw it. I drew Thrust, good as well.
With an amazing goat just to seal the deal, right?
Exactly.
So the logic behind your deck choice is that you wanted something unique, right, for the tournament, and something that you could actually beat the current meta, for example, Yami, as we saw, right?
Yeah, like you can see in Japan right now, or like in the OCG, Lunalight is taking over Yami, like, and I was kind of scared that people might like get on my foot, and now might prepare for Lunalight, because it's a very good meta call in my opinion. It can beat everything, and like I said in previous interview, I do not think that you can outscale someone at Worlds. Like if you can, I did it at German Nationals and Euros, but like at Worlds, I thought that I have to find an edge, and I think I found an edge.
Yeah, obviously. Advancing to the semifinals for the World Championship, you're 2 matches away from becoming the World Champion. I'm sure you can make it. I hope you're the best. See you in the semifinals. Thank you everyone for watching. And right now we're going for a commercial break, and we'll be back to you with some more Yu-Gi-Oh content. Bye.
Bye.
C'est l'heure du duel. Je ne vais pas m'arrêter en si bon chemin. Alors, qu'as-tu à répondre à ça? Me voilà enfin, Yugi.
Made for the best. Made for who you can be.
And we are back with the last quarter final to decide who is going to be Tom's opponent in the upcoming semi-final. And we have been waiting for this. I've been personally waiting for this all weekend long, ever since I've heard that out of the 27 players, one decided to bring Sky Strikers. And finally, here they are. It is Rosalie who decided to bring the deck after that second place finish at the European, WCQ. And now she will be facing off against Isaias with that Christian deck. What a matchup is ahead of us.
Yep, can't wait to see it. And I think they're almost ready to go, right?
Absolutely. So I could say, let's not waste any time. Let's jump directly into the match.
All right, final quarterfinals, let's go.
And honestly, I think, I don't know, we are about to find out, but there is a huge chance that Rosalie wants to go second.
Yeah, so Isaias is probably going to be going first, unless he knows that strategy that Rosalie has brought.
Is that a 6 or a 1?
That's
the
the
big
one.
question.
It's a 1.
Okay. It's a 1, and so that was a smooth, throw. And let's find out. I guess.
Oh no.
Ooh, that's an interesting end from Isaias.
You should have chosen second for sure.
But okay, at least we have one of those crucial spell cards to start things off with. And as mentioned, Rosalie deck is just so interesting.
Yeah, but this is really not it for Crystron K9. For Crystron Inclusion, it's a fine starter because all of your monsters are machines. But if you have to start with Inclusion now, you're going to have to use the Sulfador immediately. And once you've used Sulfador as effect to summon from the hand, You're no longer allowed to summon monsters from the extra deck except machine monsters, so no canines here.
Things are looking a little dicey just from the start. We've seen some of these players just not drawing the greatest of hands going first here in the quarterfinals.
Indeed, and I mean, on the other end, once more, you open Mulcharm is going first, never ideal. And that Nibiru Primal Being, we have mentioned it, it has been a key card for a lot of these duels, but is it really, does it even do anything against Sky Striker? That's the question.
Yeah, it is one of those cards, again, and it's also one of those cards that gets worse the better your opponent is, and you've got to imagine at the World Championships you're playing some very competent players, and they're going to know exactly how to play around it. We saw Yuna playing around it with the Sky Striker cards, no less, leaving that token on the field. Maybe we'll see something similar from Rosalie, maybe just not doing 5 summons before the battle phase.
Yeah, but as you can see here on screen, this Eleskeletus has been summoned and will allow to extend plays a little bit more, but you're right, Tom, definitely not the ideal opener because we are a bit stuck as compared to the other options that the deck has. Still, you can see the speed of play is remarkable from Isaias. You know, maybe not the most ideal opener, but he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, I mean, in the normal Crystron deck, prior to playing the Canines, I think you run a few more Crystrons, and this start is fine, and you would end with a few more negates if you're just playing Crystrons.
Cyber Dragon Infinity is one of my favorite cards. Love to see it come down here in the quarterfinals of the World Championship. You're talking about only being able to spell summon machine monsters from the extra deck. It's one of the strongest ones.
Yeah, here we go, and we're going to see that very powerful trap Crystron cluster. Stops any of your cards from being banished, and also has the once per turn quick effect. You can return a Crystron that is banished to destroy a card on the field, or 2 if you control a Crystron Synchro monster.
Yep, and that Crystron Tristaros is going to also allow Isaias to summon a monster from the deck if Roselle does anything on her turn.
And I mean, still look at the amount of cards in the end. Sky Striker is a very interesting deck. You know, it used to play as more of a grind deck. Nowadays, it has some similarities with Tempai in a way, where you can go second, just, you know, break the field, and then just close the duel out with a lot of damage thanks to that linkage. And there it is. Rosalie has drawn into her 6th card. What are we gonna start with this duel with? But in the meantime, I believe we can quickly go back to us while they wait for the final setup and clarification.
Yeah, Rosalie is one of those players who has chosen to use no monsters in the hand. So the Canines are going to not be of any use for Isaias for now. Looks like the players are going straight back into action now. Rosalie looking like she's hanging on to a Book of Eclipse, and then wondering what other options there are in hand.
Yeah, Cyber Dragon Infinity, great at stopping one card, but with a deck constructed like what Rosalie is using here, there's probably usually plenty of ways to force that out and continue to destroy all the monsters that Isaias has on the field. And it's going to be a start with the normal summon of Sky Striker Ace Ray.
That's an interesting way to start things off, I'd say. Usually, and have we used the effect?
It almost looked like an attack, but that would probably not be what's just happened here.
No. That's an interesting way to start things off for sure.
Yeah, that Ray is only once per turn. Normally it was such a menace bringing itself back from the graveyard all the time, but now probably that recursion effect is not going to be enough to cut it. Still a useful one to keep in mind though.
All right, and we're going to see the effect of Ray special summon that brand new Sky Striker Ace 0. And with Ray in the graveyard, Rose in the deck, this is a way to get both those monsters onto the field.
Is it going to be used to add, or are we going to save it until we use the other effect?
Now it looks like Isaias is going to activate the effect of his Crystron monster on the field to special summon and synchro summon.
Yeah, perhaps we will see that powerful Dawn Dragster right now can be used to negate a spell or trap once per turn. Here it comes, FA Dawn Dragster.
It looks like adding Sky Striker, mobilized, engage.
Yeah, here we go. First of many Sky Striker engages. Already had 3 in the last feature match, so let's see if Rosalie can top 3 copies.
It'd be much better for her than it was for Felipe moments ago.
But I think you can tell Isaias has done its homeworks, yesterday night. Probably is aware what he's up against and was aware and set up in a way where, you can have this multiple spell and trap negations.
When I talked to him in the interview yesterday, he definitely thought she was playing Malice, so hopefully he did a little more homework after the interview.
Yeah, definitely.
Maybe getting confused between all of the other European players who seems to have brought Malice.
All right, now the Sky Striker Ace Zero. Oh, it's Mega Fleet!
Wow, okay.
Mega Fleet just taking care of Infinity.
Wow.
Fusing with it. Absolutely incredible. A card that a lot of players aren't including in their extra deck, but we see it here in Rosalie's deck.
Yeah, I'm sure this caught Isaias by surprise. And wow.
He didn't look that surprised, to be honest. He just kind of did it. So maybe he kind of knew it was coming. Very heads up here. No need to negate Book of Eclipse, because if you do, your monster is just gonna, it's already used its effect anyway. And
might as well try and hopefully get a draw at the end phase or something like that.
Yeah, well, not only that, but it leaves a face-down monster in the extra monster zone for Rosalie, which can be a bit annoying, but not if you have a linkage, which can just go ahead and send it. Striker got many ways to send cards from their own field to the graveyard in the form of linkage or multi-roll.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell it takes courage, to say the least, to bring, a deck like Sky Striker to an event like this one. And I'm sure she has tested a lot, and even this recognition to include the Mega Fleet in her extra deck, not even side deck, is impressive.
Yeah, that is super cool. I guess it's one of these decks where maybe you have a little bit more room in the extra deck than others, so you just go ahead and make the Mega Fleet. Yeah. Isaias maybe, I say he may not have been aware, but surely if he was, he just wouldn't have allowed the Rose to be, the Zero to be summoned to the extra deck there, extra monster zone.
Yeah, but flawless performance here, as you can see, summoning first the Mega Fleet to the extra monster zone, then putting it face down. Does not matter, because you can get rid of it. And now, just gonna show how much attack Kagari has.
How much attack does it have?
7. No, it has the boost, no?
But does it get the boost?
100 for each spell?
Yeah, it's the 100 for each spell.
Yeah.
Linkage gives it a
1,000,
boost, but is that not if you have light and dark or something? Or is it if you have 3 spells you get the boost?
It's in field or graveyard, so yeah, you do get the boost, because you have both Ray and the Link Masters, no?
Yeah, but the Sky Striker Zero.
Yeah.
Oh, so you just need a light and a dark?
Yeah, in the graveyard.
Ah, okay.
And
So
now
that's
going
basically 2,700, yeah.
to main phase 2, Shizuku is going to be summoned to the field. A card will be face down. Another one.
Wow.
Another one. Another one. Another one. 5 spell and traps in the spell and trap zone. In the end phase, the Crystron cluster is going to shut down this Shizuku.
Yeah, but I guess...
well, it has to be in main phase 2, right?
Or main phase 2, yeah, before the end phase.
Wait, can you not bring back Ray? Maybe she just doesn't want it.
All right,
definitely bring back Ray, right?
I would think so.
Yeah, maybe she just doesn't need it.
Now we are moving into Isaiah's turn.
Yep, it's a pass.
Maybe it's just a play around Azuna. Maybe that's a potential read from Rosalie. If no cards have been used, there's still like 3 or 4 cards in Isaiah's hand.
That could be the case.
Yeah, totally. And now plays back to Isaias, and although, his field for the most part has been broken, he still is holding 6 cards in hand.
Yeah, here comes Inclusion again. Going to get to add another Crystron, and this time the Inclusion is backed up by a pile of Crystrons in the grave. One of them being Solfefnir, which you can use to discard another Crystron, summon itself, and destroy a card you control, and this will not lock you into machines, so maybe you can get 2 level 5s into play. Also, very heads up, not leaving any cards in your hand against the K9 deck, because they can take advantage of that just by normal summoning.
Yeah, and we know at least one of them is the engage, so really heads up play, because she did that exclusively, you know, on purpose for that reason. So
I was waiting to see some old-fashioned Sky Striker interaction here with the Shark Cannon to banish from the grave.
All right, going to banish the Crystron inclusion from the graveyard to special summon back a Crystron monster from the graveyard. See if Roselli has a response.
ooh, and that's not quite the Shark Cannon, but it works even better, you know?
It's close.
Sky Striker caught by the grave.
Imagine, yeah.
Oh, but he's going to use the Crystron cluster on called by the
that can
grave.
play around it, a potential oversight there from Rosalie. You can shuffle one back in response to destroy the Called by the Grave. Who knew the best bit of cluster was that you just got to shuffle back a card rather than destroy a card on the field. Still gonna shut down the inclusion though, so not a bad thing, but not perfect.
Yep. But it'll keep the Tristaros in the deck.
Oof. We drawn, yeah, I think we've drawn into the second Fuvalos as well, so we have 2 Fuvalos, 2 Nimbir with the Primal Being, I think, in hand. Kind of an unfortunate series of throws there from Isaias.
Honestly, just checking again. Which are the cards? Having a quick read of Sulfador. They're not new, but they are a little bit under the radar, I think.
Indeed.
So back comes Sulfador. Now again, we're locked into machines, so again, no canines will be hitting the table, at least from the extra deck. Gonna get to send 2 from the deck to the grave and trigger Sulfador here to summon a Crystron monster, so maybe some more Crystrons can be synchro summoned.
Alright, it's gonna be Sky Striker linkage. We try and summon a monster and then chain Widow Anchor to take that Crystron Sulfador.
That's definitely a very, very, very good play, and as you can see, then you can send the card you control to the grave, so gets rid of the Sulfador, and now in a new chain you will get so much advantage back.
Yeah, with Lunalight last round and Sky Striker H0 this round, we're actually seeing a lot of impact from Duelist Advance happening here at the World Championship.
Big decision here whether we want to interact. I believe there is one engage set, so the other card is gonna be the unknown one, I guess.
We make it. What are we making here? Clockwork Knight?
Yeah.
Yep, Clockwork Knight going to be on the field.
We're gonna have a read at it. It's extremely good against the Yami deck, you know, to try and have the access to Clockwork Knight eventually, but let's see.
I'm wondering why we're linking off the Tristaros for it now, though.
Yeah, we don't have much going on. It's the last card in the loop is, I think it might be, and yeah, that's a pass from Isaias, and this gives Rosalie just so much advantage, because as you can see, you can just summon both Rose and Ray, and then you can also get into the Shizuku, possibly add a second engage, and that just is so much advantage.
The power of the linkage Widow Anchor combo into Sky Striker Ace 0 to bring back is absolutely incredible, and maybe a lot of people have overlooked how much of an impact that card Sky Striker Ace 0 had on the pure Sky Striker strategy.
But yeah, look at this engage back to end with the Kagari, and
I think a lot of the overlooking comes on because a lot of players are more focused on what they don't have as opposed to the cards that they do have, especially when it comes to the Sky Striker cards.
Indeed.
Just saying.
I'm just really wondering what this Clockwork Knight is doing. Like, it could have been a Tristaros still. You could have synchro summoned another monster, but maybe there's just no more synchros to make. He's already been through the Skeletus and a Dawn Dragster, and I think when you include the canines, maybe you just have to cut a bunch of level 7 synchros.
It looks cool.
True.
I love the artwork on Clockwork Knight.
Yeah, it's pretty nice looking, but now we might just be moments away from Rosalie taking this one. Basically, the main concern right now is playing around the possible disruption in the end from Isaias, but outside of that, she has plenty of damage available, and you can see when your opponent looks up in the sky and does some math, that's never a good sign, I'd say.
Yep, here comes Sky Striker Ace Zeke.
And there is the first engage for +1 of the match. Most likely not gonna be the last. And yeah, it's when it gets to this point, this deck doesn't stop, the grind. It feels like it gets so many resources.
Yeah, the only way Isaiah wins this game is if Rosalie makes a slight misstep and walks into something like Nibiru, but there's probably plenty of ways in Sky Striker to have a game without summoning 5 times, especially when you can summon in the battle phase.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine there that Rosalie is gonna, even if she walked into the Nibiru, she's gonna have so many cards by the end of it.
Yeah, very true. Yep, and here comes the battle phase. Zeke's gonna take down Clockwork Knight. Hey, the Flawless is online now, so you can chain them here if you want.
Yeah, I think.
Is he not gonna chain it?
I think he's still writing down the life points.
Yeah, he's probably writing down the life points, but he's just saying yes. I guess he has just given up on this game altogether. And as you can see here, this is just gonna be too much damage to respond. This is already like around 3000 attack from this Kagari, and then you can just activate it again for the final life points. It seems like Rosalie really has tried their best and makes it by closing this one out. And yeah, there he goes.
Stop attacking, please. I surrender.
That kind of reminds me of like the Yugi Weevil with the Bringer. Just, I'm already dead. Let him go.
Yeah. I mean, what a show from the deck. As mentioned, we couldn't get it on stream for the entire weekend. We have been waiting, we have been hearing stories about it, and now finally we get to see it in action, and well, I'm convinced.
Yeah, Sky Striker, definitely a solid strategy, and like I said, I think a lot of players overlooked it. They were more focused on maybe some Sky Striker cards we don't have in the TCG, and maybe thought, oh, well, we don't have these particular cards that are available, in other regions. So maybe the Sky Strikers aren't going to be as good, but if you actually take the time to consider and play test and try it out, you could end up not only, in the top 8 of the World Championship, be 1 game win away from making it to the top 4 with a very, very unexpected strategy.
Yeah, let's not count out the Crystron deck so far. I mean, he was basically playing with only 1 card out of his opening 5. None of the Nibirus did anything. The Furlos didn't do anything, and of course the Lupus didn't do anything. The Crystron deck is more focused on canines than any of the other decks that run canines. So, you run those 3 chaotic elements often to have, 6 copies of Jokor. So you really want to see that card maybe, and instead just seeing the Lupus and double Nibiru. So let's see if maybe it goes a little better in game number 2.
Yeah, that's right. Our first the first quarterfinal match was, pretty quick and easy there for Julian. But the last 2 matches we just watched, both the players that won game 1 did end up losing the match. So down, but definitely not out.
Absolutely not. On the other hand, you just gotta give credits to her for the deck building. In the end, it was also that mega fleet who really, completely disrupted the Cyber Dragon Infinity. And this poses also a huge question on Isaias. Are you just gonna summon that Infinity again throughout the rest of this match? Or are you gonna try and prevent that? So it's definitely out there, and I'm interested in seeing how, he's gonna try to approach this matchup. Obviously, it's a deck where you really want to go first and set up your combos, but I think it's always a matter of, do you let the Sky Striker deck go first and then try and win like that? Because it shuts down a lot.
I think you do. I think that might be the play, and I wonder, maybe he's going to look back and think, maybe I should have let her go first in that first game as well, but as I mentioned, he might not have been as familiar with the strategy that she brought here, because when I was talking to him last night, he thought she was on Malice, which you're never going to want to let your opponent playing Malice go first, potentially, but you never know how it's going to play out here. He's definitely going to have to shake off that first game. You mentioned he drew really bad. We've seen Lupus in the hand more than we've seen it on the field here so far in top 8.
Yeah, I mean, that Mega Fleet certainly would have been a surprise, so this time you kind of know Rosalie's not going to get away with just summoning the Ray, summoning a thing while there's an Infinity on the field. You're going to use that Infinity Negate just straight away and just say, okay, well, if you Mega Fleet it, it's already got its Negate. I'm not going to be too sad if you just want to remove one of my monsters.
Yep, definitely. And I'm excited to see how it's going to play out in Game 3.
Absolutely, and regardless if we ever go to a Game 3, and if, I mean, Rosalie thinks that, you know, she's going to go first, she has some, you know, aces up her sleeve, not just in the Sky Striker ace cards, but, I mean, also in the side decks. I can tell you there are some exciting surprises there. Don't want to reveal too much about that yet, but hopefully, you know, we'll have also some blasts from the past that we have not seen in a long time, and love to see that creativity and love to see, again, that boldness in just bringing such an underrated strategy to the event, maybe taking some inspiration about, you know, the European Championship. But regardless, as mentioned, we might be one game away from having another semi-final with both players from the same region, with Tom and Rosalie. But I think Isaias has something to say against that. So I think without further ado, as our players are getting ready, let's jump back and let's go to Game 2.
And oh, here we go. This is a lot better for Isaias here. This is really the start you want to see. You've got your K9s online, and K9s online will get you straight away to your Crystons as well, thanks to an old rank 5 Infinitrack Riverstormer comboing with an even older card, Scrap Recycler. I know a lot of players recently were sort of digging those out of their old tins, going, I know I had 100 of these, but I just need to find one.
Yeah, it is a card that just, you know, bakes all the deck together, you know, bringing this two amazing engine. Yeah, we are gonna start things off with this Ripper. Obviously, we are still unaware of what's in the deck for Rosalie. Is it really just going second cards? Does she have some, you know, Nibiru of her own? And this Ripper is always a nice way to have, you know, some insulation from possible responses.
Yeah, it is a little scary because a lot of other decks, you know, the deck lists are kind of, you know what to expect. You know, if you play against Yummy, you're going to play against, you know, 14 Yummy cards, a couple of Obedience School, a couple of Sky Strikers, and then, you know, either some Field Breakers or some Hand Traps. And again, you know roughly what you're up against Crystron. Sorry, yeah, maybe not so much against Crystron, but against Vanquish K9.
Yeah.
But against Sky Striker, it's anyone's guess. This deck is not a popular deck. Players have to go out on their own when they build it, and it also means when you're playing against it, you're somewhat on your own.
Yeah, definitely off to a much better start here. And now we're going to see why these two strategies work so well together, being able to go into the Infinitrack. And that's going to be able to add Scrap Recycler, which will access the Crystron Smeagol, and all the other Crystron cards will come following after that.
Yeah, here we go. Comes the Scrap Recycler, and yeah, as you said, it's a much better way to get access to the Crystron inclusion here is by doing all of this. First, you've already got a Ripper, you've already got a couple of K9s in hand, you've already got a forced release to go with the Ripper, so quite a lot of action.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen Willy in the past. Now we might see a little bit of a Wally here helping out this deck, you know, function and bringing these cards into fruition. Obviously, as mentioned, I have also the possibility of adding, you know, some interesting continuous spell cards to the deck. Not gonna be quite successful against the Sky Striker, but my main question is this field. How is it going to look like now that you're fully aware what you're up against and that mega fleet? So,
yeah, I want to say the Crystron deck actually puts up one of the scariest end fields of all at the moment, to be honest, because I mean, Yummy, it's quite compact, but Crystron is just one of those decks where they just keep adding cards, they keep summoning cards in combination with the K9s. You get like 3 or 4 rank 5s, and then the Crystrons giving you access to Cyber Dragon Infinity and a Dawn Dragster, and Sky Strikers obviously need their spells to resolve, so Dawn Dragster, a pretty premium card against them as well.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely having a deck that has access to spell and trap negates is huge here in this matchup.
Now we're gonna send the Crystal Cluster. It was pretty much the main help that Isaias had in the previous game, and you know, it's definitely a solid card against the Sky Striker deck, but we might need more. And here comes the Lizard Dose, interestingly enough.
Lizard Dose, are we just using it to draw a card at the end of the combo? He's not got anti-spell fragrance in the side.
Could be.
Maybe
He's banishing itself off the field.
God, can you imagine anti-spell fragrance against Sky Striker?
I feel like that would be a throwback. Yeah.
Indeed. I've seen a few going around, you know, in the weekend, but for now, I think, I mean, the end looks much better. As you've mentioned, Tom, in the previous game, I mean, it didn't look all that close, but still, he set up a pretty decent field and had to do it pretty much with 1-2 cards in hand. Now he has a full end of interesting options to shut down Rosalie later on.
Yeah, I mean, he's only used 2 cards to start his combo rather than just the 1, but it just makes so much difference. 1 + 1 is not equal to 2. In this case, it's equal to about 10.
Now we're seeing the 2 level 5s be overlaid here, probably for a Cyber Dragon Nova.
It does have to be a machine, but this time you do have to watch out before your opponent gets to anything.
Yeah,
you really have to use that Haggard Lizardos. Don't just start the turn with a monster in the extra monster zone and a Cyber Dragon monster. Oh, could you imagine?
Because the Mega Fleet would just use those 2 materials. Yeah, that would be pretty funny.
Yeah, looking at that hand, it is massive. I've seen players even use Silhouette Rabbit because you get the cluster as a continuous trap and you can search the other one, which negates cards for each continuous trap you have, but that does feel like a little bit too much.
A little extra. Now drawing a card, hoping it's a disruption.
Yep, there's a little bit of clarification here.
That is how, Hazard Lizardos works.
Yep.
Yeah, very flexible. Link 2 can just remove itself to draw a card, which I guess is the ticket in a lot of decks.
I wonder if is there something that stopped him from activating an effect or banishing or something?
There's no prosperities or other pots stopping him from drawing. Having a
Imagine
little
it'd be a
discussion.
Quick. Oh, I guess you're coming back to us.
Yeah, I mean, might as well while we wait.
We have chairs behind us, guys.
Yeah.
Surprise! Our feet would hurt pretty bad if we had to stand for these past 5 hours that we've had to commentate with no breaks. Oh no, we're right back in the game, going back down in the chairs.
And we've missed a little bit of action, but I think it's not too hard to figure out what happened. 3 cards was set, and Isaias has passed his turn. So this Infinity gonna do the trick, hopefully, and gonna use its effect before getting it fused away.
Hey, Upstart Goblin, that's a lot of people's favorite card. They love giving their opponents life points and drawing a card.
Yeah, that is definitely one of mine. So let's
there,
go for it.
It's you. I
it
knew
was
someone
me. You
was
asked me yesterday.
I knew someone was talking about it. I couldn't remember who it was, but it was you. That's right.
I just love the fact that you can use this card again, because it's been so long, really, that you've had a reason. Beforehand, though, Drawn Lockbird is such a threat to running this card because you can't really afford to activate it. But just want to talk about what Rosalie has just drawn, because Marcello said, does Rosalie think she's going first? And maybe she did think she was going first, because that looked like a solemn judgment.
Oof. And here comes that realize engage. We have a lot of ways to answer this card, but you're right, Tom. That might be what she's going for, but no response. So Isaias just keeping, his options for something more threatening.
Yeah, I'm really wondering what this Tristaris is being held for, because normally you just kind of want to rank it up as fast as possible into a level 7 Synchro. Is it the case? Maybe he just doesn't have any level 5 Cristrons in the deck, something like that?
Right, here comes the Ray, and I think once more we have used the effect.
She's not getting away with it this time.
Yeah, this time the Cyber Dragon Infinity is going to be used, but chained by that Widow Anchor. But of course, we know that Crystron Cluster is there, and he's going to target his own Cyber Dragon Infinity to destroy it, so its effect will resolve, negating the Ray, and also, not having to worry about Mega Fleet.
Exactly. But now the key number of 3 spells in the graveyard has been achieved by Rosalie, so if there is another engage, that could be something.
And someone needs to tell Isaias how to use Cluster. He's not yet just used it to just normally destroy one of his opponent's cards. He's destroying his own cards. He's destroying Called by the Grave. Very flexible card in terms of what it can do.
Indeed, and oh, we actually go and set a card. That's an interesting one. Before activating triple tactic thrust.
Yeah, and I guess sometimes you set cards to try and play around what we know is a Ripper, or to activate a linkage.
So, yep, the Ash Blossom we use, but Leakage is basically going to use kind of like a forbidden droplet to utilize being able to send a card that's just on the field that would otherwise go to the graveyard at the end of the chain.
But now finally that Tristaros has been activated.
But yeah, I'm just wondering, why wouldn't you just activate this way sooner, and then you would have had this spell negate, because the later you leave a negation like this, sometimes your opponent's like snuck through a few more effects, like maybe you really don't want this linkage to resolve.
Totally get what you are saying that, but let's see if Isaias gets punished at all.
Are we just activating Rose on summon, or was there something that destroyed it? Maybe it's just straight. Maybe she's just activating it immediately when it's been summoned.
Does look like that is the case.
Yeah, you do have, priority to use a quick effect on the summon as long as there aren't any triggers. So sometimes it's worth it just to stop any shenanigans from happening from the opponent. Just activate it immediately in case your opponent has some like non-targeting removal. Hey, see this Dawn Dragster? It's just going to get cleared up.
Going after the Ripper.
Yeah, going after the Reaper because we know that there is the fourth release face down that now is going to be completely useless. So, yeah, definitely an interesting sequence. I agree with you, Tom. And as you can see, Rosalie has a lot of options still available.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of cards from Isaiah have not been used to their fullest potential. That force release not getting activated.
Ooh. Okay, so Sky Striker Ace Azalea is going to come down to destroy that, or send the Kristan cluster to the graveyard.
Yeah, even with all this, Isaiah's just got hundreds of cards. Rosalie just got a few.
Hundreds.
I don't know.
No, it's a ton of cards. I'm just giving you a hard time there. And now, yeah, the Dawn Dragster just seemed like it was just summoned too late in the turn.
Indeed. And although, again, the opening was absolutely incredible by Isaias, Rosalie is once more finding a way. And again, one Infinite Permanence on the end, saved by Isaias to stop that engage from being added back.
Here comes a Shizuku. I'm wondering, like, the chaotic elements in hand for Isaiah here is a card. It has this bonus effect. I think it has to. You can banish it from the grave, and you can take control of. I can't remember exactly the types. I'm just wondering if the Sky Striker meets any of them. I know, funnily enough, Ryziel Detonator does meet one of them, so you can just like activate it, search a card, and then banish it and take your opponent's Detonator, which is an absolutely ridiculous interaction.
Yeah.
But I don't think it works on any of the Sky Striker monsters, but worth a read from Isaias just in case. I think it has to be light or dark.
But here we get one of the most interesting cards also all the way back at the European Championship, that Lemnis Gate, just giving so much recursion to the Sky Striker deck, and that's going to be an issue going forward. But most importantly, if you're right and there was that Solemn Judgment, that might be good even going second in this instance, you know?
Yeah, sometimes when you draw those cards that you plan for going first, as long as you can break through the field that's established, it can actually be quite useful in the same vein as if you went first, because then now you have control of the field.
Absolutely, what a back and forth, but I think we have drawn into a case for K9, is it? Anyways, from Isaias, still a lot to do, and yes, it is a case for K9 indeed, trying to get access once more to this Justice Hunter's archetype.
Lantern has already been used, has it? Or is there still option to draw it?
It has been used turn 1, this tool.
You just got to watch out for any more. Has Isaiah even kept in his Azunas? Because it feels like Rosalie's just pretty disciplined and not activating any cards that would trigger it. So here comes Joggle.
Yeah, even though the field is destroyed, plenty of ways for the K9 cards to get to the field, and it's going to be Jokul revealing Izuna, both these monsters being special summoned to the field.
But now also the question becomes how many extra deck options we have. We have used quite a few, going first from Isaias. I mean, I guess Zeus is always there, always annoying for the Sky Striker deck to deal with. But yeah, rank 5s are getting slim.
Well, there's got to be something left. He's either got some Christrons or some rank 5s. Surely. Sending another Jokul, which is interesting when he's got that Chaotic Elements in hand, which I think Jokul is the only target for. So maybe he just sent the third Jokul there. But added a Lupus.
Yep. Here comes Lupus, and one card in hand from Rosalie. Tried her best to play around this additional normal summon effects from the K9 monsters. And let's find out what is going to be this Exceed summoned by Isaias.
Oh, this is a very powerful rank 5. Can be used to special summon some more from the grave. We saw it used to great effect in Master Duel yesterday to special summon some very impactful rank 5s to the opponent's side of the field. But now we're just going to be summoning probably our own back.
Yep, the Imperial Princess Queen Query can extend plays further.
That is something I love about the K9 cards, is you have to kind of take a look at all rank 5s that have ever been released and how they can be useful even in today's terms.
You were right, Tom. There was the solemn judgment, maybe with Rosalie thinking that she was going to go first, so this is going to shut it down. Definitely not what Isaias was expecting while going first, but...
Chaotic Elements can add from the graveyard. Wait, is it destroying something as well?
I mean, we have to count if there are enough Pyro and Aqua monsters, I guess.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
That was just devastating. I did not realize it could add from the grave, but yeah, adding back a Lantern and then...
Yeah,
this is crazy.
Lantern's huge. It's going to be able to special summon back a level 5 monster and special summon itself from the hand. It's been a non-stop access to level 5 after level 5 after level 5.
Yeah, here comes one more rank 5. Maybe, but like Valon, not so good. He does have that Chronomaly. Can be used as an extra monster negate. How big is the Shizuku is another question. Rosalie just kind of smiling to herself.
I mean, yeah, might as well do. The graveyard is full of spells, but I don't believe we are on 10 yet, so it's gonna be a close one for sure. And you can see Isaias looking at his graveyard fully.
Is there really no way to get back into the Christrons?
Apparently not, and look at this extra deck. One of the few
Valon.
options left, the Valon.
Valon, not so great against Sky Striker. It might be against some of the other matchups that you'd face in the World Championship.
But yeah, we can get the Ray back, and without that Izuna, this might be a worrying one, because the face down effect doesn't really do anything against Sky Striker. Can she pull this off again? I mean, I guess you can make Zeus, but...
Zeus would be much better than Valon, and that is what Isaias is going to summon here.
So
Zeus with only 3 materials, it's only going to have one opportunity to use the effect.
I mean, really trying his best, but in the end, even once more, when it seems like everything was over, we're activating the effect. Oh, I think we accidentally... I mean, we knew what the card was anyways, but... yeah, I guess this was an interesting choice.
Just going to rely on the Ash Blossom. He can summon this Lupus, but like, what is it going to do? Just turn... I don't even know what.
I guess, yeah.
Is there a reason to have it on the field? Is there another way to get another monster?
Especially not in defense mode. You got to stick to your guns. But it's only got 200 defense. That's not very many.
Yeah, I think that's it. I mean, the last card in hand is a pretty good one, but... Oof, I mean, it's gonna get close. I think on the other hand, maybe Rosalie... also, there was a different line where, once she got that Sky Striker monster on the field, she could have just used it right away there to get a card back and, thought about this Zeus, and I think this would have completely closed this game out.
Only one card in hand, drawing to 2.
Yep.
What is she going to have to deal with the Zeus? It's going to be Tom's
Here it
favorite
is.
card, Upstart Goblin.
Oh no, you cannot. Can you?
Do it! Do it! Do it! He did!
It's
Ash
Ash
Blossom on
Blossom,
Upstart Goblin!
On an Upstart Goblin, and we know the last card in and from Rosalie, of course, that... Wow.
And he has enough damage on the field with the Zeus. Maybe he summoned the Lupus because he knew he would need the damage on the following turn, so he needed the monster. So he just summons it out there because now he can put both his monsters into attack mode.
Getting out his pen to add up 3,000 and 2,300.
That's absolutely incredible.
It's more than 3,500.
How many times have you heard a joke about using Ash Blossom on Upstart Goblin? And to see it happen here in the quarterfinals of the World Championship, absolutely incredible.
Yeah, that is unbelievable. And you can see Rosalie smilingly, looking at the camera. We know the last card fence down is that Lemnis Gate, which could potentially spin something back to the end, but it's gonna be so close here.
Yeah, how many monsters are there? Sky Strikers, there's got to be a couple, right? And this will get rid of the Zeus and potentially the Lupus, because Lupus will get banished.
Absolutely, and there it is. She's going to activate it, bouncing back both to the end.
Has she got 6? That's 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
6. Here comes 6.
So
and
2 monsters returned.
Both gone. The Lupus is gonna get banished. It doesn't get much better than this. Both duelists down to top deck mode. What was the draw for Isaias here?
How many times have we seen a top deck of Sky Striker Mobilize Engage in the past?
Wow.
Will we see one here?
But there are so many good cards that you can
beyond
draw here.
that,
Like so many. It's all coming down to this card, but what can he even do at this point? Like, the extra deck is so thin.
Yeah, Rosalie, though, sitting there with just having shoveled all the cards back into the deck. Everything is live for Rosalie, nothing live for Isaias. The main thing going for him there is maybe there's a difference in life points because Sky
And
Striker
it's a pass.
can't do it all.
What is it going to be? Crucial draw. It's a terraforming. That's not quite it, is it? If she has area
No, she has Chicken Game. She has Chicken Game.
Chicken Game!
We're about to play a chicken game here in the quarterfinals.
Absolutely insane.
The life point difference will continue.
Oh, wow. And this will give then an option for Isaias as well.
What a real throwback to these Sky Striker cards. Just say, give me any spell, draws a card, and then puts itself in the grave. Rosalie just, got to draw that one ray, and that might seal the deal.
So many good draws available to Rosalie. Can she find any of her Sky Striker card? What is it going to be? Looking in the air, and no,
set spell and trap
just a face
played
down.
back to Isaias. Isaias draws. That's not a card he can summon.
Not quite, but you can use the chicken game.
We're playing
Use
chicken
the chicken game. Use the
is he
chicken
going to destroy it, or is he going to draw a card?
You have to draw. You have to draw. This is your chance. Draw, draw.
Oof, bold decision. It's a draw.
Oh, no.
Of a draw on Lockbird.
I mean, I guess you can use it next turn
When
once
the
that chicken game activates again, but what is this game turning
We're playing
into?
a chicken game. Play is back to Roselli.
This is
Roselli's going to pay another
madness.
1,000 life points.
Oh, wow.
To draw another card with chicken game.
Here we're going to see this draw
on the chicken game.
What is going on?
Imagine she actually drew engage, but gets drolled on the chicken game. That would have been absolutely crazy.
That's unbelievable. Do we finally get a monster?
It's a Ray! It's Ray! A huge draw.
And he can't use the Phantasme because of the draw on Lockbird.
Wow.
Oh my, you couldn't write this.
Absolutely. Look at this.
Goes to battle phase, attacks with Ray, uses the effect to tag out for Hayate. Hayate is going to attack directly just because there's no cards on the other side and going to send a Sky Striker card from the deck to the graveyard.
Usually you get the engage, but in this case you can't activate engage, so it's not going to be quite it. You can see that linkage, such a powerful card, but we are gonna move on to main phase 2 using the Kagari to add it back to the end. And look at this, what is Rosalie even able to accomplish and having this possible win.
Yeah, but is that Kagari just going to stay on the field?
Yeah.
Because if it is, can you switch off your own chicken game? Oh, That's the best draw for Isaiah, surely.
Yeah, that's one of the better cards.
He needs to get rid of the chicken game so he can do damage at some point.
But you can just pay 1,000 to destroy
by itself,
it.
yeah, instead of drawing. But Chaotic Elements, huge draw here from Isaiah's.
What a draw, but we have to play through this linkage as well. And yes, it's going to be a 50. And now you pick up...
adds the lantern.
Wow. What is Rosalie thinking when she's saying, let me read this lantern, what's it going to do in the hand? There's got to be a couple of canines in the grave, so you can't really get rid of a target first.
Yeah.
I cannot believe we're just playing a chicken game.
It's crazy, absolutely crazy. And it's going to come down also to the number of spells. We have shuffled back a fair amount, to be honest. And that Kagari, we can't be quite sure how big it is. And yes, we are paying.
He wants to draw, so if he wants to win this turn, he's going to have to do something else to destroy the chicken game because the player with the lower life points doesn't take any damage. And it's going to be a defensive card.
Yeah,
it's probably not what he was looking for.
Not quite what he was
not
looking
going to do it. How's Rosalie still got enough life points to keep using this chicken game? Is she actually on 1,500?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, but she can't take any damage while the chicken game is in play.
Yeah, what a card that was. I mean,
you can make a rank 5, but what is your rank 5 going to do?
Do you even have any rank 5s left at this point? That's the question. So...
No. You have Imperm to set the attack lower.
Wow, you can see really Isaiah's thinking about this so much. It has been such a long duel, and we can't be more glad. And it's a pass. Oh, wow. It is a pass. And now, yeah, Rosalie just gonna make sure that she doesn't do any mistakes, you know, checking that second effect of the chaotic elements, taking control of a monster. What is it gonna be that draw?
Does she have even more Kagaris? She must do.
Is it just an attack? What a close match. You can feel the tension going. And it's going to be just an attack.
Has she got more tricks?
This is just a never-ending game.
What is going on? What is in the extra deck left for Rosalie?
But Phantasma is going to be able to come down. Can't go too fast.
No. That was very quick indeed.
Okay, yeah. Maybe you got to slow it down there, but no. But just he's okay with waiting to the Kagari to activate the Phantasma, but maybe there was an opportunity to use it on the Kaina there.
For sure. I mean, for sure there was, but apparently it's...
it like blinked out onto the field.
No, I mean, it has to be done this way for Isaiah because he has infinite impermanence, so you can negate a Kagari.
True, true. Good spot there, and apparently, yeah, Rosalie is thinking about this.
I think they're saying just to slow down the play and not play as quickly in the future because, yeah, you definitely need to give your opponent an opportunity to respond.
Was there an attack even? It
yeah,
sort of looked like
it. Yeah, there was. It's down to 1900 now, so quite a few spells, and as you can see here, probably giving you know, a check. He needs to, you know, when it comes to Rosalie, that's what she's clarifying with the judges, that she gave enough time, and now she's targeting. But there goes the Black Gold Loves
and infinite impermanence chain targeting the Sky Striker Ace Kagari.
What a game.
Everything getting negated.
Nobody being able to do anything.
Yeah. What is the text of Phantasma? I assume it has to destroy. And she's lost the chicken game. She's paid 1,000 to destroy it.
So only 500 life points remaining. One more card to the spell and trap zone. The Kagari's going to the graveyard for what can only be a Sky Striker Ace Shizuku. In phase, it's going to add a Sky Striker spell that's not in the graveyard. And we have not seen Mobilize engage, and now this is the turn Isaiah needs to close out the duel, or Rosalie will be moving on to top 4.
Yeah, absolutely brave play by the former runner-up at the European WCQ, deciding to pop her own chicken game, and now one more draw for Isaias. Can he pull a miracle off? Can he bring himself back into this quarter-final? And is it Foolish
Burial? Does that do anything?
Oof.
I don't know what Christian
so many
has
draws.
left.
So many draws that just have no impact.
Absolutely. I mean, it feels like he has gone through so much. Now she is aware of both the Lantern, the Phantasma, and must be wondering what's left for the American player.
I think that Snatchy is going to do the trick.
Checking again extra deck option and activating this foolish Burial.
He just needs anything. I mean, I don't know how much spells there are in Grave.
His deck is almost completely depleted. Only a few cards left there in the deck.
Doesn't seem like there is much going on there, and you can see him just debating whether to simply send an Izuna. That must not be a good sign.
Yeah, not really what you want to send, because you could have just searched it with a Jokal.
Wow, and here comes the last push pretty much from Isaias, using this Lantern to bring back the Izuna. Do we have another option in the extra deck? At this point, we must be down to like 5 cards left. And I believe we are gone through everything, but only one remaining card.
There must have been 6 spells, because Isaias took that much damage, 2,100, which does mean the Izuna on 2-4 is bigger than Shizuku, but not by 500. It needs to do 500 damage.
And it seems like we are actually gonna go and
Tribute
summon
Phantasmai
and
by
a
Solemn
Judgment!
What is going on?
Now Isaias only has 1 card in hand, passes back to Roselli.
And we know the engage is in the end. There comes the engage. No response. Only 1900 damage is needed for Rosalie to bring this
The 500 got halved to 250.
Oh, wow. What a match. I'm so glad that there is no time limit for this one, because I'm sure we would be way over. And look at this ending.
I don't even know what was going to happen if the Phantasmai contribute summoned, to be honest, but there we go.
The way this game's been going, Shizuku's going to attack. 400 life points
the
left.
Linkage, 400 life points left. We know the last card is the Izuna, so it's going to come down to this. One more push, and we know it's enough.
Guy Striker, ace,
and
0.
there is the handshake. Rosalie takes the match 2-0. What a comeback, what a feat. Takes Kai Striker all the way down to the semi-final against Tom.
Absolutely incredible. I don't even know what to say against the Crystron Canine deck. Having a Solemn Judgment in your deck, going second, but still just saying, okay, I'm just gonna clear your whole field and then set and I resolve multiple Solemn Judgments. The chicken game, I don't know what was going on.
Yeah, I mean, it only lasts 2 or 3 turns, right? Like, it could never go longer than that, to where we have the chicken game passing back and forth. Both players basically drawing 2 cards per turn, but not the cards they need. But excellent play from both players and just absolutely incredible.
Yeah, it has been by far the most exciting, I gotta say, match today. We have a lot of amazing matches, but I mean, how many times can you see something like this? You know, a game 1 of going second, surprising your opponent with that mega fleet, and then thinking that they are gonna, you know, let you go first, bringing in those Solemn Judgment and still finding a way after so many turns, so much time, you know, finding a way to win this duel. It has been an absolute show and a chicken game at the end.
What if he just tribute set that Phantasmai? The tribute set it face down? What would have happened then?
I mean...
Oh, she still had an engage in hand.
Yeah, the engage is still coming
up. The engage was there indeed, but I mean, gotta give credits to both. Isaias has done, you know, incredible throughout the whole weekend, giving justice to Christian as a deck and all of, you know, the fans of that archetype. You included Tom, but
you're out for the weekend.
I think we'll take it. It's okay.
Unfortunately.
Good showing there. Good showing there.
Yeah, and I mean, I think we'll take it for a shot with Sky Striker in the top cut. And this just means that, you know, our hope, our prediction has come to fruition, because it means that if we'll be able, you know, then in a moment to bring up the bracket, the upper bracket is gonna be the one between 2 players. As we can see, Julian against Willy, both qualifying from the North American region, while on the lower side we'll have Tom against Rosalie, both from the European one. It's gonna be NA against Europe in the finals eventually.
Yeah, couldn't ask for a more epic final. We even have, one player from the Asia region, so all the different places from around the world getting represented here in top 8. But the finals will be North America versus EU, just like it should be, I mean, personal bias or anything, but I picked Yummy to win it. Willie's piloting that Yummy deck. I can't wait to see how he's going to do. But if Julian drew like he did in that first quarterfinal, which feels like it was forever ago, right? It's going to be tough for Willie to win that matchup. But on the other side, the two unexpected decks for the weekend are going to be facing off against each other. It's going to be Luna Light taking on Sky Striker, which that's going to be an incredible matchup as well. It's going to really come down. I feel like it has to favor the Luna Light player.
Yeah, as you said it, 4 different decks, and I did speak to Rosalie last night, and she said, I have nothing against Tom, but I really don't want to play him in the semi-finals because I don't really know what the plan is. Maybe you get 20 spells engraved for the Kagari to attack over it, but it's probably not a very good one.
I don't know how the Sky Striker deck beat Luna Lights, but all we've had are surprises here this weekend.
Absolutely. I mean, not many times we get 4 different decks in the top 4 of the World Championship. And I mean, we had an incredible day, as mentioned. So many good duels. I mean, I suggest any of you guys at the end of this day to just go back and watch any if you've missed it. All of them, showcased amazing plays. And now we are down to 4 duelists. Only of them is just 2 games away, 2 matches away from becoming a world champion. Unbelievable. And I think it has been a long time ever since we have seen especially a European player, I think, in the finals of the World Championship. And so we'll see what happens, but regardless, I gotta give congratulations to everyone, and congratulations again to Isaias and the other 3 duelists that have been knocked out in the top cut. I'm sure they all were here for a reason, and they have great chances of starting off fresh with the new season of the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG and maybe make it to next year's World Championship.
Yeah, and a big congratulations to all the competitors who played in the World Championship. Yes. This is some of the best Yu-Gi-Oh! I've seen in some time. 27 of the best players from around the world, piloting some of the craziest decks with some excellent tech cards. It has been a difficult trial. I mean, even we saw like the world champion from last year not do so well this year because of how stacked, this whole WCS has really been. And it's just been an incredible weekend, and we're in for a big finale here.
Yeah, it just goes to show that level of competition. It always happens, you say, well, maybe there's a favorite, but who's not the favorite? All of these players have competed super hard, whether winning their respective regional qualifiers or competing so hard throughout the year to be the best performing players and then winning another qualifier against those performing players. Absolutely crazy. So difficult to qualify to be here. Everyone absolutely deserves it.
Yeah, and at the same time, obviously, it has been already an exciting day, both for us, you watching at home, and our competitors. But it's only going to get better because after we hear it from Rosalie in the interview, we are going to go on a short break because then we have the actual official opening ceremony for these semi-finals where our huge crowd that has been amazing, coming to Paris and just wanting to watch these matches is gonna be gathered in this amazing venue, and then our players are gonna feel, the cheers even more, with this amazing opportunity that not every day you get to play on such a stage and with friends, fans supporting you. So I'm sure the emotions will be there even more, and we still have 3 matches. We'll get both semifinals streamed before that grand finals right there at the end.
Yeah, I'm getting a little sad just thinking about it. Only 3 matches remaining for the weekend because it's been such an awesome World Championship.
Absolutely, it has been, but now I think it's time that we just jump into the last of the interviews. We've mentioned it that Rosalie has been shy for us yesterday on stream. We didn't quite get the chance to see the Sky Striker deck, but oh man, if we had to wait to see that, I am excited for it, and I want to see just even more in the next match. So for now, let's hear what she has to say in the post-match interview.
Hey everyone, Ibra's here, joined by the wonderful and very successful Rosalie. Rosalie, how are you? First WCS and a top 4 finish, at least.
What do you mean top 4? I'm playing finals.
Exactly that. That is a great attitude to have. How are you feeling after that victory?
Ecstatic. I mean, that game, pretty much everything went wrong and I still managed to pull it through. So that was a fun one, let's say that.
Yeah, definitely. So, Rosalie, very, very happy to hear from you and have you here, and after a very successful set of duels for you, of course. For those of you that missed that, of course, Rosalie did say the journey does not stop here. Top 4 is not enough. Looking forward to hopefully making the final.
Of course. That's the goal, right?
Yeah, exactly that. And now, obviously, facing off against that Crystron deck just now, were you expecting to play against that with your Sky Striker meta read?
I put Mega Fleet in my extra deck. Obviously, I expected to play against it.
Okay, yeah, no, that's fair enough. I do just want to praise you again for picking that Sky Striker strategy, of course, because it was very unconventional compared to the rest of the decks within the format. And we do actually have a few replays here for you to go over just to kind of get your perspective on how things were going. This one I chose mostly because you had a good response to some attempts at activity from the Crystron deck. But of course, seeing you have to read almost every Crystron card, it did feel a little bit bad for you.
I didn't have to read them. I was trying to make him think I had to read them.
Okay, nice.
I played this deck for 4 months straight.
No, that's a good approach to it. The mind games, of course. With that, of course, how do you feel about the Sky Striker matchup into Crystron in particular?
It's good. It's not as good as into like Yummy or Dracotile. But it is definitively good because their grind game is really poor, so you don't have to like win the game on that turn. You don't really have to do that much. You just remove their field and then you have like a couple of interruptions in Ray Engrave, and their follow-up is just too bad, so you can just chill and force them to not kill you, and then eventually they'll just run out of resources.
So it's actually that you mentioned, with it having a great matchup into both Yummy and Dracotale, that makes me kind of lead into the next question, which is, of course, with this deck being available since Duelist Advance, really, in its current form,
It was not available since Duelist Advance. This deck dies so hard to draw.
Ah, okay, that would be why. Yeah, I was going to ask you why you chose it for this tournament, but not your showing at Euros when the card pool, at least, was available. But you have the Justice Hunters decks now in the format as well.
A, and most importantly, draw.
Yeah.
And also B, the deck is really good at cracking smaller fields, and calling the VSK9 board small is obviously like not correct, but it's smaller than like the Mitsurizio and Malice Enfields.
So how did you play through what would otherwise be a very strong disruption heavy field from the Crystron, especially with you opting to go second? I know I'm familiar with Sky Striker being very proficient at dismantling some of these established fields when I've seen it paired up with Tenpai Dragon in Master Duel, but of course seeing pure Sky Striker again, how do you feel about it matching up against these kind of established fields, and how do you deal with them?
I mean, you just have a lot of cards that kind of deny interaction, like Linkage and Droplet, that deny interaction on monsters. And a lot of these like typical like monster negates, face-up card pops, they just don't do enough against you. And as I said, the Crystron matchup is just about, you make them use their negates, you resolve one engage, you take their bodies away, and then their grind game is gone.
Yeah, no, that's a really, really great way of putting it and walking us through it. I think we do actually have another replay for you to walk us through, of course. And speaking of negations, you are facing one down in that Cyber Dragon Infinity, but Isaiah did have the presence of mind to use something in response to your Widow Anchor and deny you the take on that.
I wasn't trying to take it. I was just trying to make Ray resolve.
Okay, yeah, no,
But-
that also makes sense.
Like, I'm fine with Ray resolving here because I have Linkage in hand already. So my main goal is either, if Ray resolves, that's great, or for him to out his own field for me.
Exactly that, and that was what happened there, and you capitalized on it fantastically. Now, I do also just want to get your perspective on, you brought Sky Striker because of how good the matchups were, but you seem to have been one of the very few players to have made that read. Can you give me an indication as to why and how you were able to do that?
I did that because I'm a person who gets bored with the traditional decks very, very fast. So I just started approaching with Vanquish Soul. That deck was bricky. I tried Yummy. That deck's mirror was bad and it felt inconsistent because it's a hand trap deck. Malice has the Lancia problem. And then my friend suggested Striker.
Okay, so a friend suggestion, and then you've taken it all the way to at least a top 4 finish here. Of course, this being your first World Championship appearance, everything feeling good?
Yeah, I'm stoked. Let's play some cards.
Yeah, let's play some cards indeed, as you are going to be in that semi-finals. And of course, how are you feeling about that matchup as you do go further into the tournament?
Absolutely horrendous.
Yeah, I believe
I'm
you will
most
be-
likely not winning in top 4. I'm playing against Lunalight.
Yeah.
And the only way for me to win that matchup is either winning the die roll, or an opening a real hand, or him breaking game 2 or 3.
Did you play against the Lunalight in Swiss?
Yes, I had 2 losses in Swiss, and one of them was Tom.
Well, this is a good opportunity to get some revenge, I imagine.
I mean, that's probably not what's
Or
going to
hope
happen.
to get some revenge, yeah.
We can try.
Obviously, just the feeling of reaching top 4 in the very least. But again, your journey doesn't end here. Actually, our replays don't end here either, by the way, as we do have another one prepared for you. In terms of this, I think it was just, how do you feel about playing against things that are specifically tooled against link-based strategies such as Phantasme here?
Phantasma is usually fine. I didn't care about the draws. Like, his deck at this point has no engine in it. Like, he has nothing he can draw. It's just like Ash Blossoms. Maybe Ghost Bell if he plays that card. The reason I use Blackout is because I don't want a monster bigger than Kagari to touch the board. So my plan here, before he tributes on the Phantasma, I'm not going to do anything.
Yeah.
Because Kagari is 2100, which is bigger than any body he can possibly put on the field right now. So I'm just going to not let him summon Phantasma. I'm not going to link again. And I'm just going to kill him with Kagari next turn.
So this actually looked very precarious for you at times, and the game was a little bit scary, but of course chicken game, buying a few turns thanks to the innate prevention of you taking damage, and let you build up your resources to get back into the game there.
That had nothing to do with it. He just bricked. He
Okay.
was a good enough player to know that he can blow up chicken game. He just didn't have a way to kill me.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. I think you played it very well regardless, and I think that you read that well. Isaias, of course, piloting that Crystron deck this far is still very impressive, having established such a good field of negations time and time again throughout the tournament, but regardless of how that went for him, in these matches you seem to just have the Crystron deck's number. Now, aside from the Lunalight, how are you feeling about the rest of the decks in the tournament?
I mean, if I were to make an ideal situation for me, win die roll in top 4 and just open real hands both game 1 and 3, and then play against Yummy in the finals. That would be the idea. I don't mind playing against Vanquish Soul. It's not a bad matchup. I would say I'm favored, but the Yummy is just free.
So did you pick this specifically because you thought Yummy would be the most popular deck in the tournament?
I picked it because it's the deck that relies the least on the die roll, because you can go second so well, and also because Yummy and Draco Tail are just free matchups for it.
Yeah, definitely the consistency has been demonstrated here in your games. Rosalie, any shout-outs, anything you want to say to the people that have been supporting you throughout your tournament run thus far? It's not over yet, and hopefully it continues on and on and on.
I mean, shout out to Team SCG for sponsoring me, shout out to Christian for suggesting the deck and for testing with me, shout out to James for testing with me, and shout out to all the guys from IGO Oslo. You're awesome.
Thank you very much, Rosalie. I wish you all the best of success with the remainder of this tournament. Thank you for speaking with me. Thank you for taking us through this. And thank you for bringing Sky Striker to at least a top 4 finish here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2025. The action is continuing to heat up here, but let's go to a video.
C'est l'heure du duel! Je ne vais pas m'arrêter en si bon chemin! Alors, qu'as-tu à répondre à ça? Me voilà enfin, Yugi.
Made for the best. Made for who you can be.
And ladies and gentlemen, I'm back here at the Carnavalet Museum where we'll be able to witness some more amazing Yu-Gi-Oh content. As you can see behind me, there are a few cards that have been won by the previous winners of the World Championship, and every single card is related to a specific country. And you'll even be able to watch those cards with a bigger version right there, which is absolutely amazing. They look great. But that's not everything. You'll be able to see some very beautiful figurines of some of the best monsters in the game, especially this very beautiful Kagari right there. There is also, I know you want to see that, those very exciting blue eyes white dragons. Speaking about cards, I'm sure that you know those cards and I'm sure that you really love them. The 3 Egyptian gods that are just right here in front of me. But that's not all that you can see. You will also be able to witness some very beautiful Yu-Gi-Oh related artworks with some very well done work. Here is some Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. What would be Yu-Gi-Oh without those 2 specific monsters? The Dark Magician and the Dark Magician Girls, which are just right there with those very specific artworks that I really like, to be honest. Speaking of some of the best monsters of the game, I'm sure that there is one missing that you want to see, and we are going to enter the core center of the museum with this absolute masterpiece of Exodia. All the legs, the arms, and the head of Exodia, the Forbidden One. But this is not everything, because you can see the Millennium Puzzle itself at the center of this room. And if you want to come to the Carnavalet Museum, I must give you a small advice about that. If you are the first 100 person to be there, you'll be able to get this masterpiece for you at home. So you know what to do. Come to the Carnavalet Museum. Back to you guys.
Hey everyone, Ibris here again with Aditya Darup, one of your TCG competitors from this tournament. Aditya, how are you doing?
I'm good, thank you.
Good, glad to hear it. I'm really glad that you're here to join us and give us some insight from a competitor's angle on just how this tournament has played out and how it's going. Now, I believe this is your first time at the World Championship when it's been in Europe?
Yeah, this is my first time in Europe. I was attending last year as well after winning my region's NAWCQ.
Yeah, up in that region, of course, NA, so North America, visiting all the way here. How are you enjoying Paris? How are you enjoying the event itself?
Paris is great. I flew in early. I stayed for a couple of days, went to go sightsee, eat some good food. The event was also a great experience. It was really well put together. We all had a good time. I don't think anybody would complain. It was the best Worlds I've been to. So
I'm really glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that you are enjoying the event so far. Now, the event is, of course, not over. We do have the semi-finals and finals coming up for the trading card game. Could you tell me a bit about what we're seeing in terms of the competitive meta that is starting to evolve over the course of the tournament, and also how it compares to where you were thinking when it came to constructing your deck for this tournament?
So looking at the overall top cut representation from top 8, it seems to gravitate towards more of a breaker format. So people playing board breakers like Lightning Storm, Dark Ruler, Harpy's Feather Duster. There were only 2 decks that I really saw in the top cut, being Julian and Felipe, who are on more who took a more of a hand trap approach.
Yeah.
So in my deck building, I believed that, like, yes, board breakers would be a very good option. I am very afraid to just allow my opponent to play the turn 1, right? So I ended up taking K9 Vanquish Soul to the event. I ended up not doing so hot, mostly because of deck building error. I would just, like, the poor hands that I drew, or the poor hands that you would draw in K9 Vanquish Soul, just happen too often.
Yeah, Vanquish Soul in particular, of course, being such a popular deck within the European WCQ in particular. When we saw it there, of course, it didn't have access to those K9 cards. Can you tell me a bit more about what they have done for the deck's consistency and what the difference is now that we see those added to the strategy?
The K9 cards are a very good addition to the Vanquish Soul because it allows your Xiaolongs and your Holisus to become like extra bodies to the board, and it allows you to also beat cards like Nibiru the Primal Being, being able to put on a K9 Ripper on the board early.
That makes complete sense to me, yeah. I like that we're seeing the K9 cards also not strictly limited to the Vanquish Soul, of course. We just saw Isaias take it with the Crystron. Again, is that just because it gives more materials for the potential climbs into the extra deck, or is there another aspect to it that you're expecting to anticipate here?
So the other aspect to K9, especially being in Crystron, with Sulfador being such a powerful card, also being a level 5, and Joko being able to put it on the board very, very easily, I compliment Isaiah for taking this deck to the event. I think it was a very, very smart pick, especially into a board breaker format.
Yep.
Because the Crystron board, when it goes first, puts up such a massive board, an almost unbreakable board, which is good into board breaker formats. I believe that the K9 Crystron deck is a little bit more vulnerable to the low impact hand traps or something, or a hand trap paired with Nibiru.
Or any card in the Sky Striker deck, as it turns out.
That is true as well.
Now, I did speak to Rosalie just briefly there about the Sky Striker deck and why she chose to take it this far into the tournament, of course. And now, facing off against the Lunalight, how are you feeling about that matchup and what are you expecting to see out of both of those duelists?
Lunalight is a very good matchup into decks that play breakers specifically. I think it is a more difficult choice to make when you are playing into hand traps. Mostly because when they make... So the board for Lunalight is double Liger Dancer usually with Baguska and SP. And there is no breaker deck in the game that can really break it unless they play cards like Underworld Goddess or Kaijus or Lava Golem, cards that just are able to out the Liger Dancer.
No, I get that too, and I'm actually pretty intrigued to see that we have both of these decks that are so proficient at dealing with the established fields from your other more conventional meta strategies such as the Yummy, the Crystron, even the K9 Vanquish Soul to a degree. Now, as we move deeper and deeper into the tournament, of course, I do just want to ask you, who are you considering to be the favorite as we move into that top 4?
My pick to win, as we
head into the top 4, your pick to win out of the 4 duelists, the 4 decks we have remaining.
My pick to win is going to be Julian. I think he is a phenomenal duelist. He is well skilled. He double qualified in NAWCQ through the playoffs and got 4th place, which is an incredible feat on its own. And I think the results show for it.
Yeah, definitely do. And now, just in regards to that, I was wondering, with Julian's deck selection, what do you think about his read, and did it differ much from yours?
I still think K9 Vanquish Soul was not like a bad choice, but I think that out of the overall representation, only a few of them were going to make it based on just based on probability.
Yeah, no, that's completely understandable as well. And now with Julian being your choice here, how do you think that path towards the finals and eventually the championship will go for him? Of course, you see a victory in the future, hopefully, if that is your choice, but are they going to be clear-cut? Is he the clear favorite in those matchups?
Well, his game into Willy is going to be very, very difficult. Breaker Yummy is a poor matchup for Vanquish Soul K9 currently. Mostly because they don't play cards that trigger Izuna. Making cards like Ripper doesn't really do anything. So Julian's going to have to be smart, and Willy's going to have to find a way, if Julian wins the die roll, to break his board and be able to push for game.
Yeah, no, that is... Yeah, it makes complete sense to me with the fact that we're seeing such a variety of decks. There is nuance to it, and it does mean that we are just going to have to see these duelists really play it optimally to make it that far. But, it's the World Championship. Of course they have to play optimally, and of course they have to understand how to deal with the established fields, as well as setting up some of their own. Now, Aditya, of course, the tournament did not go quite as planned for you across day 1. Were there any decks that maybe surprised you with how well they did against you or in the tournament as a whole?
I think the most surprising deck was the Lunalight player that I played against. I can't remember the name right now, but taking a breaker approach to Lunalight was just very, very interesting overall, because he was doing some crazy stuff. Like game 1, he Dark Rulered me, then activated heavy polymerization.
Yep.
Just summoned Leo Dancer to the board immediately and tried to go for game. It didn't go in his favor as game 1, but games 2 and 3, he was able to push going turn 1 on game 2 to make double Liger Dancer, and just I can't doubt that.
Yeah, no, that I get that completely. Liger Dancer, of course, being such a good piece of the puzzle for the Lunalight deck. Now, Aditya, thank you very much for joining me. Are there any shout-outs that you want to give to the people supporting you at home throughout your World Championship here in 2025?
Yeah, I want to shout out all of the people that are part of my life, my friends and my family, my testing partners for this event, Aaron and Nick. And overall, I just want to shout out all of the people that I've talked to or come across at every event that I've been to. It's all a part of the experience. I wouldn't be here without those experiences, so I'm very, very grateful.
I'm very, very grateful that you joined us, gave us that insight, that recap of the decks that we've seen, that we're about to see as we enter the semi-finals here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship 2025. I've been joined by Aditya Darup here at the tournament, but the tournament is just getting started for the semi-finals and the grand finals coming up. We have a short video for you now, but more on the way.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, here. I mean, we had some incredible games for the TCG today, and I am here with my co-caster to just speak a little bit about the metagame and about the games that we just witnessed. How do you feel about what we just saw?
I think we definitely saw a lot of high caliber games. Like, I'm sure everyone in the audience saw, there was a lot of very skilled performance from all the players. They've showed why they've come so far. Like, from the 7 feature matches we had yesterday, 6 players who won their feature matches came back today to play in the top 8. So they've shown that they can play not only on camera but off camera as well. But today they're playing on stage with live audience. It's a lot of pressure on them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you are on the biggest stage, and now it revolves around 2 more games, because 2 more games and you are the world champion for this season. I mean, there is a large amount of pressure on your shoulders, and you have to just deal with that, which is not that easy, to be honest. But speaking about the decks that we just saw, there are 4 decks remaining, and there is a very specific strategy that I really like. This is the Sky Striker strategy.
Yeah, so we saw Roselle just then. She was able to win her match. She's got a very tough match coming up with Tom on the Lunalight. Traditionally speaking, it's a little bit challenging to get over the Liger dancers, but you can't count anyone out at this late in the tournament, right? She's shown that she's been able to make it this far. Tom, on the other hand, also shown that he's able to pilot his deck very well, so it can go either way at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that Sky Striker is a very surprising strategy might be a decisive point for the victory. Because, I mean, it is all about surprising people, making them less comfortable because they are ready for the best decks. I mean, the Vanquish Soul Canine strategy, but also the melee strategy that has not performed as well as maybe we thought. And if you are playing something like Sky Striker, maybe you might make people a little bit less at ease.
Yeah, definitely. And on the other hand, we have Julian, who's playing the Vanquish Soul Canine deck against Wilfredo playing Yummy. So we've been saying all weekend, success is a combination of luck and opportunity, right? So luck and hard work. So we definitely know both players have put in a lot of hard work. And if you saw that first match of today, Julian definitely has luck on his side. He was able to open phenomenal hands, and Vanquish Soul sometimes needs a lot of luck on their side to have that matching attributes for the combination of cards they play. Wilfredo, on the other hand, also shows that he's had a lot of luck. He's had access to Obedient School in most of his games on the features, both yesterday and today. So he's definitely able to have luck by his side. He has his well performance that he's shown us. So it can go either way for them as well.
Absolutely. And I mean, at that point, I mean, the 4 duelists, they are ready. They are, of course, very, very strong. And they will just aim at one thing, the World Championship title, to just become the world champion in the end. And we are going to see that very, very soon. But first, before the games, we are going to have an opening ceremony. And I have been told that it was absolutely amazing. It is going to be real soon. But before that, which deck is going to win for you?
I think, my money's on the Sky Striker. I hope that deck. It's the people's champion deck. Like, everyone loves the lore, everyone loves the deck. And yeah, what about yourself?
I mean, I'm gonna have to go with you for this one.
Yeah.
But for now, don't go anywhere because this is gonna be an absolutely amazing ceremony in a few moments.
Yeah. Yesterday set a high bar, but I'm pretty sure today we'll beat it. All right. Any last words?
I mean, Sky Striker for the win, maybe.
Let's hear it for our amazing performers! Thank you so much, guys. What an amazing way to kick off the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship here on our final day in Paris. Give it up one more time! What an amazing way to start this all off. Now, you guys have seen the broadcast for the last couple of days, but today we're heading into our TCG and OCG grand finals here. We've got a couple of semi-finals to go, and then we're going to be kicking it off to see who is going to be our world champion. We have a whole packed audience here in the venue, as well as all of you at home. And before we kick things off, we do have a couple of things to talk about. Now, some of you may have seen on the broadcast yesterday, the President of the French Republic, Emmanuel Macron, opened the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championships 2025. So, let's take another look at this special message.
Bonjour à tous, je voulais remercier les équipes de Konami et notre rencontre à la Japan Expo. J'ai toujours ma carte. Et je voulais vous dire simplement, comme je m'y étais engagé, je suis là dans un sommet franco-allemand, donc je ne pourrais pas être avec vous, mais je pense bien à vous tous. Et je sais que c'est un jour important pour Yu-Gi-Oh! Et l'ensemble du monde du TCG qui se retrouve en France. Et c'est pour nous une très grande fierté d'avoir les championnats du monde de votre discipline, d'avoir tous les passionnés du monde entier qui vont se réunir en France et faire vivre leur passion, leur jeu, leur univers. Et donc je voulais vraiment vous dire bienvenue en France, bon jeu, je pense à vous et je suis très fier que vous soyez dans notre pays parmi nous et j'espère vous retrouver bientôt pour continuer la discussion. Et je veux vous dire combien aussi j'ai confiance dans justement le TCG et les perspectives qu'il peut y avoir et je souhaite que la France y soit de plus en plus engagée. Et donc bon courage à tous les joueurs, bonne chance et j'espère à bientôt. Au revoir.
Thank you, President Macron, for your opening message for the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championships here in Paris 2025. Now we have some more updates and announcements for you guys. The first one, which some of you may already know about, is the Nike Yu-Gi-Oh! Collaboration. So we're excited to talk about the Nike Yu-Gi-Oh! Collaboration, including the Nike Yu-Gi-Oh! Air Max 95 Q5 YGO shoes, based on the very shoes worn by Joey Wheeler in the anime series, which was inspired by the original manga. And the collaboration also includes a custom apparel collection and even Nike and Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game cards, tying together fandom, fashion, and play. Let's take a look.
He wasn't supposed to win. Wasn't the favorite. Wasn't the smartest one out there. Wasn't the guy with the shiny, rare, whatchamacallit card. He was the third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck.
Hey, listen to me. I say talk is cheap. I fought my hardest to get where I am right now, and I never let anyone get the best of me, even when all hope seemed lost. So why should I start now? The whole gang's rooting for me. And with my friends behind me, there's no way I can lose. What I'm fighting for? I got that part down. Here I go. It's all or nothing. So, what's inside this thing? Come on, Joey needs a new pair of shoes. The moment of truth. Whoa! Get a load of that thing, guys! Now there's something you don't see every day. Check this out! Red Eyes Black Dragon! I'm talking Red Eyes Black Dragon, folks. It's your move. Nike Air Max 95.
12th of September, you guys can get your hands on that collaboration. Now, speaking of apparel and clothing, something else we're excited to share is the limited edition collaboration between Yu-Gi-Oh! And Copenhagen fashion label Fine Chaos. There is a pop-up shop near our venue for the World Championships, and for those of you at home, you can get your hands on this limited collection from tomorrow, September 1st. Check out the Fine Chaos website for more. Let's take a look at a teaser. So that's it for our announcements right now, but that means it's time for us to head into our semi-finals very, very shortly. And so with that in mind, I'm going to hand you guys over to your amazing casters who are going to take you guys through what we're about to see. The crowd are loving it. The crowd have some good energy. And let's see that energy take us through as we head towards that grand final. Casters, take it away.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome from us as well to the first semi-final of the TCG World Championship 2025. We are here in Paris. We have an ecstatic crowd with us, ready to cheer and support our 4 remaining duelists. And what an exciting match we have ahead of us. We will be able to go through every single quarter-final. And now we have 2 duelists from the North American region lining up against each other in the first semi-final, and 2 from the European region in the second upcoming semi-final.
That's right, Marcello, and that means the finals is going to be North America versus the EU. I don't know which one of these regions is going to win, but I can't wait to see. If it's anything like the matches we've already seen today, we're in for some exciting action and some awesome duels.
Yeah, and we're already getting the treat. We have 4 different decks. We're going to see no repeats. We almost had all 7 different decks in the top 8. We were 1 short, but still a fantastic achievement. Such a wide variety of decks this weekend. Super cool to see.
Absolutely. We have gone through 7 rounds of Swiss yesterday, and then there were the top 8 best duelists in the world left in competition. And today, now, there are only 4 remaining. That means that we are 2 matches away from any of them to become world champion. And here they are. The first match will be the one between Julien, the player who has managed to qualify twice for this event, and that although he qualifies obviously from the North American region as French origins, and so I'm sure he will have some support for the crowd. But lining up against him is the NAWCQ champion, Willie.
Willie has just been incredible this year. As you mentioned, he won the NAWCQ. He had some close matches, but now he is here in the top 4 taking on Julien, and it's just going to be an exciting match.
Yeah, so back to me talking about those decks again. Let's have a breakdown. Let's see what we started with and what we finished with.
Let's take a look at these decks. Yeah, indeed, this was the top 8 of the World Championship. As we can see, 2 decks standing at the top. Those Justice Hunters decks, Yami and Vanquish Soul K9. That is going to be exactly the matchup that we will see first, with, of course, Willie on the Yami deck against Julien on the Vanquish Soul K9. But, well, Tom, what are we going to see in the second one?
I mean, if you told me at the beginning of the weekend what we were going to see, I wouldn't have believed you, but here it is. Lunar Light versus Sky Strikers. What a matchup. Who can tell?
Yeah, just absolutely incredible. One match is going to be between 2 of the top meta contenders, and the other one is going to be the 2 meta-called decks that they made for this World Championships. The World Championship is a different kind of format where we can combine the TCG Forbidden Limited List with the OCG Forbidden Limited List, so it kind of creates this unique perspective from these players. You really don't know what you're going to expect when you go to the World Championship, but you do know that you're going to have some of the best players competing, and we've had that here this weekend.
Absolutely amazing plays, and well, the European region has been known in the past for some, innovation and unique choices with those plant decks having a lot of success. Maybe not quite a plant deck again, but we do have our 2 players representing Lunalight, indeed, and Sky Striker, which are gonna be facing off one against each other. So one of them will be guaranteed in the finals, and we'll see whether the players representing North America expected those and are ready to be facing off against those unexpected picks.
Yeah, I mean, going into the format post Justice Hunter's release, Lunalight was a deck that I looked at maybe getting a little bit stronger, because with decks like Yumi running around, a lot of players have moved away from those hand interactions and more so looking at cards that are field breakers, so they kind of let their opponents do whatever they want, and they're going to have those answers in form of like Book of Eclipse, Dark Ruler No More. We've even seen Regeki here this weekend. But if that's your game plan going against Lunalight, things are going to get a little tough for you, because Lunalight Liger Dancer is unaffected by card effects, and it's absolutely just a monstrous beast to be there on the field. And I'm going to be really excited to see if Tom and his Lunalights are going to be able to take down Roselli and the Sky Strikers. But first, we're going to see Willie taking on Julien.
Yeah, of course, an NAWCQ clash they didn't play at the NAWCQ, but maybe this time they're going to have a good time to battle it out. We're going to see Yummy versus Vanquish Soul K9. These are the two decks everyone was expecting. These are the two decks everyone brought. We had 9 Vanquish Soul K9, 7 Yummies at the beginning, only 1 of each left now. Which one's going to take it?
Yeah, and it's a crazy coincidence when we talk about deck is even on the European players, it's the same history. Both also made it all the way to the top 4 of the European Championship, but they did not play against each other. They were on different brackets, and now eventually, history just created this amazing, analogy, and we are gonna see the semifinals that we did not get for the Continentals, I guess, but it's gonna be an amazing match for both of them lining up, and in the end, it's gonna be only one duelist that will be able to call himself or herself the world champion for 2025, and that's amazing, and that's what's in store for you guys. 3 more matches to find out who will be the world champion, and obviously soon enough we want to introduce them, and we want to introduce the first match.
Yeah, I can't wait for that first match.
But what we've already had so far, we've already had 4 fantastic matches. I'm so glad we got to see all 4 of them. It would have been a real shame to have missed any of them. I mean, that last feature match, we saw an extended chicken game, not something I've seen before in a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! Absolutely fantastic. We're seeing some of the Lunalight deck take down. Everything happening.
Yeah, it's just been incredible. And, I just want to take a moment because we had 27 players from all around the world competing this weekend. Some of the best players, and all of them have just been incredible. And so let's give it up for all of the duelists who competed here at the World Championship this year. Come on, everyone, give it up for the duelists, all 27 of them. Absolutely amazing, some of the best players in the world. And now we are down to the final 4 when, as you said, Marcello, we're going to crown the world champion for 2025.
Absolutely. Sometimes we like to brag, that in Yu-Gi-Oh! You can play a lot of different strategies, and if that has been true at our events like the YCS and WCQ, what a better way than to prove it at the World Championship when, again, the 4 decks in the top 4 are all different, and not all of them have been the top picks if you had to guess before the event. So I think that just gives a lot of inspiration to all of you guys back home or here in this room to just, now that a new season of Yu-Gi-Oh! Will begin right after the World Championship, just try your deck, try whatever you're comfortable with, and you can have success all the way from your local shop to the biggest stage, and we'll see in the end what is gonna happen, as one of the decks will be one of those strategies from Justice Hunters making it into the finals, but regardless they will be facing off against one of these maybe underdog strategies before the tournament. I don't think it's much of an underdog strategy now.
No, definitely. They have proven that they are adequately just to be able to be alongside those Justice Hunters deck just as much as any other strategy. That's one of my favorite things about Yu-Gi-Oh! Is you can find the deck that kind of fits your own playstyle, the deck that speaks to you, and you just practice all your matchups and make sure you make that right meta call, play it in the tournament, and you can have success with whatever strategy you think might be the best.
Yeah, this is the thing. These decks have been under the radar for almost all of the last year. They've been dominated by, at least in the TCG, the Ryziel decks, the Malice decks, but take away some things, add some things, all of a sudden you're seeing these new decks just appear out of nowhere. They've been dormant, but maybe that Droll and Lockbird finding its way out of people's decks, and all of a sudden all of these new decks viable. One format.
There's so many cards that can be played, so you always have to keep an eye on what people are playing, the popular trends, and you always want to be a step ahead. Find a way to counter the strategy that people are playing. I mean, maybe some strategies that were worse when Droll and Lockbird or other cards like that were really popular, all of a sudden rise to the top of the meta because people aren't playing those cards that can counter those strategies.
Yes, but as we have mentioned today, for the first time ever, we have shown all different quarterfinals. So before we focus on the match at hand, I just want to quickly go through over it once more of what we might have missed if you didn't tune in earlier or you were not in this room, of what these 4 duelists had to go through before they got to the semifinals. And so the first match of the day was the one between Julian, where he had to defeat, I think, the player that had the most success yesterday, Yuna. What a run she had at the European Championship, being undefeated at the playoffs, representing the only Malice deck in Top Cut, but then unfortunately losing out to Julian today, that just had its own way. I mean, so many Olissus, so many good ends with that Ryziel deck, right?
Yeah, it feels like forever ago when we had that first quarterfinal match, but Julian drew so well in both games. If he can maintain that luck into the top 4, he might be in the finals quite quickly. And you know what I say about luck? It's when preparation meets opportunity. You have to put the time in to have that opportunity to even be lucky. You have to have that well-constructed deck, and it means a lot. And then you have to play it to its maximum optimal way as well, as we saw Julian. And now he's going to be taking on Willie in that first quarterfinal or first top 4 match.
Yeah, that Vanquish deck, you were talking about luck. It's one of those decks. It has such a high ceiling if you draw those right cards in the combination. But on the other side, we have Willie. He's playing Yummy. And if Vanquish is about, you know, having that high ceiling, high skill, but Yummy is all about that consistency. Every single card in Yummy will get you to your engine. You have like 20 ways to do it, and then you can fill your deck with 20 cards to beat the opponent's strategy.
Absolutely, but as you have mentioned, Tom, we do have 4 players remaining, but all of our players are also here in the crowd watching our match. And so as we can see here, we had today at the start 8 amazing TCG duelists, but as we can see, Yuna, Shane, Felipe and Isaias, I want to ask the crowd to give a round of applause for our loser in top 8, deservingly among the best players in the world. Should be proud of what you did. You made it. You are among the top 8 best players in the world, and I'm sure you'll get another chance at it, possibly even next year. But now, as mentioned, the spotlight has to be on those 4 winners. Is gonna be, as mentioned, Julian and Willie in round 1, an all-around North American top 4. So we'll see whether it's gonna be Vanquish, Soul, K9 or Yummy making it, and that's gonna be, I guess, our clash between our picks for who's gonna take it.
Yeah, before the tournament started, before we saw what decks the players were playing, you picked the Vanquish Soul K9 deck to win. I picked the Yummy strategy. Tom, you had the Christian K9 deck. It was there in top 8, and it was close, but you know, that unexpected Sky Striker strategy in an incredible match that we just saw was able to sneak past with that chicken game back and forth match that is almost absolutely incredible and hard to describe.
Yeah, I mean, losing to Sky Striker, who can be sad about that? Seeing Sky Striker make it all the way into the top 4. What a player, what a deck. Super bold medical, and we love to see it. We're seeing those bold calls really paying off. I mean, these underrepresented decks finding their way into the top cut. And we also saw the White Forest was just 1 place away as well. We could have had all 7 of the unique decks entered, making it into the top 8.
Which is just incredible to think about. When you look back in the day playing Yu-Gi-Oh!, a lot of times there's like a top deck. Everyone kind of used to refer to like format times like based on the best deck. You know, you have things like where people talk about, oh, the Teledad deck. You remember that era, the Gladiator Beast era. But now we're in the era of just incredible, powerful decks that there's just a variety of them. This isn't necessarily the Vanquish Soul era. This isn't the Yummy era. This isn't the Luna Light era, the Draco Tail era. There's just so many viable strategies that you can take into any tournament. As long as you put the practice in and learn your matchups, if you find that pet deck you like, you can really excel with it and walk away with a win. And maybe one of these players will be walking away with that World Championship with something like Luna Light if Tom is able to find a way.
Absolutely, but who knows? Maybe it's the Sky Striker era. We'll find out
again.
Pretty soon. Again,
we lived through this already.
Exactly, but I mean, you know, sometimes there are these cycles and decks coming back, and who might know? I mean, it's already impressive enough that this run we've had with Rosalie, and I would definitely enjoy seeing it later on in action in the second semi-final. And I mean, we'll see. I think regardless, we are gonna have a very deserving world champion at the end of the day that is gonna make all of us proud. Will it be again a back-to-back North American champion after you have not added one ever? But will it be finally again after so many years a European champion?
Yeah,
we'll find out.
I mean, I know you think you and me both have commentated pretty much every World Championship since 2017 when we played at the World Championship, and I do think this might have been one of the most competitive World Championships we've had in so long, if not ever.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a fantastic one. I've really enjoyed all of the rounds. It's so great. We have 7 rounds, and then today we get to commentate another 7. Like, so many great games to watch. We're seeing players coming up with these unique lines. We're seeing all of the tech choices come out. We get to spotlight all of the players. It's such a fantastic thing to do.
It will be indeed, but I guess while we have just a couple more minutes before we are ready to jump into the match, maybe we can have a little bit of a short contest from our audience on who they think is going to take it. So if you want to give it up for the first of our contestants, who is here supporting Julian? Nice. Nice. You love to see the home turf advantage. Oh, okay. We're going for a second round, I guess. Yeah, there he is. There he is. Love to see him hyping up the crowd. And how about for his opponent, the North American champion, Willie?
Willie, Willie, Willie.
Of course, you're gonna be against the fan favorite when you're up against a player who has French origin. But in the second semi-final, we are gonna have on the one side Tom. Tom, give it up for Tom. And finally, representing the Sky Striker deck, the most surprise of the event is Rosalie. Woo! I mean, I think we have some close answer there. Of course, I mean, as surprising as not much it is, Julien has a lot of support. He mentioned it. Of course, he has been living in the US for a long, long time. But just, you know, sometimes it's fate.
Yeah.
You qualify for the World Championship. It's held in France, your home country.
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of support, though. He is representing the USA, so good job that you guys are supporting America. Let's go. That's what y'all supported it. It's going to be, if Julian wins, he's walking away and representing the U.S., and maybe we can walk away with 3 world championships in a row, because, you know, NA, best region.
Interesting take. Let's see, I mean, anyways, I mean, they'll try their best. And now, as you can see, they are sitting down at the table. We're just moments away from finding out what their ends will be and what their decks can do. We have mentioned it from time to time. Some players think Yami is by far favorite in this matchup just because it lacks those graveyard and end interaction, not allowing the K9. But I mean, to make it all the way here, I think Julian has proved a lot of them wrong.
Yeah, definitely. Just being able to draw the right kind of hands. I mean, he didn't have the strongest of days. He was able to survive, you know, a few losses in that tournament and still sneak in at 8th place, taking down the first place seed in top 8. But now he's in top 4. How you did in Swiss doesn't really matter once you've made it to the top 8.
Yeah, for sure. It is often said, you know, you're the player who comes first and you're destined to lose the first round, and we've seen it again here. But the other players coming in, second and third, Rosalie and Tom, finding their way through to the semi-final, so all to play for.
And I mean, if Julian has something else going for him, is that we do have a streak of the past 2 years of the world champion sneaking in with the 4-3 record, and he made it with the last place, 8th place after Swiss, defeating the first seed, and he's the only X3 left in the competition. So who knows, maybe he's got that going for himself.
I mean, yeah, if something happened the past couple of years, it could happen again for the 3rd time. You mentioned Paulie Aronson was 4-3, snuck into that top 8, walked away with the World Championship. Last year, we had Ruben Peñaranda walk away as a World Champion, also at that 4-3 record as he won with not about me, Bell, it's about you, Bell. But now we're going to have a new world champion this year. But I don't know who it's going to be. And I would be happy with any one of these duelists walking away as a world champion.
Yeah, of course, these duelists are all incredibly accomplished. They've all been playing fantastically over the weekend. We are going to have to come up with a new pun, though, after Ubel is dethroned as the champion deck. We're going to have a yummy, maybe some croissant action, as we've seen that is the true winner of this weekend.
Absolutely. I mean, if there was some close competition between the decks, we've interviewed our players throughout the weekend on whether they prefer croissant or macaron, and I think on that event we were undefeated with croissant taking the leads. And I mean, I got to say it was also on our intro for the prize ceremony, you know, so I guess that just seals it.
I'm not going to lie. When I saw the croissant come up there in the ceremony, I was like, yeah, croissant! I gave a little bit of cheer there for that as well.
Yeah, you got to give credit to that. But again, I mean, the emotions are gonna be there. Although they have already been playing on stream all weekend, this is completely different. And although they might have done it even back at the European, you know, WCQ or the North American one, playing is gonna be quite different from our players. Let's see whether that is gonna affect them at all, or whether they can stay composed, focused, and just thinking about their plays.
Yeah, you can see it here. We've got the crowd in. Players have been filtering in, and spectators. The room is heating up even as all the people are coming in. You can feel the heat. You can feel the players. We had the fantastic opening ceremony we just watched. All of these things adding to the drama, adding to the event, adding to the spectacle.
Yeah, definitely. It's so exciting to have a live crowd here to support our duelists that are competing to become a world champion. I hope everyone are going to be good sports and cheering on all our duelists, because no matter who wins, we all win by watching some amazing Yu-Gi-Oh! And the players, we've been told time and time again, the players are almost ready, so we're still mere moments away from our first top 4 match.
And here they are, just seconds away from starting this action. Only 2 matches separate any of our remaining duelists for getting that trophy and becoming a world champion. And we are, as you can see, moments they were discussing. They already know themselves. They both traveled all the way here to compete, and now they're one against the other, and there is really no favorites. So as they shuffle up their deck for the last time, one of them unfortunately must be knocked out, and the other will walk into the grand finals after we have already claimed and I guess yesterday 3 world champions, because Yu-Gi-Oh! Is not only about the trading card game in 2025. We had an amazing opportunity to crown our Duel Links Speed Duel and then Rush Duel world champions, as well as the Master Duel world champions in that team 3v3. And up until now we had amazing results with 2 of the world champions belonging to the European region and 1 to Japan. So now we'll see whether the trading card game will have a sweep with 3 from the European region, or maybe we'll just add all of the regions into the mix and North America is gonna take it once more for the trading card game.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see. It's tough to win 3 in a row. We did win the last past 2 world championships in a row, but gonna find out today.
We are about to find out. Get in your seats. Don't go anywhere if you're home watching this game, because finally our duelists are ready. So let's jump into the first semi-final.
We are finally ready. The crowd is excited. You can hear them all. The players are ready, rolling the dice to see who is going to go first, and it looks like Willie is going to be doing just that.
It can be a big advantage, of course, as mentioned. Going first, all you need is a couple starter, and ooh, I do see some going second cards, possibly for Willie, but let's take it a moment. Ornette drones coming down.
Yeah, will we see the Julian special of the first turn? Holly Sue, let's find out. He's been doing it. It was how he was able to advance through his top 8 match. So will he do it again to pass through the top 4? And he's going to allow at least this Kagari to resolve.
Yep, Ornette Drones is going to be activated again to get another Sky Striker Ace token onto the field. This is a pretty solid start here for the Yummy strategy for Willie.
We have seen sometimes player just try to play around Nibiru all the way back in round 1 with Ruben. Let's see if Willie will do the same. It seems like he will try. And as you can see, keeping that token that cannot be tributed has been a key consistent part of the gameplay from the Yami players.
Yep.
Yeah, very heads up from Willie here, because you've got to have a monster in your graveyard there to protect your Cupsy Way so it can tag out in case of any interruptions.
Yep, and Cupsy Yummy Way is going to add 2 Yummy cards from the deck to the hand. We're going to be adding Cookie Yummy and Cupsy Yummy, and then he's going to send an evenly matched from the hand of the graveyard.
Wow, evenly matched a card we have not seen all weekend. Actually now reveals to be in the main deck from Willie. Definitely an interesting choice there.
Now we're going to see a Link summon. It's going to send that Cupsy Yummy Way to the graveyard to summon Yummy Snatchy.
Does not activate the effect, it seems, and yeah, does not activate Snatchy, revealing possibly a field spell in the end, and now moves on to that add of Yummy Surprise.
Yeah, it's got surprise in the name, but I don't think it's a surprise this weekend. It's been one of the most powerful cards that the Yummy players have been using. Such a versatile card, and we've been seeing all of these field-breaking effects. We've been seeing Dark Rulers, Book of Eclipse, and Droplets, all of these cards and more. And Yummy Surprise is such a powerful card, you can search it, and then if all of your cards get negated, you just bring back one more Yummy and start the train again.
Indeed, that is the case, and now we might see again some action from
this player. We have seen, you know, different ways of going around it between the Marcher and the Star Ham, going into that famous Herald of the Arclight to shut up some plays. Will that be the case?
I think Willie has preferred the Star Ham here this weekend when we've seen him play, but that Lollipo Yummy Way brought back the Cupsy Yummy Way and one of the other Yummy monsters. Now we're going to see another Synchro Summon.
Yeah, I mean, for Willie, I guess if you're running all of these going first cards, you might as well discard one to the Star Ham, but in this case, no. Here comes the Marcher.
Yep. Bringing back the Cupsy Yummy Way. Now that token and the Martial Metal Marcher is going to be sent to the graveyard to Synchro Summon Herald of the Arclight.
Exactly. Like there was the point to use that Nibiru Primal Being if it wasn't quite the case, but might as well play it safe. And I think we have now activated the effect. I guess we didn't really need to use the Minion, and we might just go for the Kruki, and that is the play. Setting it up turn 1 already for Willie.
Yeah,
solid start. All right, now a Cookie Yummy being special summoned from the hand to the field.
Yeah, here we're seeing this field. It looks so innocent, but inside all of these Yummy monsters are more and more and more interruptions.
And it seems like this is about to be the end of the turn from Willie, shuffling up his deck and giving it for a card to Julian, who is gonna be allowed to play his first cards of the duel in just a moment. But yeah, this field, I totally agree with you, Tom. Might look innocent, but so many interactions hiding in that graveyard. And that's a pass. Oof, and that's a... Let's see what he can pick up. Obviously needs some help. Razen is always a great way to start things off here for the Vanquish Soul deck, but how can we break this field?
I've not seen Julian start with anything except Holy Sue, so
yeah,
let's
fair
see.
enough.
But we do know, of course, he's running an awful lot of canines to help him extend into fields like this, so let's see whether that will be the case today, and it is. Here comes Jokul revealing a Jokul, but is this gonna survive? Because in the graveyard, on the field, we have a Yummy Synchro, and we also have an Akroki, so maybe we just summon back a Cookie. Yep. And that seems to be the play here.
Yeah,
gonna immediately return that Yummy Synchro to summon back 2 Yummy monsters. It's gonna be Cupsy and Snatchy.
I believe we do not have a Cookie yet in the graveyard, so we'll have to set it up later on. But yeah, we can get a draw here or a search. We have seen Willie prioritizing a search. Will that be the case again? It is.
And he's probably gonna look to just summon something like Cookie Way to put these 2 canine monsters face down potentially. He has a lot of different options he could go through about this.
Yeah, I mean, in a deck like Willie's, where he's running those cards like evenly matched, maybe he's just he says, I'd probably rather have a Yummy card than another evenly matched.
And there is the Cookie Yummy Way. On summon, we'll be able to put those Jokuls face down and render them useless.
Interested there in the choice of not using the Cookie as material for the Synchro Summon. Would have liked maybe to set up that additional interruption in the graveyard, but for now we're gonna set both face down. And is there even anything else that Julian can do here?
Yeah, this is so tough. When you're playing the Vanquish Soul deck, it often feels very feast or famine. When you have 5 cards in hand, every card seems to generate you more advantage. But then when you get down to 3 or 4, then all of a sudden, every card you lose from the hand feels so devastating. It gets that much harder to use an effect.
Things are looking really good here in game 1 for Willie. He's going to do another effect of the Synchro to bring back 2 monsters. It's going to be Lollipo and Yummy Snatchy. Now the Dr. Madlove is going to resolve adding a Vanquish Soul spell or trap from the deck to hand. It's going to be Vanquish Soul Start.
And this is what I was talking about. If that Cookie would have been used instead of the Cupsy, we could have just brought it back here and tried to destroy the Madlove with it. But instead, we are going to have to think about our plays next if we are Willie.
Still Synchro for maybe a Cupsy Yummy Way and then use the field spell to destroy the Madlove?
Apparently not.
Yeah, there's so many options, but maybe we're just prioritizing destroying the field spell rather than the monster.
Yeah,
I could see that being the case.
And indeed, we just now send to the graveyard this Cookie, which can be brought back moments afterwards. And that Cookie getting rid of the field spell, as mentioned by Tom. Gonna shut down any search of that Vanquish Soul Start. And we are getting so many monsters back with the Lollipo Way.
this field getting absolutely picked apart, one card at a time. Those Jokals, 2 cards from the hand gone. The Mad Love already used its effect, just 3 cards remaining in hand for Julian. Plus there's Mad Love on the field that's already used its effect.
Now we move on to the battle phase, trying to attack over the Herald, but we are not gonna allow that to be quite the case.
Here comes the Ham.
The Star Ham.
Yeah.
I love the card a lot. It looks awesome. It's even stronger. He's going to be able to discard that card to bring back a monster and then take down that Dr. Madlove.
And that does resolve as we are in the battle phase. We got rid of it. We can't just go for a second Herald of the Arc Light. Usually Willy has been on the other side of this kind of duels when we has been on stream. First time he's convincingly ahead and he's looking like he has got this one duel in his bag.
Yeah, it's so tough now for Julian, and he's chosen to throw in the flag. Here we are. That is game 1 for Willy.
What a win! What a win indeed. Willy taking that arrow, going first, setting up an incredible field, uninterrupted, and taking first game home.
Yeah, really a masterclass in how to pilot that Yummy strategy there. Just on the backs of having the Hornet drones plus any Yummy monster was able to get him to that position where he's able to find himself playing around Nibiru, the primal being, and absolutely masterclass action there from Willy.
Absolutely. I mean, as mentioned, both of these duelists have proven throughout the weekend that they can come back. As mentioned, Julian down to an X3 record, managed to sneak back into the top cut, and Willy had one of the toughest matches on stream. As you have, come to taught me, never count Willy out. But I'm sure it will be the same for Julian.
Yeah, Julian definitely got here for a reason. He double qualified at the NAWCQ. He's an excellent duelist. He's definitely lost a couple games in the past. You just have to shake off those game 1 jitters. Maybe you realize I didn't draw as well. We saw that 6 card off the top when your hand isn't as strong. It was actually the Vanquish Soul Dust Devil, the trap card. Not going to really be able to be useful there. It's something you usually want to set at the end phase with that Vanquish Soul start field spell. So not what he was looking for, so he knows that he can draw better and probably fight better back here in this game number 2 and 3.
Yeah, we really saw as well some deck building choices from Willy there, because he's running all of these go second cards, and sometimes when players don't, they say, oh, I don't feel like I can use all of those go second cards because what if I go first? I draw too many of them. But it was pretty easy. He didn't care. He didn't need it. He said, my Yummy field is more than enough. I'm going to deal with everything that's thrown at me.
Yeah, and at the end, it also comes back to the deck building decisions from Julian. As mentioned, he is by far the player who has the most K9 in this Vanquish Soul deck. And although that might be extremely good in some matchups, like a mirror match while going second as well, against Yummy, maybe not so much, but that changes once that he's going second. It adds more consistency to a deck that sometimes struggles in that regard, and I'm sure he will be able to set up quite the threatening field now that he gets to go first, hopefully uninterrupted. And also, although Willy did win this game, I think he revealed some pressure information by discarding that evenly matched.
Yeah, definitely. Is evenly matched something you're going to want to keep in against Vanquish Soul? I assume he included in his deck to get an edge in the mirror match, because when you're playing against a strategy that's similar to yours, the tech choices really comes down to having that edge in those mirror matches. But I don't know if it's going to be something he's going to keep in. But the thing Julian has to look out for is there's going to be cards like that that are going to break through the field.
Yeah, I'm going to go with definitely evenly matched against that Vanquish Soul deck. It's so powerful. Just a deck that doesn't have any hard negates. You can't just negate a trap card. You've just got these, one pop, one search, one negate, one flip, but no cards to negate a trap. So
Absolutely.
I think evenly matched going to be very good.
And also just think back to the match that he won to make it here. He was standing against this same matchup and was, looking at a pretty large field of XZ's monsters with the force release set. In that spot, he had the Lightning Storm, to take the advantage of it. But evenly matched might have been even better in that situation. So that's definitely something that Julian will keep in his mind. But regardless, he will try his best once more to take all the energy that he has to stay at the World Championship and to try and give this to Game 3. So give it up for Julian as well, and let's go back into action.
All right, here we are, Game 2. Julian will be going first.
Yeah.
Is he going to stake his soul?
Let's take a look at this, and from Julian needs some setup.
Oh, and I'm looking on the right for Willie's hand. It looks fantastic. So let's see what Julian has to offer.
And we start things off with that K9 engine, a case for K9, allowing to add, for example, the Jokul, sometimes great starter for the deck.
Oh, but was that an Azuna he was hovering over? He's already got a Jokul. Why not get an Azuna?
And no interaction, no drawn and locked bird. Great news, I guess. And now we might see the Jokul with the Izuna to back it up. We'll set up maybe the Lupus, and then we can add, if he's playing it, you know, a Lantern or just additional cards. Let's take a look at this. Yep.
The Izuna sends the Lupus to the graveyard. The Jokul's going to add Lantern, more than likely.
If we are playing it, we are playing it indeed. So we do get the Lantern, which means this is the full, you know, K9 field.
And here we go. It's K9 time. Lantern in the hand, Ripper about to hit the field. Julian probably knows by now the kind of deck that Willie is on, and probably knows that he's unlikely to be interrupted by any monster effects, but still got to make this a Ripper because it does more than just negate monster effects. It also searches you a K9 monster and can be ranked up.
And look at that niche decision. Julian summoning the Reaper in defense position. Must have been paying attention to that match that we have talked about with those lightning storms playing around that card. Smart decision.
Yeah, we talked about that. Those might come into play later on if players get to see kind of the tech choices from the feature matches. It might affect their plays later on in the tournament. And now Lantern is going to bring back the Lupus.
Yep. And this is big. We could go and access that forced release if it's still in the deck, and then, you know, go into yet another Xyz. We have seen some interesting options. Of course, one of the most premium one being that Vallon, and might be the case.
Yeah, Lupus, even if you cannot use the effect, summon itself from the graveyard, still going to offer a little bit extra targeting protection. No infinite impermanences can be used on this Nash Knight, for example, while you have...
But we do have the Razen to back up the engine, but a Song of the Dominators from Willie.
He's going to try and negate that effect.
It's gonna resolve.
But is that a Vanquish Soul start? Yes, it is. He's going to carry on his engine.
And a Vanquish Soul start. You can hear the crowd supporting Julian. Definitely want to try and get this to game 3, and we do access the Ollie Sue for the first time in this match yet.
Yep, a Link Summon is going to be performed for the Rock of the Vanquisher, then the Rock of the Vanquisher effect is going to add back that rosin to Julian's hand. And now here is the Holly Sue.
Holly Sue going to let you access any card when you have a Fire and a Dark, which we do.
We do have Fire and Dark indeed. Also, if I'm not mistaken, we added another copy of a case for K9 instead of the first release. That's an interesting one. Maybe already in the end, maybe not in the deck at all. So
now there is a possibility to rank up this Nash Knight and pop the case for K9, which would then allow you to set the forced release, a slightly more extensive interaction. And we're going to get this Jokul now. Going to be able to search once again 2 fires. More than happy to show this Ash Blossom if it means he gets another card to his hand.
We do have the 2 fires indeed, and we've just revealed, as you have mentioned, another interruption. This is looking incredible, but now I'm thinking back to that evenly match that we saw in game 1. If that is in the end, oh boy.
Yeah, here it comes. We could also just use Caesar maybe to destroy this case for K9, unless we want to make any more rank 5s.
All right, looks like he might be deciding to upgrade the Nash Knight now. Attaches a Chaos Monster to go into the Chaos Nash Knight.
Yeah, thinking about what to detach. Yeah, rightfully so. It's the Nash Knight itself. And here we are setting up extremely well with now this number C104.
And the Masquerade, as mentioned, when summon gets to pop,
something. So we pop the case for K9, allowing you to activate the effect to set the forced release. So Julian going to have that extra case for K9 in hand for next turn if the game gets a little bit more grindy and needs it. But he's also got that all-important 2 Vanquished Soul Monsters in play as well.
Oh, and as you can see, just reveals the entire end and keeps everything, because this allows you to set the Snow Devil in the end phase with the Vanquished Soul start. What a setup. Julian has made the amazing opener. Can Willy fight back?
Yeah, there's so much here for Julian, but as you were talking about, Marcello, does anything here negate an evenly matched? I don't think so. Evenly matched, a real blast from the past. I've not seen anyone play it, so can Willy find a copy?
It would be key. We know it's in the deck, as we saw in game number 1. He has plenty of going second cards. Just going to have to see how he's going to navigate this. He's
And
going to
there
start
is
with
the
Lightning
Lightning
Storm.
Storm. Not quite everything is in defense, but you can still clear those face-down cards.
Yeah, getting rid of that field spell can sometimes be super important. Going to force out as well the Snow Devil here. Not going to have the effect to wipe the field, presumably because Julian doesn't have any cards that he wants to destroy.
But he'll also be able to use the Snow Devil here just to have that protection effect.
Dealing some damage, and at the same time, as you can see, upgrading to this K9X Werewolf, which is gonna be able later on to take a look at the opponent's end and banish a card from it.
Yeah, quite a tough one to play around if you're Willy and you want to keep cards in hand for cards like Droplet, or you don't want to have too many cards on the field in case of an evenly matched.
I mean, that if he drew Forbidden Droplet, that's an absolutely huge draw.
Let's see.
There's
now
still plenty of interaction with the Werewolf, the Umbral Horror, the Holly Sue, the Valius in hand.
Absolutely. It's a big moment here from Willy. Can he pull this off? He knows there is the Ash Blossom in hand as well, which doesn't make things easy. This might just be too much to fight from, and a normal summon of that Pookie, it seems.
One small little Cookie Yummy versus quite scary field is going to be linked away to Link Summon Yummy Snatchy.
Yeah, and Julian just waiting patiently for Willy to maybe activate a card, but I'm not sure that he has activated a card yet.
And I believe, yeah, now he has activated the effect of Snatchy, to which we are responding with then the Forbidden Droplet.
This is huge.
But Forbidden Droplet for only 1 card. Maybe he's going to have to do the Werewolf. Oh, but maybe you can take control of the Masquerade with the talents.
Let's see, let's see. Right now, we are gonna negate that C104 at resolution.
Now, the next play, what is it going to be from Willy? Kind of shaking his head, just sets a card face down.
And I think that might be a bait, actually. Is it? Like, we're gonna find out, because we are forced to use this Caesar, right? Here, but no, we use it right away to destroy the field.
Destroy
and
the
it's
set
a set talent.
And yeah, Willy's just going to concede.
That's it. Julian takes game 2 back, and look at the crowd exploding.
Yeah, they clearly don't have a favorite in this matchup.
Absolutely not.
no,
Absolutely
no bias,
not.
no bias.
Yeah, I mean, they're all from the same region, no? They're both from the same region.
Are they?
Yeah.
Are they though?
So that is what is going on here. But I mean, what an effort by both. We didn't want to have it any other way, and we are going to a game 3 in the first semifinal.
I mean, I wouldn't want it any other way. My favorite matches are the ones that go all the way the distance, so we get to see some more awesome Yu-Gi-Oh! From some of the best players in the world, like Julian and Willy.
Yeah, both decks showing exactly what they can do. So maybe this time we'll have a little bit more back and forth, but a very dominating performance on the one hand from the Yami deck, followed by on the other hand from the Vanquished Soul deck. We did see a fantastic hand going second there for Willy.
Yes.
It's almost difficult to imagine what else he could have asked for, but the start from the Vanquished Soul deck, so powerful. As we've said, if you have access to both of those engines, it's so good.
I mean, what he could have asked for was that evenly matched. He needed to call that back from game number 1 and lend it to him for game number 2 there, maybe. But even with an evenly matched in that scenario, it still would have been tough because there would have been plenty of disruption. He would have needed like the evenly matched, the talent, on top of the droplet, on top of an obedience school, on top of another starter. It would have been still really difficult, but we're going to game number 3.
Exactly, and now the key difference is that once more Willie will be going first, trying to repeat what he did in game 1. If not broken, why fix it? And I think that is on his mind at the moment. And those K9s that were crucial in making these fields now turn back into a little bit of a liability maybe from Julian. Not really any way to use, that Izuna that is so powerful against Yami turn 0.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, what it comes down to in a lot of these matches when we talk about Vanquish Soul, will there be that Holly Sue in the opening hand there for Julian? It makes a world difference in this matchup.
Yeah, Holly Sue, the most unbelievable card. When you go first, your opponent gets to summon multiple monsters, get to destroy multiple cards, all while maintaining all of those cards in hand. On the other hand, for Willie, there is that one card that everyone thinks of, Obedience Schooled. Even if your opponent destroys multiple of your monsters, you're going to have one more.
And indeed, as we have seen in the previous games, evenly matched could be the difference, but now that we are going first, those are probably gonna be switched off. But if you think a powerful trap card is going out, oh well, a powerful trap card is also going in, because we have seen Willie using Solemn Judgments throughout the previous rounds, and that card pretty much can shut down anything.
Yeah, Solemn Judgment is a huge side deck card for the Yummy strategy, with so many players looking at board-breaking cards to deal with the field that Yummy can amass with so many monsters that you could be able to protect them, backed up by something like Solemn Judgment from one of the oldest sets, Metal Raiders, as we talked about. Not the oldest card, though, in the tournament here this weekend.
Not quite.
Can we reveal the oldest card? Yeah, right?
We can
yeah, it's out of the tournament
now.
Monster Reborn was actually played in one of the decks from the very first Yu-Gi-Oh set and one of the players' side decks here this weekend.
Absolutely, yet another shout out that we must give to Yuna, she was the only player undefeated after 5 rounds, and she gets the crown also playing that Monster Reborn in that side deck, which was something we love to see. Unfortunately, didn't quite see it in action, but that was a beautiful sight from our side. But regardless, as mentioned, it has been already an amazing semi-final for these 2 players. No time limit means that we will have not to rush. We can enjoy this game 3 in its full capacity. And who is it going to be? Is it gonna be Julian and his Vanquish Soul K9 with the comeback, or is it gonna to be Willie and his Yummy deck? I think let's give them one final round of applause from the crowd before we will jump into this last game, the game 3 of the first semi-final of the World Championship.
Just moments away. Just an incredible matchup and 2 excellent duelists that also qualified at the same tournament. Julian had that double qualification, and now this is his second chance at life here. He lost game 1, a second chance to win here in game number 3 and move on to the finals. No matter who wins this match, NA will be in the finals taking on EU. And, if you're one of these 2 players, which deck do you want to face in the finals? Are you more looking at the Sky Striker deck or the Luna Light strategy?
Oof, I mean, it's a tough question, honestly. I think, nobody has prepared for Sky Striker for sure. Luna Light could be a closer one, but I think it's also going to be up to who is winning this, because we know that notoriously, the Luna Light deck is very well equipped, especially against Yami. Tom still has to lose against a Yami deck this weekend, so I'm sure if Willie will make it through, he won't be cheering for Tom. I mean, and nothing wrong with that statement, but on the other hand, I think the Sky Striker deck is proving its resilience as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you say Tom still has to lose. I don't think he has to lose at all. He could take it all the way. He might not even have to play Yummy again. Vanquish Soul K9 could take it. I'm really excited to see what Julian has in store for us. What are the tools he has? Because it's so difficult with the Vanquish Soul K9 deck. You can't really afford to play all of these field-breaking cards because you need to keep that high monster count in your main deck.
But regardless, for how amazing these 2 players are, only one may advance, and we are about to find out who it is going to be. Let's find out who will be the winner of Game 3.
All right, the players are drawing their opening hands here.
Oh, there it is.
Let's
that
take a look
first
if
card.
we do have some action going on from Willy.
It's going to be a normal summon of Cupsy Yummy.
Best normal summon by far in the deck, usually going for that surprise, and that is going to be the case once more. But we do have the Fuvalos from Julien.
Julien will draw a card. Yummy Snatchy is going to activate the effect to place a field spell onto the field.
Yeah, Willy just not perturbed. He is happy to carry on searching a field spell, getting a revive, because he's already started with that Cupsy. That means he needs to do a little bit less. Julien is hovering over his hand. Can he do it again?
And there is the Olisu.
That's huge. Willy's going to chain Yummy Surprise.
Makes a lot of sense. You want to set up those possible synchro plays right away before your opponent is gonna possibly take control of that Snatchy. And for now, he's not gonna do anything else. So Willy going for that Cupsy Yummy way, giving another draw for the Fuvalos, and then trying to search his deck.
Does Julien have an Ash Blossom?
Yeah, so threatening here from Julien. Summoning that Holy Sewer at any moment could be used to summon something from the deck or steal a monster from Willy.
Not gonna be quite prompted response. We are gonna add both of the other names and then we are gonna discard a card from end.
He's got such a good looking hand right now. It's gonna be a difficult decision what to discard.
And in the end, it's gonna be a Dominus Purge discarded, which can already speak volumes of the quality of cards. And at the same time, if we can assume that maybe there is a second copy of a Dominus card, that is an interesting decision. You now have a trap card in your graveyard, so all of the other Dominus or the Song of the Dominators have an additional effect.
Gonna put another copy of Fuvalos into the deck for Julien, forcing it back. Maybe another bad draw. Makes sense. If the Holy Suit wasn't already on the field, then Fuvalos would be a fantastic draw. But once you've got a card on the field, it's likely that you're not going to be able to activate Fuvalos for the rest of the game.
Yeah, that's a good note that Milcharming follows even on your own turn. Yummy X synchros so much during the opponent's turn, it can actually be quite useful.
That indeed is the case, but it's always a tough decision. This is one of those decks that can continue under Fuvalos, but it seems like right now we are only putting 2 cards face down and trying to exit the main phase. Gonna take a look at the graveyard. There is only Cupsy at the moment in terms of effect monsters. And I think that might be...
I think he's doing this in the end phase.
Yeah.
You can use the Holy Suit in any phase you like. It's just the summon
and it's
that has to
gonna
be done in the main
Fire
phase.
and Dark from the Olisu.
What a start. This is exactly the start you need when you are going second in the semi-finals of the World Championships.
Absolutely, and no response at all from Willy. Not gonna use its Cupsy Yummy way yet. Ooh, and that's gonna be an interesting one. Actually going for the Geolong. Means we have a lot of Fire Monster in the end, most likely. And there it's gonna be the Razian already there. But
Dominus Purge is going to take it down, negate the effect, and destroy it since he discarded that first copy of Dominus Purge on turn 1.
yeah, as mentioned, there might have been a bit of a read given that Willy discarded the first copy. But, yeah.
Yeah, he's already had to give it up now, so there's probably no more copies in hand. Also used the Yummy Surprise already, so Julien very, very happy here. No surprise that he knows about 2 Dominus Purge already in the graveyard. And oh, do you see that trap card as well?
Oof, we might have another surprise in store, but we draw back and now it's Julien's turn. He has to navigate through this Cupsy Yummy way and he starts things off with the Olisu.
Let's see what attributes he is revealing. It's looking like a Fire and a Dark. Now Willie's going to chain the effect of his Yummy Synchro to return to the extra deck to spell summon back 2 Yummy monsters, and then another chain Infinite Permanence on the Holly Sue. Does Julian have one of the bigger monsters to return to the hand and dodge this? Something like Heavy Borger or Caesar Valius? He doesn't.
Not quite, so we get to special summon back this Capsi and Snatchy. We can access a Crookie plus a draw or a search. Up until now, Willie has always prioritized getting the second surprise. Will it be the case once more?
I feel like he went Chainlink 1 Snatchy, so I assume he's going to be searching with Capsi.
Yep.
But he could just want to protect the effect from something being chain blocked into it, potentially.
And I do believe that makes a lot of sense. Yep. Once more, we go and search that surprise, maybe.
Yep, indeed, it is what he's going to add as Yummy Surprise. The field spell will be replaced.
And there goes the Croaky. He has done this plenty of times. This means that at the very least, we can access another Synchro and have destroy one card with the field spell.
Yeah, Tom was talking about how innocent these fields look from Yummy, but they actually pack a punch and have a lot of layered interaction and disruption.
Yeah, for example, that Joker we saw in game 1, just both of them get immediately set face downs, and you really don't want that to happen again because it's such a big investment of cards in hand. But when you've started the duel with a Fuelos, maybe you're willing to give away a few more cards.
Julian doesn't waste any time, goes immediately into the rock, recovering that Zhao Long, and might be moving on to normal summoning that Razen that has been revealed during the end phase. And there it is, so normal summon Razen, and it's Solemn Judgment.
Half the life points being paid, but this could stop Julian from summoning any more Vanquished Soul monsters for the turn. Rock of the Vanquisher works with the Vanquished Soul monsters, but is not a Vanquished Soul monster.
That's big. I mean, there was an option earlier on in the turn to just special summon the Jaya Long that was revealed before, but Julian decided to keep it, and let's see if he has a way to push through this. Must also keep in mind that there is a zone for the Infinite Impermanence. We have already seen that today.
Yeah, let's hope for Julian's sake that he puts it in the right zone. I think not under the rock of the Vanquisher.
It's very close to it.
Playing with fire, but not quite. And it's gonna be, again, the Stake Your Soul revealing a fire monster, to which Willie will respond with the Snatchy.
This is huge here because he's going to be able to destroy the monster that the Stake Your Soul comes out with thanks to that field spell.
Yeah, Stake Your Soul got to imagine is going to summon Razen. He just tried it and it was negated, so why not have another go?
Yummy plays pretty well into the K9 cards, as y'all mentioned earlier, not having to use any of those monster effects in the hand or a graveyard, so it doesn't turn those K9 effects online. But
And
now
yet,
on a new chain,
we can use the Razen, to which we are going to respond with the search from Capsi Yamiway and an attempted distraction from Akruki.
so it's going to destroy it.
And it does resolve. That's big.
And now the Capsi Yummy Way is going to resolve, adding 2 Yummy cards, and then Willie will have to send 1 card to the graveyard.
And most importantly, we set up the cookie that was not in the graveyard. As you can see, immediately Willie recognizing that. So now we have yet another interruption in the form of both the cookie in the graveyard and the cookie way in the extra deck.
And it looks like Julian is hovering over a Holly Suit. He's used the effect last turn to summon it. He's used the effect this turn to summon a monster from the deck, so he can still summon it again from his hand this turn. These Vanquished Soul monsters just keep coming.
Yes, but this is starting to be tough for Julian, because as you can see, wow, actually get to reveal quite a few cards. I guess just in sportsmanship for what have been revealed previous on in the turn. And that Jokul is big.
I like the idea of just summoning a Geolong now and just say, I just revealed 3 cards to you.
Yeah.
I could summon it now.
All right, so he's going to use the Rock of the Vanquisher to summon Typhon.
Wow.
And Typhon's going to attack over the Cupsy Yummy Way.
That's an interesting option, but that is all due to that one face-down card, possibly setting up one. We thought he would try to move with his play, but I guess with that recovered Olisu, he doesn't have to do it this turn. He can just play it slow, get rid of the Synchro Monster, and just call it a day.
Yeah, that is quite the play here, taking me by surprise for sure when you've still got so many more pushes, but instead...
But now there is a trap card,
There
and
can
there
be
can be
only
one.
one. But he's going to immediately link away the Cupsy Yummy into Relinquish Anima.
And here you can see Julian thinking about it. He knows...
just needs a Synchro Summon.
Yeah, but he can use the Olisu. If you can out that Anima, I think this might almost be the game, because that card is so good against Yummy.
Yeah, we have used the Dominance Purge from the hand, though. So how are we going to resolve an SP?
You're completely right, Tom.
I don't see the out once you.
Did he use
once
it from
you
the
used
hand?
It. Yeah, he did.
He didn't
set it. He didn't set it, actually.
Because it was used during his own turn, so there's no way it could have been
that's
used.
True.
You're
How do you ever
right.
out this?
And Holly Sue's effect's going to be activated to special summon from the hand.
Will Julian even let him get this far, though, to even try and get to an SP? I don't think so.
The Fire in the Dark being revealed again for Holly Sue.
Wilfredo with that clutch top deck.
The one copy of There Can Be Only One. Sighted in while he knew he was going second, because he knows how powerful it can be, even if you aren't going first.
Yeah, the crowd is buzzing with this. I don't really see how Willie gets out of this. The Yummy deck, so powerful, so consistent, but when you only have one line of attack, it makes you vulnerable to these traps. This was the card that started the Vanquish Soul strategy. You know, the first time it came out before the Holly Sue, they all have different types, so everyone was main decking 3 copies of this card, but now, of course, you are down to just the 1 copy, and it's used to winning games in a lot more of an honest way, I would say, nowadays.
The collector version from the same set that Vanquish Soul was released in, actually.
Yeah, and I mean, as you have mentioned, sometimes you see this area of plays, but great recognition by Julian in just saying, I don't need to do any flashy line. Gets rid of the Anima. How can we even out this at this point? Wow.
What can Willie do?
An upfield battle, never count Willie out, but in this spot, it seems like Julian really is trying to find these weak points.
There can be only one world champion here this weekend, and Julian is hoping it's going to be him. Reveals double fire for Zhao Long, so he's going to be able to add another card from the deck to the hand.
And that just works perfectly, because as you can see, we can get that heavy Borga. Wow.
Just incredible.
Really, really incredible effort. Going first, going through his plays. Obviously heavy to deal with that Fuvalos, but still ending up with a strong field. But Julian just finding those outs, and look at how the tables have turned.
How the turns have tabled.
What is there to do?
Heavy Borger effect being activated. I want to know what Willie's going to do. I mean, it seems like Julian's just kind of playing a solo mode game right now.
Indeed, we can just reveal that Joker will try to get yet another fresh throw off the top.
I just don't see anything in Willie's hand that's going to help, but
I guess, yeah, we are just gonna be recycling some resources here, but what is the play?
Is there a way to synchro summon without having a beast? I just don't see it, yeah. He's not running Effect Veiler.
I mean, his own Typhon, I guess, just to try and keep things interesting, but it doesn't seem like that gets him anywhere. if he's even playing the card in the first place. So
It's going to be a normal summon of Cookie Yummy. It's going to be Willie's first action to fight back. Then
and
just
I
set
think
two
it's
cards
just a
face
couple
down.
sets.
The writing is on the wall here. I think both these players know where we are going.
Not looking promising, and it's a pass back to Julian, who is now free to do whatever he wants, starting things off by drawing some cards, and you can see Willie shaking his head. He has no reason to pick up his cards. He has been in a similar spot before, right in the finals of the NAWCQ, where everyone thought that he had lost that game 3, but I don't think Julian wants to give him that ticket to the finals. I'm sure we both know, looking at each other, as you can see, they are sharing some few words.
Adds a copy of Vanquish Soul Dr. Madlove that's immediately going to be summoned. Oh, but it's the same type as Typhon. Can't do that just yet.
And for Julian is just
attack
growing
mode.
and growing.
Willie's at 3,900. He has a lot of damage on the field already.
And
he's just going to go to battle phase. And Julian wins our first semi-final match. He will be in the finals with the K9 Vanquish Soul deck.
Unbelievable performance. As you can see, great hug between these two players, and give it up for Willie as well. What a weekend, what a performance. But you can see just how much this matters for Julian. What a crowd going crazy, and him rightfully so hyping it up. What a performance and what a showcase. As you can see, driving some chants from the crowd.
Taking it away.
This is amazing.
That was pretty awesome to see.
Absolutely.
So many fans for our North America finalist
Yeah,
here.
absolutely.
It's awesome to see, and big congratulations to Julian.
Absolutely.
Played excellent.
Played out of his mind. At once again, to lose out the first game and then add that comeback. It seems like a recurring theme all across this weekend, and it did not fail us. Of course, here, even in Game 3, had to stare down the opening from Willie, which looks absolutely amazing. So many trap cards were there. Solemn Judgment, Impulse, Impermanence, plus the Yummy combo. And in the end, sometimes the Vanquish Soul deck just does its thing.
Yeah, you say never count Willie out, but I think it may be time.
I mean, there can be only one.
Finally.
Just called it there. I mean, there can only be one world champion. There can only be one in your deck, and there can only be one Julian. And now he is here in the finals. And he's going to have to face, whoever the EU representative is going to be.
Absolutely. And I mean, what a match it truly was. Game 1, starting off with those combos, trying his best to fight back, but in the end, the execution has been flawless, I feel like, from Willie, for sure. One of the best players this weekend, and I think in the end he was the one who took Yummy to the highest placement, and unfortunately that means Billy, that I am the only one who has a chance at getting the prediction right, as Julian moves on to the finals with this K9 Vanquish Soul deck, but it's still far from over.
I think Vanquish Soul is batting 100 when they open up with Holly Sue here. It feels like if they have it in their hand, they're winning the game most of the time. If they don't draw it, it's a completely different story.
Absolutely, but it seems like today Julian has been throwing quite a bit. Maybe not so much yesterday, given that, again, that streak continues of the X3 player, then completely smashing the competition in Top Cut.
Came in 8th place, but now in the finals could end up in 1st place at the end of the tournament after everything is said and done.
Yeah, he's finally got as many wins as Yuna got yesterday. You only need so many wins to win the World Championships. And only one more standing in between him and the championship. And then now we can see the other side, the matchup we're about to have. I'm so excited for it.
Absolutely, as Billy already mentioned, on the other side of the semi-finals, we are gonna have an all-European top 4 between Tom and Rosalie to find out who is advancing against Julien. And regardless, I think we are gonna have 2 amazing matches remaining for the World Championship here in Paris. is getting real. I mean,
yeah, definitely. And we're flipping to the other side of the spectrum here. We saw two of the top meta contenders, the two top expected decks going into this tournament, facing off against each other. This time, we're going to be seeing the two meta call decks, the anti-meta strategies. The ones they brought these decks to counter Yummy, to counter Vanquished Soul, but they're going to have to face off against each other before they get to take on the Vanquished Soul K9 deck.
Yeah, we're going to see Julian. He's probably going to be doing a lot of reading in between this. Brush up, revise, have a look at the feature match, see what you're playing against, because he's got to make sure he's super familiar with all of those cards. Doesn't want to make any mistakes. Doesn't want to let his Cyber Dragon Infinity get fused away. Doesn't want anything like that.
Yeah, and I mean, I think he's going to be, depending on the result, quite a different finals. Because on the one hand, I mean, the Sky Striker deck, I feel like is very well positioned against, the K9 interruptions, and in general, you're not really gonna use many, end or graveyard effect, especially as we have seen Rosalie, the masterclass, let's say, against Kriston, never using the graveyard effects to, just make that Izuna so much worse, and I think we could expect a similar performance. On the other end, Lunalights, what do we think?
I mean, this is the toughest matchup for Rosalie, I think, in the entire tournament. Sky Striker strategy, relying on a lot of cards like Raigeki, spell cards to remove your opponent's field, and then be able to finish the game through controlling it. And that strategy just does not line up well into the Lunalight deck.
Yeah, Lunalight's such a unique deck. You need to have specific answers for it. And you can bet after this weekend, everyone going to locals, they're going to be like, let me just put some kaijus in. Let me put something in.
Lava Golems, Sheer Motes in the side deck. But when you're not prepared for it, that's when it's going to get you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it did get Rosalie earlier on, because we'll get more into it, of course, before the start of the second semi-final, but they have played against one another yesterday, and Tom did come out victorious, so of course he must be feeling confident, and also quite the close semi-final in his own, where he also had to do, that comeback, but it's happening.
Yeah, and just because, that's the way the matchup went in Swiss, things could go differently here. We know that Yuna took on Julian in Swiss and was able to defeat him, but then Julian got that revenge and won in top 8 actually here in day 2. So you really never know how it's going to play out, but it's definitely going to be an uphill battle for the Sky Striker duelist.
Yeah, I was chatting to Rosalie. She said exactly the same thing. She said, I really don't want to play against. I think that seems to be their theme. No one wants to play against this Lunalight deck. It's so scary. People aren't prepared. People don't necessarily even now know the full extent of his deck list, all the tech cards that he's running.
But yeah, anyways, as mentioned, we have 2 more matches for you guys. But before we do that, I think, as deservingly as Julian is of an applause, we'll go back to him for his post-match interview.
And ladies and gentlemen, I am here right now with our first finalist, Julian, who just won his semi-final in a very convincing way. Julian, congratulations for that.
Thank you, thank you.
I mean, how do you feel right now? Tell us, you are just one step away from the world title.
I would say I'm on top of the world, but that will be very soon.
So you are very confident. You think that you're gonna take it all?
That's what I came here to do.
I mean, I saw you, I've seen you during the last days, and I saw you very confident, always very calm, and in the games it is pretty much the same thing, that you are focused, you are in the zone. Do you feel any stress?
If I do, I've pressed it all down and it'll come out at the end. But for now, no, stay calm, stay focused, that's the goal. Job's still not done.
And it works absolutely well. How did it feel to win this semi-final in front of the European crowd, especially the French one for you?
It felt great, it felt great. At the end, I don't know if you heard, but we were singing On est en finale, which just means that we're in the finals. It's a classic French chant for football and all that stuff.
Absolutely, and we saw that the crowd was just cheering for you during the entire final. I don't know, because you are in the game, of course, and you are focused on your plays, but did you hear all the people behind you?
During the match, actually, we can't hear anything with the headsets. But walking onto the stage, I heard everyone cheering, and that honestly, that's a huge help. So thanks to everyone for that. And I'll be waiting for you guys in the finals.
So you know what to do during the finals if you want to cheer for Julian. But yeah, we are going to talk a little bit more about your matchup because you were against Willy, who was playing the Yummy strategy, while you are playing the Vanquish Soul strategy. How do you feel in this matchup? I mean, this matchup is very special, I guess, because you are playing the K9 card, and the K9 card are not triggered by the Yumi strategy because, of course, they don't activate any effect from the hand or the graveyard. But do you feel confident against this strategy?
So I feel pretty confident against that strategy. I think that if I win the dice roll, I'm like almost always winning game one because my engine is really good into board breakers, and that's what he's playing, right? If I lose the die roll, it becomes a little more dicey, but post side, I adjust my deck in order for it to become actually more favorable into the Yummy matchup.
So you are, I mean, pretty confident considering the fact that you win the dice roll, but this time it was a bit more difficult because you didn't have the chance to just express yourself, especially during the game one. We have a few clips that I'm going to show you, and the first one will just showcase that because yeah, you have to face a full field of Yummy, and we saw that your deck can struggle in that position, right?
Yeah, so I lost the dice roll here. I opened like 0 hand interactions. I opened 2 Jokels. Nothing that I could literally not interact with him at all on his turn. And then I top deck the Trap, which can be decent if I can push through the board a little bit. But you can see he has 2 Heralds. So I set one and I'm like, I'm not going to waste any time. Just stay focused and I'm just going to admit defeat.
Yeah, we saw that. You just tried to enter battle phase and to try to hit the Herald, but all of a sudden there is the destruction of the Dr. Madlove, and then you just set 2 cards and give it up, basically.
So pretty much if he didn't have the Star Ham to Reborn there, I can make Rock and add back the Madlove, set Trap, and you won't have a Herald. But the fact that he has such easy access to the Herald.
Yeah. It was a bit too much for you for this one. So you were just 0-1 against him. How did you feel at that moment? Because it must be a bit scary, you know?
Yeah, so at that moment, I was a little bit just like worried. I saw evenly match in his deck, right? Which is fine. Honestly, if he loses his battle phase, I can just keep my Trap. He's down to 5 cards. I can handle that with like the Holy Suit in my hand and all that stuff to Caesar. I still would have a lot of disruption through those kind of cards. So yeah, so I wasn't too worried at that point. I was more worried about game 3. Having to go second into the deck again. However, like I said before, my side deck was made to just kind of transform my deck into a strategy that works into that deck. Like I was taking out like all the Izunas and all that stuff because they're completely useless in that matchup.
Yeah, that's what you usually do, absolutely. And we're going to see that in a few seconds. But first of all, we are going to watch the second clip where, I mean, you went first and you told us about that. The hand of Wilfredo was absolutely insane, to be honest. I mean, he had talent, lightning storm. He also had some interruption against you. He even drew the droplet for turn. But still, you made a pretty decent field, to be honest. And you managed to win the game. Could you tell us how you can just hold the strategy against all those going second cards?
Yeah, so the first thing is you'll notice I have Ash in my hand and he used Song of the Dominators. I like thought about it for a second and I was like, okay, if he has Purge, it could be tough. But Ash is actually really good against this deck. Like when they go first, it's not that good. But when they go second into your board, Ash is really strong, stopping things like Talon Straw 2, Thrust, what's it called? Obedience School.
Obedience School.
Yeah, Obedience School. All those cards are really strong, and I was thinking that the Ash would be stronger. Then like I'd be assuming that he has Purge. That was where like ashing that would be good because my field spell would just get popped, but that didn't matter. So yeah, it was good. I just kind of like put him on better half Purge and then just combo from there. And then again, his disruptions like droplets. He doesn't have enough cards to send for it. Like he has to negate this guy, this guy, this guy. This guy searches. Like I have so much. I still have also in my hand, the Caesar and everything. And my guys now can't be destroyed by card effects. Like,
yeah, absolutely. So this is literally too much, and we could see that on his face. He was like, I have to negate something, but he didn't even know what to negate because there was literally too much.
Yeah.
And then we are heading to the game 3, and the game 3 was absolutely amazing because, as you just said, you went second and you adapted your strategy. So how do you do to just go into a full Yumi board?
So a full Yumi board is really tough. Honestly, that's the strategy is to not let them get there. So I was citing in cards like more hand interactions pretty much to not let them do that. And I also cited there can only be one because that card, if you can not even fully break the board like you saw. I didn't fully break the board, but I put him in a position to where he didn't have 2 monsters on the field, because if he had 2, he can surprise bounce my there can only be 1, and that'd be really bad. So my goal, because I at that point I knew everything. He didn't even draw off Cupsy, he searched follow-up. So my goal at that point was just to put him on 1 monster, and then I'd have the 1 disruption, which should be enough with the there can only be 1.
Absolutely, and we will see that in the clip 3, you had a pretty good hand, to be honest, because we see that you just activated the Fuvalos, which is a pretty good card if it resolves, because it doesn't let you to go through their whole entire field, and you also had the Holy Sioux, which is such a threat in this matchup.
Yeah, so here, I forced him to use a surprise so that he, like, I can't just like summon pop and then he'll have literally nothing. So I forced him to use a surprise, which is good. Get 1 disruption out of his hand. Then if you see his hand is double purge, imperm, judgment.
Yeah.
When he discards for the search, the purge, this tells me it's like, obviously it's easy information, right? It's at worst purge. So it's either purge or judgment pretty much, because he wants to turn his purge into a super purge, or it's a judgment. So at that point I had a good read, which is why I didn't want to waste one of my raisins in my deck. So I went for Jialong to add, because I couldn't really pop anything because he had the synchro monster up. But I wasn't worried about that.
And the read was really good. When I saw the game, I was actually wondering if you read that correctly, and you actually did wonders on this one.
Yeah, so the other thing, I'm pretty sure at that point I have there can be only in my hand. And that's my win condition here, is to like threaten him to use purge from the hand. That way, like you saw, he holds it, right? That way he's locked out of SP, which is like one of his 2 outs to my card.
Absolutely, and we're going to see that during the next clip. You will just activate the There Can Be Only One, and this card, I mean, yeah, this is absolutely amazing. But first of all, you literally just baited the Judgment with the normal Summon Ryzen, and it was pretty sure that he was going to activate the Judgment there. And on the next clip, you are going to activate the There Can Be Only One, and if it doesn't out There Can Be, I mean, this is it. So when you saw the There Can Be Only One in your hand, what did you think? Did you think that, I mean, you had a great chance to go to the finals?
Yeah, I thought that at that point, because I was like, if I have that card in my hand and he full combos me, like, it's gonna be useless, right? But I have to draw my cards in combinations in order to be able to win anyways. So my goal there was just like I said before, break the board as much as possible, reduce him to 1 monster, 0 if possible. 0 is hard because he has the Akroki, which if I remove a monster by card effect, it'll just, you know, it'll just get summoned another one. That's why I didn't Typhon Bounce, because Typhon Bounce would have just given him a monster on the field and an extra monster in hand, so there was no point to do that.
Absolutely, and you did absolutely wonderful in that, and he couldn't just get rid of the There Can Be Only One, and we are going to see during the last clip that you just built your entire field, and you were just able to win the entire game. I mean, the feeling must be absolutely amazing. I see that even right now, you are so happy. But there will be only one last game after that. How do you feel? Do you feel very confident? I saw that you were confident, but I mean,
yeah, I'm confident. I'm
are
ready
you gonna
to do
take it all?
One more.
And I mean, for the crowd is going to be probably behind you because, of course, I mean, this is a French and European crowd. But yeah, for you at home and for you in the crowd, we are going to see the second semifinal really soon. Guys, take it all.
He wasn't supposed to win. Wasn't the favorite. Wasn't the smartest one out there. Wasn't the guy with the shiny, rare, whatchamacallit card. He was the third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck.
Hey, listen to me. I say talk is cheap. I fought my hardest to get where I am right now, and I never let anyone get the best of me, even when all hope seemed lost. So why should I start now? The whole gang's rooting for me. And with my friends behind me, there's no way I can lose. What I'm fighting for? I got that part down. Here I go. It's all or nothing. So, what's inside this thing? Come on, Joey needs a new pair of shoes. The moment of truth. Whoa! Get a load of that thing, guys! Now there's something you don't see every day. Check this out. Red Eyes Black Dragon. I'm talking Red Eyes Black Dragon, folks. It's your move. Nike Air Max 95.
Made for the best. Made for who you can be.
Welcome back to the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championships. We have now secured one of our finalists for the grand final, but it's time to find out who is going to be our next finalist. So let's introduce your duelists. Your red duelist, Rosalie Angelica! And your blue duelist, Tom Kleidergraber! Both of our duelists from Europe are now sat here ready, but only one of them can make their way into that grand final, and we're very excited to see all the action that's about to happen in this next match. Best of luck to the two of you. I'm going to hand you guys over to your amazing casters who are going to take you through our last semi-final feature match here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship!
Thank you, Ed, and welcome to us as well to the second semi-final of the 2025 World Championship. What amazing duelists have come together all the way from the European regions. We are going to have a clash between two of the duelists who were also at the semi-finals of the EU WCQ in Berlin.
That's right. Two of the most unique decks that we had in the tournament made it all the way to top four, but now one of them can only advance beyond this point. Is it going to be Lunalight or is it going to be Sky Striker?
Yeah, this is definitely the most hype of the semi-finals. Everyone loves to see the meta decks compete. Everyone likes to see which one's going to come out on top, but I think secretly everyone loves to see the underdog. We've just seen Joey getting a new pair of shoes, the underdog, and we have two underdogs, the Sky Striker and the Lunalights.
I mean, they've had an incredible run throughout yesterday, and as we've mentioned, after the rounds, but even not only after the full 7 rounds, they were consistently alongside Yuna in the top 3 spots, and that was the ending of the standings. So what an amazing run. In the end, it was Tom defeating Rosalie already in Swiss. Can we have another revenge arc now? Obviously, it's gonna be quite the unique matchup, because on the one end, we are gonna see a deck that is built to go second. The deck from Rosalie, consistently able to out and even close the duel on turn 1 while going second. But on the other end, we have the scariest combo deck.
Definitely. I mean, Tom, we were just discussing this during the break, how this matchup is going to play out. And I think Rosalie might have to adapt her strategy in this matchup. Isn't that right, Tom?
Yeah, I mean, it is tough. It's sort of incidental, both of these decks, but built to face other decks. They're not really built to face each other. So this matchup is probably entirely hypothetical. I can't imagine either of them have tested it all that much. But from what Rosalie was telling me about it, it seems like it's going to be quite a tough one for her, at least. That's her opinion.
Yeah, but while she's been choosing to go second throughout this tournament and kind of design the deck that way, the only chance she really has at defeating the Lunalight strategy, maybe she'll be choosing to go first here?
Yeah, almost certainly, because the Sky Striker deck, she's got nothing. She's got no way to stop her opponent from setting up that powerful Liger Dancer. So if she can't, stop it when she goes second, she has to go first and stop it that way.
Yeah, at least maybe something like a Widow Anchor on a Lunalight Gold Leo might just be enough, but we're going to have to find out. It's really going to come down to this die roll, because she's going to need to go first at least 2 times, potentially. I mean, there's always a chance that Tom doesn't get access to that Lunalight Tiger Dancer, but that's a tall order.
But yeah, I totally agree with you that cards like, you know, those Book of Eclipse, Raigeki, Forbidden Droplet, they're amazing against other decks going second. They might just be alright going first, and I think she has to probably go for that plan. And sometimes it's all about, you know, adapting quickly to what you see, and that might be the way out.
Yep, definitely. I mean, that's what happens a lot of times in the tournament. You build your deck to do a certain thing, but then some unexpected strategies show up, and it's all about being able to adapt on the fly and use your skill as a duelist. And I mean, these duelists are in the top 4 of the World Championship, 4 of the best players of the entire year here, and only one of them will be able to advance to the finals to take on Julian and his K9 Vanquish Soul strategy.
Yeah, for sure. So there's a lot of thinking going in on Rosalie's side, and Tom also is going to have to adapt what he's going to do. If he's going second into the Sky Striker field, what is there? He's got to think about how he's going to play through those interruptions. We see him on feature matches using these powerful cards like Book of Eclipse, like Dark Ruler No More, like Call by the Grave, but I don't think they're really going to affect Rosalie at all, so also a tough one for him.
And they had quite the journey to be here, and even today, as we got to see them in action in their quarterfinals, it was quite the opposite results, with Tom having to battle through 3 incredible games where it really was down to the wire, and it could have gone either way. On the other hand, though, Rosalie knocking out that Crystron duelist in Isaias, and with a 2-0 score. It might have lasted a long time. But
when you said it was 2-0, I was like, no, we're in game 3, surely. But
absolutely not. It was a long 2-0, and as you have mentioned, the epic chicken game between the two, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough matchup, but I mean, we really saw Tom showcase why Lunalight is a great pick going into a deck like Yummy. Even if you can't get to Liger Dancer, just something that Lunalight Leo Dancer and having that powerful effect to just wipe out the entire enemy's field, just fantastic.
Yeah, that Leo Dancer was really not a card I had on my bingo to see this weekend, but then again, neither was Sky Striker taking it all the way to the semi-final, so it just goes to show anything can happen.
Yep, definitely. You always got to keep an eye out on for what everyone else is playing, but you got to keep an eye out on so many different strategies now with the way that Yu-Gi-Oh! Is being played, because anything can really show up, especially in a tournament like the World Championship, which has its own unique format, and it's only 27 players, so you have to really kind of account for things that you might not know about.
Yeah, and this is exactly the case. I mean, there was some confusion even in the interviews about, you know, the deck breakdown of the top 8. Some players thought that it was going to be a second Malice deck next to Yuna. In reality, that was Rosalie's Sky Striker deck, pure, that we are finally saw in the last round in the semi-final. And now it's going to be all between these two, as you can see, sharing some laughs. They know themselves very well. They did not clash, just like the previous duelist in the semi-final of the EU WCQ, but they were both there, and in the end it was Rosalie advancing to the finals that time around, and then facing off against Lorenzo Muselli in the finals. Can she do a repeat? Can she also advance to the final or the World Championship? Or is Tom gonna have a chance to advance to his 3rd personal final in his career?
And I gotta say it, you said advance. Both of these decks got a huge boost in Duelist Advance. I mean, I can't point out Sky Striker, Ace Zero, Lunalight Liger Dancer, all the Lunalight cards. Duelist Advance definitely had an impact, and it's here in the top 4 of the World Championship.
But again, and I think they both are deserving of one applause from the crowd. We are gonna jump right into the first game of the 2nd semi-final. Let's go to the table. Here they are, and let's see this die roll. It's a 2 from Tom, matched by a 4 from Rosalie. And there goes the handshake. Let's see.
I think Rosalie chose to go first.
Yeah, possibly willingly for the first time this weekend.
Almost a necessity here to win that die roll.
And I think that is the case. Indeed, she's gonna go first. Are we gonna see some engages?
Well, we see at least a Rose that can get you a Sky Striker link.
And there is engage!
Sky Striker, mobilize, engage.
This is the card that just doesn't go away. Mobilize, engage. We've seen it in so many finals throughout the years.
Ooh, multi-roll.
A multi-roll, another throwback, not one of the newer cards, but the old cards working perfectly well together in combination. It's amazing to see, Billy, because on the one hand, you said that these are the Duelist Advance deck, so is Duelist Advance against Justice Hunters?
Second engage! Wow.
Indeed, these duelists are advancing, and Rosalie is advancing with another copy of Engage to add the Sky Striker maneuvers, Widow Anchor.
And let's keep count of the number of spells. I think it's just one.
Okay, well, Charmy follows.
Interesting timing for that Fuvalos, and we might see a response on this from Rosalie.
Yeah, was seeing a card in the hand for Rosalie, but will she choose to use it now?
I mean, this is tough. You don't want to give any draws to
And
the
there is
It's
Cold
Buy!
Buy! Not only does it stop the Fuvalos, but it puts a third spell card in the graveyard, and with this Rose, now we can access that Kagari, possibly to get one of the engages back, and that is going to be alright for Tom. We have not used the effect of the multi-roll, which can protect all of our spell cards, as well as sending the third to the graveyard. So let's see whether Rosalie wants to do that.
God, this is going almost all the way back to 2020, this opening field. I mean, the Rose a little bit older than that, but these engages and multi-rolls, this is just classic Sky Striker gameplay right now.
But not quite. She skips on the effect of multi-roll, going directly for this engage that it's not gonna give her a draw quite yet, but is gonna get one of those important spells, recovering a lot of the advantages. We have seen it plenty of times already in the previous round, and there it is, the Lemnis Gate.
Yeah, one of this fantastic new cards. Lemnis Gate can recycle your cards whilst interrupting the opponent, bouncing a number of cards. And here we go in the end phase. We're going to see the Shizuku. Shizuku going to be able to get linkage and presumably use in the end phase and rank up into the new Sky Striker equals 0.
And there it is, the linkage coming down and getting more spells that then can be set due to that multi-roll in the end phase, possibly, even though we are already in the end phase.
Yeah, what is that a set now? You've filled up the spell and trap zone already, so maybe we just go ahead, get an engage for the next turn, and let's see what Tom has. Oh, another copy of Widow Anchor.
So going to use the Widow Anchor on her own card and then reset it with the multi-roll. So now she has Widow Anchor, and the Lemnis Gate.
Yeah, maximum disruption right now.
And this is the way you have to play this matchup. Just trying to stop Lunalight in every which way. Tom is already down a card since that Fualos was stopped by Call to the Grave. He will be drawing to 5 cards in hand, but at least 3 forms of interaction. We'll have to see if Tom has some high impact cards. Even just like one copy of Heavy Polymerization could just end the duel essentially.
Yeah, I mean, and we have seen this Call by the Grave that have been important for Roselle to negate the Fuvalos, not giving 3 draws to Tom. Can he fight back, or as she find a way around this unfortunate matchup?
What is there for Tom? We've been seeing him play these field-breaking cards, but do any of them include Harpy's Feather Duster, Lightning Storm? You've got to think those are the cards that you desperately want in your hands right now. Who needs to answer that field of monsters when there's 5 cards in the spell and trap card zones?
And yeah, as you can see, asked to look at the graveyard, but there are more than 3 spells in there, meaning all of the additional effects are alive, and we start things off with that Luna Light Masquerade.
Yep, this card lets Tom send a Luna Light monster from the deck to the graveyard. It also has some other effects which are pretty cool that will involve polymerization and being able to use the materials from your graveyard potentially later on in the turn, but it's a good way to get things started because you're able to send Luna Light Silverhound to the graveyard, which will special summon a Luna Light monster from the deck.
And as you said, Billy, this Leo is a super important piece of the puzzle for the Luna Light deck, but there's so many ways just to negate it. At least 2 Widow Anchors face down for Rosalie, plus some more cards.
All right, Lunalight Gold Leo's coming down, and this is surely going to prompt maybe the Widow Anchor that is known. Yep.
And there comes the Widow Anchor. I mean, Tom rightfully so will ever read at it. When there are free spells, you can also take control of the Gold Leo, but that would shut down. And here we have a response
Chain
of Book of Eclipse.
He wants to resolve this Gold Leo effect.
This is a very niche interaction, but if you chain the other Widow Anchor, it would in fact do nothing in this case. So very wise for Rosalie not to do it, because cards being set sort of releases them from any effects that we're applying to them, like effect negation or Widow Anchor.
Really
Unlike
good
cards
note.
being sent to the graveyard is a very strange one, but you gotta know these things if you want to become the world champion.
And definitely looks like Roselli not even thinking about it for a second. Now, what is Tom going to want to add? He can add and send a Yellow Martin, and that would allow him to access a Lunalight spell from the deck if he has something like Lunalight Fusion he's trying to dig for. And this is indeed going to be Lunalight Yellow Martin. Now, yep, going for the Lunalight Fusion, just as it seemed like he was going to do. Because Rosalie does control a monster special summon from the extra deck. This could be an easy way to cheat out a Lunalight Fusion monster.
Got to keep in mind, though, Rosalie can always chain that Rose as she's gonna, sorry, the 0.
And there's Tom and the Called by the Grave.
But wait.
That's his signature card.
There is in the graveyard that Lemniscate. Can we just return the Rose to the extra deck?
Looks like you're right. That is what Roselli's going to do. Going to banish the Sky Striker Ace 0, so it's not going to be able to be banished from the Called by the Grave, so the effect will resolve.
And that's a great call, as mentioned, Tom, and that means we are resolving it indeed.
So many tricks this Sky Striker deck has up its sleeve. Gonna get to summon a Rose and a Ray, and put the Lemniscate in the graveyard as well. One extra trigger effect, and take away any extra deck monsters
We can't
from
resolve the
field.
fusion, yeah. That's big, no more Lunalights.
No more Lunalights potentially. Roselli can't activate Widow Anchor anymore. But he does have the Yellow Martin in the graveyard, which can already summon itself by returning the Masquerade. But Lunalight Perfume is huge. So that's going to bring back a Lunalight monster. It's also going to let him search for a Lunalight monster from the deck, something like Lunalight Tiger. And Lunalight Tiger in combination with Lunalight Yellow Martin, as you mentioned earlier, Marcello, is the old school Lunalight combo pieces. And now he still has access to, he has Lunalight Black Sheep as well. So he's going to be able to discard it to add either back a Lunalight monster or a polymerization from the deck to the hand.
What is this card Rosalie is thinking about? She's already used her copy of Called by the Grave.
I mean, an incredible effort for sure, but Tom also trying to use some of his tricks, and we are going to be using this Ray.
Ray is going to be sent to the graveyard to special summon Sky Striker Ace Kagari with her own effect. The Black Sheep will resolve, adding polymerization from the deck to the hand. Now Kagari's effect will activate on summon. Tom taking another look at that Rose to make sure he knows all the effects. Don't want to overlook anything here in the top 4 of the World Championship. And Sky Striker Mobilize Engage will return to Roselli's hand.
She's going to have all this follow-up for next turn if only she can make it there. And we're going to trigger here the Lemniscate, allowing her to perform a Link Summon.
Trying to clear that main monster zone of any monsters so she will be able to use her Sky Striker maneuvers. And Chain Forbidden Droplet, that's the card we didn't know.
Wow.
But the Gold Leo's effect already activated earlier, but Gold Leo has the second effect. If a Lunalight is sent to the graveyard, it can add back to the hand, and it's going to be a Link Summon for Zeke.
My goodness, more engages coming back to the hand.
That's
Zeke,
crazy.
Yeah, going to banish this Leo.
It's Still, I don't know if it's going to be enough, though, because Tom has so many plays still to happen. He has the perfume to add and discard to get access to Tiger. Tiger can bring back another monster. He has the yellow Martin. But losing that gold Leo was an important level 4 monster that Tom needed.
Indeed, but we have yet one more face down card from Rosalie. It's going to be the crucial one.
I think we know. I think it's a Widow Anchor. I think it was searched at the very beginning of Rosalie's turn. But let's see if
I do
Tom
think it is.
can remember that as well.
Because she did set a second copy with the Shizuku, so that should very well be.
So the perfume is going to be banished, discarding that polymerization.
We're going to be able to bring back 3 monsters here in combination if you search.
This is tough.
Tiger Dancer.
The only level 4 monster is the yellow Martin. Yeah, he has to go for Lunalight Wolf. He might be using this Lunalight Wolf just to go into Perfume Dancer. I think that is what is going to be happening here. Going to have to banish the 2 Silverhounds, or the Silverhound and the Black Sheep. But you want to keep that Silverhound in the graveyard if you can. But yeah, Lunalight Wolf, special summoning Perfume Dancer. Perfume Dancer will be adding another Lunalight Perfume, but that's going to prompt the Widow Anchor.
There goes the Widow Anchor, the last line of defense, taking this Perfume Dancer.
And the Masquerade, or no, sorry, the monster he used for the material is adding back the polymerization.
I think it,
or was it the Masquerade? It was the Masquerade.
Yeah.
Okay, it was the Masquerade adding it back.
The Masquerade, he's going to get a few monsters in play, but can he make anything? Can he get 2 level 4s? There aren't any fantastic Link monsters in the Lunalight theme, so...
He needed that. He really needed the search there for the perfume, so heads up play for Roselli using the Widow Anchor on the Perfume Dancer.
Using every interruption available to her.
And, Tom knows the 1 card in hand is Sky Striker Mobilize Engage.
Is there any card, any other card it could be against Sky Striker?
Usually not, usually not.
Ooh, and we see a shuffle, and this might be end if that is getting returned to the field. I can only assume...
the Gold Leo comes back at the end phase that was banished by the Sky Striker Zeke.
So it's the end phase. Rosalie has managed to keep that aggression at bay, and now she gets a full turn with that engage already in hand. Wow.
With the Zeke as well. Does the Zeke set cannot be Link summoned with or something like this? Or you can just use it and make another Kagari, get back another engage.
No, it doesn't really have any restriction of that kind.
I mean, this is what we talked about. This is a tough matchup for Sky Striker, but if Rosalie was able to win the die roll and set up multiple layers of interactions as she did, she's had to play it exactly this way to put herself in a position to steal this game number 1 in this tough matchup.
Yeah, she's been stealing monsters, and maybe it will be enough to steal the game. So many interruptions she was able to set up, plus that 1 piece of follow-up for the next turn, which will be critical.
No Ash Blossom. The engage is going to add a linkage, and she will definitely be able to draw a card.
Absolutely. Engage resolving once more. As mentioned, there is no time. This duel can go all the way to game 3 safely.
Yeah, I think so many players have been in this situation before. We know what is about to happen. We're going to activate engage. We're going to draw a card. We're going to add back the engage and play it again and draw another card. And 1 card in hand will suddenly become 4, 5, 6 almost overnight.
And it's a foolish burial goods. Interesting inclusion in the deck. Just gonna be a sort of Upster Goblin with the Metal Foe Fusion.
Hey, shout out to Metal Foe's Fusion for all the Metal Foe's fans out there. It's funny, these are the 2 decks that can play Foolish Burial Goods. Sometimes you see it in Lunalight as well, being able to send down Lunalight Perfume.
Yeah, you have some interesting options. Can always, send an engage to get it back with Kagari, as well as maybe, if it's in their Black Gold Lofts. So it's definitely an interesting power spell. And let's take a look at this other draw.
Yeah, I really love
And
it.
it's the
Engage! We're so back.
Oh, wow. The last copy of Engage in deckhand has been picked up.
She shuffled it back in. Tom has had someone draw 3 engages against him in the previous feature match, but I think in this one it's going to be a little tougher to cope with.
These judges just giving these favorable shuffles here
yeah.
to Roselli and see what it's going to be the next draw off the Engage. We still haven't seen the Kagari just yet that you're talking about, but going to use Zeke's effect first to send... Oh, she drew the Metal Foes Fusion. Small victory for Tom.
Indeed, now as mentioned, she has used the effect of Zeke sending the Metal Foe Fusion to reduce by 1000 the attack of the Perfume Dancer so that it could be attacked over, and now we are going to use that linkage to special summon even more Link monsters.
Yeah, here comes presumably the 0. Having used already a multi-roll. Oh, she's going to add the 0 back.
Yeah, the linkage goes back to the end. Not quite the Engage, I guess, prioritizing this battle presence.
Now the Kagari is going to attack over the Lunalight Gold Leo, sending it straight to the graveyard. You want to get this Yellow Martin off the field because it will be banished, and then once it's gone, it's gone. But that is why she added back the linkage, because the battle phase is still happening. This quick play Sky Striker secret maneuver is going to summon Hayate. Hayate is going to attack over the Yellow Martin. Yep, and now Yellow Martin is banished, and that's devastating for the Lunalights. And another copy of linkage is going to turn Hayate into the 0 you were talking about, Tom. And then another linkage is going to bring out Shizuku and go for game. Does Tom, he's trying to figure it out, run the numbers, do the math. Roselia's already done it, and she's taken game 1.
Wow.
Incredible. We talked about it. She had to adapt. She knew this was a tough matchup, had to win that die roll, and played it perfectly. Got as many interruptions as she possibly could, down to the multi-roll, down to searching the Widow Anchor, using it on your own monster, resetting it with the multi-roll. That's kind of a classic Sky Striker play, right?
Oh, this is classic. This is just classic Sky Striker. We're seeing Upstart Goblins, we're seeing Foolish Burial Goods, send Metal Foes Fusion, use all of my cards, just about stop you from doing anything on your turn, and then on my turn I'm going to play Engage, I'm going to draw Engage, I'm going to draw Engage, and then I'm going to summon a bunch of monsters.
I'm going to use linkage, I'm going to use linkage, and I'm going to use a third copy of linkage again. Just absolutely incredible.
Incredible show by her. We have mentioned it sometimes. What is key is the ability to adapt quickly to whatever you have not planned before the event, and this has been it. And I feel by far this was the most important game, because once you move to the side decks, you can take some of those going second cards away. As we have seen in the quarterfinal, she's also on Solemn Judgments, and those are gonna help out slow Tom down in the third game. So even if Tom now goes, uninterrupted, she will get a chance at going first again and doing the same thing.
Yep, that's why that die roll was so important. But we've been talking about it all weekend. A lot of players not expecting Lunalight, but unfortunately there's some overlap cards in a lot of players' side decks that are also still useful against the Lunalight strategy. Something like Droll and Lockbird could potentially be coming in. Artifact Lancia if the players were still respecting Malice. But Artifact Lancia, while it is good, not necessarily like a game ender against the Lunalight strategy.
No, for sure. But obviously the cards that are game enders is that Lunalight Liger Dancer. So I feel like we haven't actually seen Tom summon it yet, maybe hardly at all on these features. But
I don't think so. Not today for sure.
Yeah, he had to get through that whole previous top 8 without summoning it once, but it is the card that ends the game when it hits the field. So will we see it hit the field? I don't really know what Rosalie has in her deck to stop it.
Yeah, I mean, kind of a bit of luckiness there, because if Tom just happened to draw something like Heavy Polymerization, just activating that right away to summon a Liger Dancer from the beginning, that could spell disaster.
Absolutely, but we'll see. Right now, going first, obviously, that's not as much of an option, given that the bonus effect is usually activated when you go second.
Right, not for this
On
game.
his own, he will just try to do his thing we have seen that she has decided not to include that many, you know, end interactions in her own deck. So we can just assume Tom will be pretty much free to do whatever he wants. The deck has been quite consistent throughout. We have seen him suffer sometimes, you know, even from a single infinite impermanence, but if you're not facing any, I think the deck hardly breaks.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to try and jinx it, but, you know, as a Lunalight player myself, there's definitely some hands you can draw that are still some awkward. Even with so many starters, you could open up with something like Lunalight Wolf, Lunalight Tiger, without any other monsters in combination with some other cards. So it's not just a guaranteed thing that since Tom is going first, he's going to have access to a Liger Dancer, but there are a lot of chances for him to draw some of those powerful cards like Fire Formation Tinky, Lunalight Gold Leo, Lunalight Masquerade. There's plenty of options for him to look for here.
Yeah, and she's not the only one playing, I guess, Foolish Burial Goods. That also is a great starter for the Lunalight deck, potentially sending that Perfume. And we could totally be seeing that once more here for Tom, as he will try to tie the score up and get us to yet another game 3 in the semi-final. I think it's absolutely fitting. So now let's find out whether Tom has what it takes to take this semi-final to game 3. Our players are ready. Let's go back to the table.
All right, Tom's time to start things off.
That is a handful of spells for Rosalie. Could this be the shortest feature match we've had so far this weekend?
And there it is, as mentioned, the Foolish Burial Goods, but this time for Tom.
Yep, so this is step 1. He has a playable card in his hand. That's really all he needs to get to where he needs to be. Being able to send, okay, he's going to send the Serenade Dance, probably a card that was cited in. A lot of Lunalight players don't main deck this card, but will put it in when they're going first.
Yeah, it makes an awful lot of sense. This is a card that's slightly weak if you draw it, but having those extra options for extending your plays is a fantastic thing to have going first. So you got to discard a card and banish it from your grave, and then you can just summon a Lunalight straight from your deck. Seems to be a bit of a theme, with the Gold Leo doing exactly the same thing, but adding and then discarding.
Yeah, and drawing both copies of Foolish Burial Goods here makes sense. Easy choice for a discard, but as we can expect, Rosalie not really to interact with Tom. He's free to set up these combos, and we have seen already throughout the previous future matches what the Lunalight deck can do.
Yeah, the end result of this field could potentially be SP Little Knight, Baguska, and a couple copies of Lunalight Liger Dancer, but we're going to see Shohei is going to use the Black Sheep, and then the Leo will add back the Black Sheep.
Yeah, here we are. This is probably
if he chooses
the first time on stream for Tom to display his full Lunalight combo, where you just need one Gold Leo, not even needing a normal summon to do all of this.
And polymerization is going to be used, but going to be sent right back to the hand thanks to the Kaleido Chick. The Perfume Dancer is going to add a Lunalight Perfume.
Yeah, and as you can see here, area of plays, adding even more resources from deck to advance this combo.
All Rosalie can do here is sit and watch as Tom dances his way to his end field with all these Lunalight cards.
Yeah, this
He's going to use the Masquerade effect, I think, to discard here, so he'll be able to banish from his graveyard later on in this turn for the polymerization. And Lunalight Perfume is next.
Yeah, Tom playing the archetype that's most fitting with the ceremony that we had for this event with those amazing dancers and keeping it up here.
The Kaleido Chick only once each time it is on the field. You'll see its effect happen over and over again. Going to send the Lunalight Leo Dancer to copy the name, but more importantly, putting that fusion in the graveyard for a multitude of reasons.
Yeah, it is one of those slightly older cards. You can just use it as many times as it is on the field, rather than only once per turn for the whole card.
Lunalight Tiger, yeah, he's going for the full combo here, bringing back the Black Sheep. The Perfume Dancer is going to return the Tiger to the hand. It's going to be played again to special summon back from the graveyard, bringing back a level 4, and that's going to be the Lunalight Gold Leo. Polymerization is going to be used next, so he's going to use the Black Sheep. All 4 monsters, the The Kaleido Chick has the name of Leo Dancer, so it will count to be able to use for the first Liger Dancer.
And here is the card that we have been talking about all weekend, that boss monster in Lunalight Liger Dancer, unaffected by card effects except Lunalight cards, which pretty much makes it not really outable at all unless you're able to make, a Kagari with, quite a lot of spell cards in the graveyard.
And it looks like a heavy investment, but all those Lunalight monsters have effects when they're sent to the graveyard by card effect. The Kaleido Chick adding back the Polymerization, the Black Sheep adding back another Lunalight monster. He still has the Perfume in the graveyard that he can banish to search for, the Lunalight Wolf that he's missing. He has the Yellow Marten that he hasn't used that can return the Lunalight Tiger. He's going to have the ideal Lunalight field here on this game number 2.
Yeah, here we go. Baguska, I mean, it's normally the icing on the cake with the 2 dancers, but in this case against Skystrike, I don't even see that it does
Yeah,
does all that much.
Yeah. Maybe he goes for something different, knowing that potentially, but the Yellow Marten returned the Tiger brought back the Kaleido Chick. The Kaleido Chick's effect's going to be used again to copy another name. Can't quite see what he sent. Maybe we can get that graveyard tidied up just a little bit, would be nice. And let's see where he goes next.
I think it was a Leo Dancer.
No, it could have been. Sometimes you send a Perfume, but yeah, it probably was a Leo Dancer because you need it in the graveyard for the fusion later on.
We have seen Dugares plenty of times. Is it gonna be again the number 60 Dugares? It seems like it will be, but which effect are we going to be using? I think we are drawing cards. Makes sense.
We were always going to draw here. The Dugares he'll be able to use as a material to summon SP Little Knight later on. Might as well dig a little bit deeper and see if you can get some hand interactions, just in case there's something unexpected from Roselli's side. But even just one Liger Dancer is a tall order for Sky Striker to answer, let alone a couple copies.
Yeah, this was exactly what Rosalie was fearing. I mean, she's no stranger to this, right? She has been watching people play and make their end field all weekend with her Sky Striker deck, happily saying, okay, you do what you're going to do, and I am going to break it. But is this one that she can break?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I love that strategy. It has been successful in the past and this weekend, but when your opponent, can summon an unaffected monster, that changes quite a bit your plans. And yeah, here it is, Tom not willing to stop, summoning back more as a graveyard full of additional effects, even for next turn, if he wishes to do so.
Yep, another copy of Lunalight Perfume, just going to bring back the Kaleido Chick yet again. Going to send another monster just to have materials for a fusion summon later on. Since he did use that effect of Lunalight Masquerade, he will be able to banish the materials when he uses Polymerization from that graveyard.
And I think we might be going to this SBO. Yep.
So maybe no Baguska here, since usually you usually use Cross Sheep to get to the Baguska. Just going to be okay with a couple copies of Liger Dancer. As you mentioned, Baguska not so strong against Sky Striker.
Yeah, for sure. And we're getting this effect of Masquerade, allowing Polymerization to fuse from the grave. I love how many themes now use Polymerization just as a kind of part of themselves. You can use it in, for example, the Draco Tail deck and this Lunalight deck, all great places for the original Polymerization.
One unaffected monster is probably good enough to win against the Sky Striker deck. Might as well summon a second just in case. And
we call it insurance.
Absolutely, I mean. And this has been quite the turn from Tom. We'll see whether Rosalie even is going to attempt to break this field, or whether she's just gonna pick up her cards and go into game 3.
Looks like you're gonna play, and it's gonna be that chicken game. We're playing the chicken game here in top 4.
Oh, I absolutely love the fact that they got into a full-on battle of the chicken games in the last top 8 feature match, because it's so often the case, this card, you just play it, you pay 1,000, you draw a card, and you carry on with your life and continue doing whatever combos you were doing before. But in this case, it just stayed on the field for like 3 or 4 turns.
It was quite hilarious. Yeah, made for some fun Yu-Gi-Oh! Next up, she's going to activate Foolish Burial Goods. This is step 1. She's going to have to fill the graveyard with But 10 spells, 13 spells?
I think
13
even more. I mean,
more?
depending on it. Just straight up, it would be closer to 20. But then you can maneuver through, you know, with maybe the linkage. It's rough.
But this is the World Championship, so you might as well give it the good try here.
Well, Tom just indicating that he is not allowed to draw a card.
Okay, I was like, is his deck zone locked? I'm not. I still have PTSD from that card. Just watching the zones get locked by the Kashtira deck a couple of years ago.
And we are gonna send this Metalful Fusion right back, both of our duelists opening with that card.
Shout outs to Pendulums. I mean, Lunalights have Pendulum monsters, even though they mainly work like continuous spell cards. Quick shuffle here before the draw for the fusion. The judge gave them the Metalful Fusion last time.
But it seems like this time around, an engage is gonna be there for Rosalie, but not as exciting as in the previous game, I'd say. The end is strong, don't get me wrong. Like against any other deck, this would be a strong opener. But she has seen enough and picks up her cards. Not gonna attempt to break this field.
Yeah, one Liger Dancer is tough, but two, almost impossible for the Sky Striker strategy to take care of. You know, other decks in this format have some main deck outs to Liger Dancer, Sky Striker. At least the way it is designed here, this isn't one. It's an anti-meta deck, right? The Rosalie built her deck to take on the top decks, not the unexpected ones. I mean, I know I play Lunalights, and I didn't expect it to be here at the World Championship, so I can't expect a lot of other players either to think that same way.
Yeah, surely not. There is, in fact, an in-theme sort of kaiju-like effect in the Sky Striker deck that you can search out, and Rosalie unfortunately did not have it. So it would have been a super cool card. We saw that.
Camper.
Yeah, we had that similar card as well in the Mitsurugi strategy. Everyone kind of had that one copy in their side deck just in case they needed it too, but unfortunately no Mitsurugi's here this weekend as it is a premiere to the TCG.
But I mean, we have entered at it in the past. We could not really get a chance to see some of the side deck cards in action for Rosalie, as she didn't need any, winning 2-0 the quarter final. But now we can just assume she's gonna go first again, and it gets much better than in game one, given that she has some help with the side deck. We have already talked about Solemn Judgment being up there among the usual side deck options, but there is another card which I am really looking forward to seeing in action, and a blast from the past. Yeah, indeed, the only player with that card at this event, but I'm not gonna reveal it quite yet in case we're not gonna see it. But yeah, I think she had the strategy spot on in game one. She's just gonna try to do that again, right?
Yeah, the die roll was huge, and now going first in game number 3. Lunalight is a deck that you can trade 1-for-1 with all your interactions. As long as you're able to stop each and every first action from the Lunalight strategy, there is a chance. And she also showed how much damage that the Sky Striker deck can output here in this matchup. So now that she's going first, there's going to be a much greater chance that she has to win this game number 3.
Oh, for sure. And we're seeing as well maybe that unfamiliarity for the Sky Striker cards from Tom. He had to battle against them in the first round. And for example, that Call by the Grave, it being answered by that Lemniscate. The Call by the Grave's had a tough time for everyone this weekend. It's been hit with a cluster. It's been hit with a Lemniscate. It's been hit with the second copy of the same card. A little bit of everything with Call by the Grave this weekend. So, and Rosalie also playing it herself. We saw her using it to great effect. And you got to imagine that'd be a very powerful interruption against the Lunalight deck.
Yeah, amazing card going first and amazing card going second. You could tell she was thinking about using it on the Fuvalos, just because it's also an amazing disruption open against, you know, the Lunalight deck itself. But Billy touched on it already. There is also another card that might be relevant, which is that heavy polymerization.
Yeah, it's definitely a key card Tom's going to be looking for going second. If it's not stopped by like something like Solemn Judgment, just being able to immediately get a Liger Dancer on the field could spell disaster for Rosalie.
Yeah, you got to watch out though, because you pay an awful lot of life points, and Sky Striker has that classic card, Sky Striker Ace Hayate, straight from the extra deck, can attack directly for 1500, so if you can sneak that through, a lot of decks it seems like nowadays have a little way to do it, just that little bit of extra damage, if your opponent's only on 500.
Yeah, and even beyond that, something like, just utilizing like linkage or something in the battle phase so that, surprise Hayate. If the heavy polymerization does come down, it doesn't necessarily mean the game will be over right away, but even still, the Liger Dancer, once it touches down, that's a lot of damage. 3,800 attack. It can attack twice. It can wipe out all your opponent's special summon monsters. It's going to be a close one, but Rosalie at least has put herself in a position to win it with winning that die roll.
Absolutely, but I can't stress enough how we should be proud for both. They had an amazing season, and now they're just one game away from advancing into the final of the TCG World Championship 2025 and meeting Julian and his K9 Vanquish Soul deck. So I think our players are almost ready with their deck. So once more, let's give it up with a round of applause for our semi-finalists, Tom and Rosalie, and let's jump into action for our last game. Nice handshake, and here it is. I see the card that I've been hinting at, but let's see whether Rosalie will be able to use it. We are entering the main phase for her. Do we see Engage later on?
I'm wondering if Rosalie got the idea from Time Wizard, because I think this card's actually been picking up a little bit in there. It's strange to see a card just straight out of that format. I mean, there are lots of crossover cards, but this is one I did not think we would be seeing this weekend.
That is indeed the case, but first we start things off. No Fuvalos from Tom, and we can just go and grab ourselves our Engage from deck. Straight up, but a Drollen Lock Bird! Wow!
That's pretty huge. That Engage won't be adding any cards. You have to take a sec to think, but no, the deck will not be adding any more cards from the deck to the hand. Going to get a bit of shuffle.
That is absolutely brutal. It could spell disaster for Rosalie. She had a very solid plan, but Tom, again, including those Drollen Lock Birds, one of the few duelists this weekend with that card in his deck, and here it's just gonna be so strong.
Yeah, it is a bit of a catch-all Drollen Lock Bird. Maybe he just had it in the side as a respect for his own deck, the Lunalight deck, in case anyone else brought it, because we could see how powerful it would be there.
And I think that's pretty much it. We are gonna see 3 cards face down, and let's see if that is all we are gonna do.
Yeah, Droll stopping Rosalie from being able to access Widow Anchor, just huge here. But maybe she happened to open up with one in her hand. We also know she has that other card that you were talking about, but not going to be able to use it yet.
No, she will be, but not yet. Yeah, she still at that 0, and we start things off with that Fractal.
Tri-Brigade Fractal, very useful in the Lunalight strategy. It's able to send Lunalight Silverhound to the graveyard. And there it is.
And that's going to grant Tom a special summon from the deck. Is it going to be the Leo? You can tell both of them extremely focused on this game. Both amazing, but only one of them can move. And yes, it is that Leo. Do we see a response here from Rosalie?
Is there a Widow Anchor?
And it is Widow Anchor on the Leo.
So she had it in the opening hand. That's huge. This is step 1. What else does Tom have in terms of Lunalight cards? Does he have another monster? Does he have a Black Sheep to get to polymerization? Is there a Fire Formation Tinky? It's a Foolish Burial. That's at least going to be able to send a Yellow Martin to the graveyard at the very minimum to return the Gold Leo to summon itself back. And that, it's going to have to send Yellow Martin. Drawing multiple copies like Fractal and Foolish Burial together when they're both trying to do the same thing. Not exactly where you want to be, but the Foolish Burial, not too bad.
Yeah, the Masquerade again, a third chance to send a Lunalight from deck to grave B. You do start to run out of useful targets at some point.
taking a moment to read over Yellow Martin. It has to be sent to the graveyard by a card effect, and that was indeed the case with Foolish Burial. Now Masquerade being activated. Let's see if Tom decides to send another Lunalight monster to the graveyard.
I think maybe Rosalie just thinking about the Sky Striker Ace equals 0 on the field there. When is the best time to use it? You get one pop of a card, so do you need to pop a card before the Yellow Martin targets it?
That is definitely an interesting timing, and she decides to pull this off, and it's gonna be definitely an interesting turn of events, because I believe we might turn this Ray into a Shizuku for a very specific reason.
Yeah, it's time. We've all been excited for it.
It's really gonna. Tom's gonna need multiple cards in his hand to be able to continue to play in this turn. Yep, Ray from the graveyard, Rose from the deck. The Masquerade will be destroyed, so it can't be returned with that Yellow Martin. And now, as you said, the quick effect of Ray is going to activate the special summon the Shizuku. But why would she summon Shizuku?
Because we have Spiritual Water Art Aoi! What a surprise coming all the way down, revealing the end. But it is a powerful end indeed from Tom, having both the Perfume and the Fusion already.
The Perfume is just incredible. That's the card he needed. Even if it's discarded, it has a useful effect in the graveyard. If it's not, it has a useful effect on the field and the graveyard. The Perfume is the perfect answer here for Tom. You have to discard it still.
Might as well, because Tom can... You know, he would have just got a summon from the grave, but that Lunalight Fusion not going to do anything. Rosalie controls no monsters special summoned from the extra deck. And I think we got a hint of that last face-down card, so how will it be used to best effect?
Do we?
Yeah.
Yeah, she showed it when she... I mean, maybe not to Tom, hopefully, but she showed it to us.
Oh, I didn't... I was like, I don't know what it is.
Yeah, she did briefly... over it. Luckily, she did not flip it, but
I think
here
I know.
we are gonna see that Lunalight Perfume.
Discarding the Silver Hound is going to be able to add a Lunalight card, probably Lunalight Tiger, especially with that Yellow Martin already in the graveyard. I don't know. There's a lot of options. Tom still has his normal summon available to him as well.
Absolutely, as mentioned, we now have full knowledge of what is in the end from Tom.
Doesn't want to make a mistake here this late into the game. And he could be mere moments away from making it to the finals of the 2025 Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championship here in Paris, France.
Such interesting choices, of course. Who would have thought that Sky Striker alone would be in the top 4 and the Spiritual Water Art next to it.
Thinking about Black Sheep. Yep, and he's going to go for Kaleido Chick because, Kaleido Chick is a great normal summon. Going to normal summon the Kaleido Chick, activate the effect to send. It's looking like a fusion because now that there's a fusion and the Silver Hound in the graveyard, that's going to allow Tom to negate any spell or trap that activates on the field. And with only one card in the spell and trap zone, that's not looking good for Roselle. He could also just use the Lunalight Fusion here to fuse the Gold Leo and the Kaleido Chick for a Perfume Dancer.
And I think this is where we might ever think if we are Rosalie. Because we might respond to this. And we do with the Black Gold Laugh.
But it's just going to be negated by the Silver Hound.
Absolutely, it is a good spot.
I'm using all the cards in his hand right now, though, so how does he continue?
He has a lot of plays to keep on going with this Perfume Dancer, adding another copy of Lunalight Perfume. If there's one thing we've learned is Lunalight Perfume is not once per turn. The Yellow Martin can still come back from the graveyard.
Just checking if there was an infinite impermanence in terms of columns. That has been done before already, and now he's gonna think about what to bring back. It is the Kaleido Chick. And this is just so promising. We know that even though there is that Sky Striker Mobilize Engage in the end, if Tom is able to summon that Dancer, Liger Dancer, it's all over.
Yeah, I think surely he is, because you can return it to the hand. It gives you a discard for the Perfume.
Yep, and that is going to be the case. His graveyard is still extending past the frame, so we can't see the top of the graveyard, but it's going to add the Lunalight Wolf.
And that is exactly what he needs, just moments away from summoning that boss monster, the Liger Dancer.
And with the Perfume Dancer on the field already as well, the Rose is a special summoned monster.
And the Chick prevents anything from activating in the battle phase.
Yep, and now the effect's going to be activated.
And
it's
we
destroy.
move to the battle phase, and that is it! What a comeback once more! It is Tom winning the semi-final with the Lunalight deck.
Yeah, that was incredible. The Spiritual Water Art AoE had a chance to be great there, but he had the key card in his hand. That Lunalight Perfume, doesn't matter if you discard it, it still has the graveyard effect that was quite useful and piloted perfectly. Had to use every card at his disposal. Had the Droll and Lockbird, but Rosalie still had the Widow Anchor. There's incredible play from both players.
Yeah, that was amazing. When that Tom's hand was revealed, I thought it didn't look like very much, but even with a card taken out of it, it was enough to summon the Liger Dancer and put more than 8,000 damage on the table.
What a match indeed. It had all you want in any Yu-Gi-Oh match. Must give credits to both of these amazing duelists. In the end, I mean, you gotta feel bad for Rosalie. What a bold choice of a deck, and absolutely crushed the competition. And in the end, 2 out of the 3 losses that she had between the Swiss rounds and Top Cut have been to Tom.
Yeah, it's a tough matchup when you have a meta call and you're trying to counter certain strategies, but someone else is doing the same thing, but that deck just happens to completely counter the strategy you brought. You're able to adapt and do the best you can, but it's like not a great matchup to begin with, but excellent play there from Rosalie, and she had that opportunity, at least put herself in that position to win in such an unfavorable matchup.
Yeah, I'm so glad we got to see all of those super cool tech choices we saw. I mean, seeing that Spiritual Water Art just made me so happy. It's a card, yeah, that, as I said, it's picking up popularity in Time Wizard, but maybe now it will pick up popularity in the Advanced Constructed format as well.
I mean, she should totally be proud of herself. If anyone doubted her, and that second place at the EU WCQ might have been a fluke, she proved everyone wrong by making it all the way to the top 4 best players in the world. So I'm sure we'll see more of her in the future. But now the spotlight is on Tom. Is now through to the 3rd final of his career. We all know that the first 2 have not gone his way. That has been a huge highlight of his preparation going to the European Championship. But now he might win the one that matters the most.
Yeah, but he's going to have to take on Julian Kion, who qualified twice through this tournament because he's been doing so phenomenal this year. It's going to be the NA, North America, up against EU, Europe in the finals. A classic, iconic matchup between 2 of the most competitive regions that are around the world, and we're eventually going to have a world champion. I really don't know if it's going to be Tom or Julian. I don't know. I don't think I can pick. I'll be happy with either one of these duelists walked away with the title.
Yeah, either way, it will be a very deserved win. A very good cheer for Tom right now from the crowd as he walks off to get ready for his final. He's going to be facing down Julian. We're going to have Lunalights versus Vanquished Soul. Who can predict how this is going to go? I'm sure Tom has prepared this an awful lot when he was preparing to take his Lunalight deck. Maybe Julian not quite on his radar though.
Yeah, not definitely the same, but we have to say, when we compare deck one against each other, they have played against similar strategies throughout the day yesterday, and of course they are completely different with Julian that showcased how much the deck can do when he gets to go first, and especially is built with multiple copies of a Case for K9, really setting up a lot of disruptions. But on the other hand, Tom already showed us that he can break those fields. We have seen, cards like Dark Ruler No More and Book of Eclipse, so it's really gonna be a tight one, and in the end the question will always remain,
how many Holly Sues are we gonna see in the first turn?
Yep, I think Holly Sue is a good thing to look at, but also we talk about how Yummy works so well into the Canine Vapor Soul strategy because it doesn't have to activate those monster effects in the hand or the graveyard. Luna Light, not quite as lucky. There's plenty of effects that activate in both of those locations, so that means even if Julian goes second and doesn't draw Holly Sue, he could draw something like Canine Izuna and still have ways to play on Tom's turn and prevent that Liger Dancer from ever touching down.
Yeah, it is going to give 6 really powerful cards for Julian in the event that he goes second, along with those 3 Fool Loss, which we saw him use to great effect in the semi-final. So an awful lot of different power cards he could draw on his first turn, even going second. So, you know, we were talking about him always drawing that Holly Sue, but now he's got even more Holly Sues to work with.
I mean, so many emotions on the line, and now, after so many rounds, we have been through already 13 amazing duels between yesterday and today. We have only one more match on the line to claim and give that trophy, and we finally will have it, the 2025 TCG World Champion.
Yeah, I mean, this World Championship has been really special. As we've all mentioned, you just mentioned multiple times, we've got to see more Yu-Gi-Oh! At the World Championship than ever before. Even beyond the TCG, there's been Master Duel, Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links Speed Duel, Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links Rush Duel. Just so many different ways to play Yu-Gi-Oh! And enjoy this amazing game. And with so many variety of decks, it's like across the board, so much different stuff you get to see. It's just, I can't believe that this is where Yu-Gi-Oh! Has like ascended over the years. You know, I've been playing for 20 plus years, and it's amazing, and we're finally going to crown a world champion after this final match.
Absolutely. It has been an absolute pleasure being here with you guys for this day, but we have one more match to crown the world champion. But before we do that, we must hear it from the man of the hour, the Tom, who brought the Lunalight deck all the way down to the finals. Well, we are ready with the post-match analysis.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm now joined by your next finalist for the Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG WCS 2025 in Paris, Tom Kleingräber. My friend, how are you feeling?
Oh, bro, I'm still sweating. Not gonna lie, like, playing on stage, playing with this crowd, playing with you guys, commentating, it's so insane. Like, I cannot put it into words, like, how excited I am right now. Like, being in the finals of the World Championship.
It's crazy, right? Talk about finals, your track record in finals. How was it so far?
I lost 2.
Yeah, you lost 2. But do you think this time you can overcome that?
Third is a charm. Like, I've always told it. I've said it yesterday as well in my interview. Oh, if I lose this one, I would be so disappointed. But at least I'm playing as Julian. Like, we have had a nice time this weekend.
But also, even if you lose this second in the world, it's an incredible achievement. But let's talk a little bit about the game against Roselli, because in the interview after her top 8 match, I suppose, she said that she's most likely not going to win it. What was your mentality going in it, especially after seeing you lost the dice roll in game 1?
Well, we played in Swiss, and I actually did know that she is not running the Kaiju. So I was kind of relaxed, but when I lost the dice roll, I knew like I have to play against multiple effect negates, steals, shark cannons, and so on. And like she can easily dodge Lunar Light Fusion or Heavy Poly. So I didn't feel confident going second, honestly, not gonna lie. Especially because like my Book of Eclipse and stuff usually don't do anything against it. I did not know the effect of the one spell engrave that you can link summon in my turn. Otherwise I would have won. I would not have won if I knew, but without the effect I would have won.
Yeah, fair.
But yeah, like it was a pleasure to play against her. Like she played so optimally. She told me that she had to use Blackroad before I sent with Chick. Of course she had to. I'm not sure if I had a line to OTK her without being able to go to Perfume Dancer. But yeah, like why do I always lose game 1?
I mean, if you win the other 2 games, I think that is absolutely fine. You said Book of Eclipse. It's quite the interesting mechanics that our casters as well picked up, that if a monster is negated and you activate the effect and then it gets booked in the process, it forgets that it's negated. Did you know that before the tournament?
Yeah, like even if I use my effect Chi Chains Imperm, I chain Eclipse, and Chi Chains another Imperm, my monster still resolves.
Even then? Did it ever happen that
not in this tournament, obviously. Like everyone knows, it happened once in Flu format, I think, but the one time I played you.
I figured that. In game 2, you went swiftly through double Liger Dancer. Was there any thought in your head, because you know that she's not playing any hand traps, that you could lose game 2?
I knew that she does play hand traps, like Lancy at least, and I wasn't sure if she's playing Nib, so that's why I played an awkward line just to make sure I at least get one Liger Dancer on the field, because I know there's no. Like, she has to get linkage and 13 spells with Kagari. That's pretty hard to achieve within Spectrum Negating Grave, yeah.
Yep, that's true. But we've also seen that you used 4 monsters from your field for Liger Dancer.
That's what I meant.
Is there other lines that you can play through Lancea to get Liger Dancer on the field?
Yeah, of course. There are like plenty of lines you can play through, like literally any hand trap, literally any. Even through draw or whatever.
Right. What's the most dangerous one that has been thrown against you?
Shifter. But I won the game. Like, he picked.
All right, well, that's, I think, Shifter Karma.
He shifted me and tick-a-boot me, and then I SP'd him and won. Yeah.
All right, that's very nice. All right, Tom, this is your last moments before you're going to enter the finals of the World Championships. Is there anything you want to say to your opponent right now?
Oh, no. I'm fine. Julian, I will come for you.
All right, Julian, he will come for you. Tom Kleinegräber, everyone, finalist of the WCS 2025, and we're going to give you a little bit of a break and tossing it back to the casters.
He wasn't supposed to win. Wasn't the favorite. Wasn't the smartest one out there. Wasn't the guy with the shiny, rare, whatchamacallit card. He was the third-rate duelist with a fourth-rate deck.
Hey, listen to me. I say talk is cheap. I fought my hardest to get where I am right now, and I never let anyone get the best of me, even when all hope seemed lost. So why should I start now? The whole gang's rooting for me. And with my friends behind me, there's no way I can lose. What I'm fighting for? I got that part down. Here I go. It's all or nothing. So, what's inside this thing? Come on, Joey needs a new pair of shoes. The moment of truth. Whoa! Get a load of that thing, guys! Now there's something you don't see every day. Check this out! Red Eyes Black Dragon! I'm talking Red Eyes Black Dragon, folks. It's your move. Nike Air Max 95.
Made for the best. Made for who you can be.
C'est l'heure du duel! Je ne vais pas m'arrêter en si bon chemin.
Alors, qu'as-tu à répondre à ça? Te voilà enfin, Yugi.
And ladies and gentlemen, I'm back here at the Carnavalet Museum where we'll be able to witness some more amazing Yu-Gi-Oh content. As you can see behind me, there are a few cards that have been won by the previous winners of the World Championship, and every single card is related to a specific country. And you'll even be able to watch those cards with a bigger version right there, which is absolutely amazing. They look great. But that's not everything. You'll be able to see some very beautiful figurines of some of the best monsters in the game, especially this very beautiful Kagari right there. There is also, I know you want to see that, those very, very exciting blue eyes white dragons Speaking about cards, I'm sure that you know those cards, and I'm sure that you really love them. The 3 Egyptian gods that are just right here in front of me. But that's not all that you can see. You will also be able to witness some very beautiful Yu-Gi-Oh! Related artworks with some very well done work. Here is some Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. What would be Yu-Gi-Oh! Without those 2 specific monsters? The Dark Magician and the Dark Magician Girls, which are just right there with those very specific artworks that I really like, to be honest. Speaking of some of the best monsters of the game, I'm sure that there is one missing that you want to see, and we are going to enter the core center of the museum with this absolute masterpiece of Exodia. All the legs, the arms, and the head of Exodia, the Forbidden One. But this is not everything, because you can see the Millennium Puzzle itself at the center of this room. And if you want to come to the Carnavalet Museum, I must give you a small advice about that. If you are the first 100 person to be there, you'll be able to get this masterpiece for you at home. So you know what to do. Come to the Carnavalet Museum. Back to you guys.
Attention duelists! It all comes down to this. Here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! World Championships 2025. All of these duelists have made it here to the grand final for our TCG and OCG category. So it's time to introduce your finalists. Your red duelist, Tom Kleiderkopper! And his opponent, the blue duelist, Julian Carrion! Both of these duelists are ready. The crowd is loving them both. The energy is very much in the room, and we're excited to see exactly what is going to happen between these 2 finalists. There can only be one champion, so let's find out exactly what's going to happen. I'm going to hand you over one more time to your casters for this grand final, but let me have the pleasure of saying, it's time to duel!
Thank you, Ed, and welcome from us as well to the last match standing at the TCG World Championship 2025. We are down to the grand final, and what a match ahead of us. What a clash between 2 titans of the game.
That's right, it's NA versus EU in the finals, but no matter who wins, it's going to be a decorated, excellent duelist, and I really can't wait to see what's going to happen here in the finals of the World Championship.
Yeah, it's been so fantastic. We've seen the players come down. Isn't it great to see them enjoying themselves so much in front of this fantastic crowd? We've got a great smoke machine. I hope the players can still see all of their cards perfectly well.
I was playing in the smoke when I was coming back to the stage before things started. It looks awesome. The hype is there. I just can't wait to see it.
The hype is absolutely there, and they have had very, very different journeys coming all the way here. We have mentioned it from plenty of times already. Julian, the only players who managed to qualify twice for this event, both from the playoffs and making top 4 at the NAWCQ, but then on the other side sneaking in yesterday as the last spot in Top Cut with the 4-3 record. And on the other side, Tom, what an amazing season he has been having, missing that key performance, that key win already in the past, but then also making it all the way to the top 4 of the EU WCQ, guaranteeing a spot here and absolutely crushing it yesterday with this Luna Light deck.
Así que vamos a parar la transmisión y voy a generar una nueva para la final. Así que